Jehovah is as near this day as in the time of the ancients. Put yourself in order, becoming one with him. And no book is so easily read as his created universe. Inspiration comes less by books than by what Jehovah wrote. His worlds read him and his works. Frame your speech and your thoughts for him. He will answer you in your own behavior and in the happiness of your soul. Great wisdom cannot be attained in a day, nor purity and strength to overcome temptation, till the growth is from the foundation. The fool will say, the sacred books are no more than man of his own knowledge could write. Yet he has not wisely imitated the power of the words of your God. Let him do this well, and behold, he will also declare my words are from me. Yes, he will recognize them wherever found. It is the will and wish of your God that all men become constitutionally capable of receiving and comprehending the highest life, and that they shall no longer depend upon any priest, church, oracle, holy book, or upon consulting the spirits, and that their behavior may make the earth a place of peace, with long life to all people, for the glory of Jehovah. To his Ethiopian gods and goddesses, Jehovah said, as you have founded arcs of light in my Ethiopian heavens, to determine the travel of my corporeal worlds, so shall my God of the earth inspire mortals to build lighthouses for man's ships that travel on the oceans, and those who travel in the ships. And those on the land shall know when a ship nears the port, even as you see my traveling earth approaching the place of Cosmin. For this shall be an illustration to mortals, that I have appointed cycles of times and dawns of times, with gods and goddesses to superintend my creations in tenderness and love, lest by chance man becomes despondent, saying, alas, Jehovah did not provide in wisdom commensurate with the magnificence of his creations. Behold, the time draws near when the nations of the earth shall course around the whole earth in ships, crossing the seas and oceans to all the places I created.
Yes, 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 yes. What's the word? What's the word? What's the word, family? You see what it is. You know what it is. It's your boy Slash Shalom in the building. You know how we do. Yeah, man. I decided to come back and revisit this because what I noticed was that when I was doing my rounds, the screen went out a couple times. And there was a part of my third round in the opening where it did not show my opening like my first 2 minutes when I was going in on the celebration of the Feast of Cross, and that was a major highlight in that third round, and it didn't show. Although I was still able to get the victory, of course, but I think that visual would have been another death blow to the whole argument. You know what I mean? So right now I'm just up here about to represent some things. Going to it. Just give me a minute. Said a couple things to knock. Oh, we got my brother Malachi Maccabee in the building. Peace to the God. What's the word, son? What's the word, man? Yo, me and my brother had a good talk the other night, man. Basically, we were honored of the fact that ain't nobody really talking about James the Just in the Church of Jerusalem in the black community on, the way we talking about it. You know what I mean? You don't hear Tazariak talking about James the Just in the Church of Jerusalem. Them niggas is Pauline followers. You don't hear United Church in Christ talking about it. These niggas, what I realized after coming to the truth and the realization of James the Just and the Church of Jerusalem is that the majority of the Israelites are under the Greco-Roman theology of the Trinitarian concept and the logos coming from Paul back to Philo and back to Greco-Roman theology. That's what I realized. So it was a split. If this is where I know cats ain't doing their homework as far as research. If you did this research on these things, like for example, when Malachi was bringing out his argument against Paul, and one thing I never paid attention to studying scripture was who the fuck Paul was talking to. You just read Paul talking about these apostles, and he's talking about these particular people. We never addressed the fact who was he talking to. So Malachi did his homework and found out, he's talking to the bros. He's talking to the apostles at Jerusalem. He's referencing the Church of Jerusalem or the movement going on in Jerusalem. You know what I mean? Hold on a second. Yeah, so with that being said, Paul is attacking the original apostles. Now someone say, oh, nah, you know what I mean? He ain't talking about them, but it's clear to see that Paul is talking about James the Just and his followers, especially when they told him what not to do. And he's still over there preaching his own thing. And then he became hostile against the prophet. So even in Acts and Galatians and all that, it shows you the contention. But what y'all fail to realize is that y'all followed the wrong bros. Y'all ended up following the gospel of Paul. And the way we know you follow the gospel of Paul, because you niggas accept the Trinity. And for those who don't accept the Trinity, you accept the fact that Yahshua was in the beginning with Jesus. I mean, with God. Tazariak admitted that. So his whole movement followed that. And there's a lot of other Israelites who believe that Jesus Christ was in the beginning with God creating, not knowing that's a Greco-Roman Pauline doctrine. James, the brother of Jesus, never preached that his brother was in the beginning, created the heavens and the earth. His brother never teached that. When I presented the Church of James, the brother of Jesus, in the Church of Jerusalem presentation yesterday or the day before, come on now. James wasn't talking like that. James didn't mention one time that his brother was any of these things. That came from Paul, who never met the Messiah, who gave you a Greco-Roman theology about James's brother. He gave you a whole misconception about Yahshua, and you ran with it because you stand on it today. Yes, 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 yes. All right, give me 1 second, family. Just getting this thing in Ata, yeah. And we're gonna go into the presentation. Yeah, I want to represent it because sometimes when I went back and looked at the debate, I noticed. What'd you say, Melly? Galatians tell it all. Facts. Yeah, I noticed when I was doing my round in the debate, I'm like, yo, my screen ain't showing it. Usually I have my phone sitting right there so I could see what's going on. But I didn't really have a chance to get busy and get that. So when I seen how my screen wasn't showing in a couple of the rounds, I said, all right, well, let me go ahead and do a representation of the information to slow down so I can slow cook and really drive the point home. Although the point has been driven home, although it's been proven I won the debate, ain't no second thoughts about that. But just the fact that my screen wasn't showing and someone else didn't catch it, that's vital because we prepared for this debate for weeks. And something like that should not occur under the moderator. So if I'm the moderator, my face is like this on the screen the whole time. I'm not sidetracked watching the game. I'm not on my phone calling people doing something else because this is what your platform stands on. This is what people are looking at. How you engaging with the debate? Are you even paying attention to what's being said? Are you looking at the screen? Because my screen is off 2-3 minutes in, and I'm like, damn, my screen not even showing. People in the chat are saying, I'm not looking at the chat. I'm not paying attention to nothing but what I'm doing. So my focus is on my presentation. I'm not looking at the chat. I didn't have my phone set up to look at the phone and see what's going on. I'm just expecting that the moderator would have everything under control. And it wasn't on my side that the screen was coming off because everything was flowing legit. It had to be on the moderator side. It had to be something going on side to detect that. You know what I mean? But it's all love. I ain't tripping. But just on a professional note, because this was weeks of preparation. So something like that should have been nipped in the bud. So if he would have caught that the screen was off, like in the first 5 seconds, I wouldn't have to go back to my whole round and go back and start over. We could have just started where I left off at. But it's all good. I ain't tripping. You know what I mean? But we just got to sharpen up our sports, and that goes for all of us. So I'm going to represent my rounds. I'm going to start off with my first round, my second, and my third round, so y'all can clearly see, without a shadow of a doubt, Ethiopia is a product of Rome. Shout out to my brother Malachi Maccabee, man. Yo, if you want to hop on, Matt, while I'm doing this presentation, you can. They go to the link if you want to hop on when I spew through these lyrics, you know what I mean? Spew through these bars. All right, let me go ahead and share the screen. And we're going to get busy. Oh, you know what? First, before we start, let me go ahead and play the track.
I don't want to say that the brother won. Y'all can say what you want to. Y'all voted the way y'all voted.
Let's go ahead and play it. Yeah.
King Selah Shalom, another victory. Hail meet the king, cause that's what it tend to be. War child got crushed, I took him out his misery. Swing swords cut his vocal cords quite sufficiently. Zion under my feet met his defeat instantly. Trying to compete, run the retreat before you mention me. In the Coliseum, I got eyes on my enemies. In mausoleums, I'ma leave them for coming centuries. Headshot fatal, couldn't recover from his injuries. Bloody gore, ligaments tore, did him viciously. Cut him to the core, give him some more. Straight consistent, settle the score. Cause I'm for sure another victim. Cut through Zion like a knife, decapitate, take life. Put his head on the altar for the ultimate sacrifice. For years you've been living lies, following the myth in the sky. Greco-Roman theology through Ethiopian eyes. You just as blind as Christians who thinking Jesus is why. Truth in front your face and you seem they can't get it right. Jah Rastafari, not gonna save your life. Real killers moving silence in the shadow of night. The sleeping giant awoke, you know it's been a while. Coming out of hibernation, hungry, thirsty on the prowl. When the conquering lion growling, echoes about a mile. I'm the real god of war, this nigga just a war child. Sacrifice him to his god, now his soul's immortal. Walking through the valley of death on brimstone tiles. Zion wanted smoke, got suffocated by poison clouds. If you can't take the heat, get the hell out the kitchen now. Standing on my square and I'm here to retain the crown. This debate Coliseum, I'm bringing the building down. 2 years ago we told you a new sheriff was in town. Battle of the holy books, bitch, we back you niggas down.
Woo! Man, it's hot up in this place, man.
Yeah, that's easy work right there, man. Who bringing that type of flavor to the table, man? Going to battle, diss a nigga and hit him with a diss record? Come on. You know what I mean? Niggas got to get back to the real, man. All this fugazi shit going on in the House of Consciousness. Got to get back to the information. Get back to the real information, sourcing up, real presentation, bringing information, all this back and forth, yippity yap, arguing and fussing, and ain't nobody bringing no information. It's like when the information do get brought, nobody respect the information because there's so much opinion and clown shit going on that niggas is now engaged in the clown shit. You put up some clown shit, niggas will entertain that more than they'll entertain a real solid presentation. So let's get back to the real, yo. Now, let me go ahead and start this up. You know what I mean? Peace to the queen. I see you, Kizzy Rock. Bedridden, where's that jet for the Cosman? Where's that big man? Lodge up yourself, yeah? We got Bronze Yogi in the building. Oh, wait. Before we start, we got to hit niggas with that Bronze Yogi track. Yes. Hey, yo, Bronze, you got to upload that on YouTube so I could copy and paste that link. Let me see if I still got the music in the in my archives. It should still be there. Let's go ahead and run the Bronze Yogi. There it is. Let's run it.
Spread your last time, the yoga's your favorite. Open up the O, making moves to the matrix. Like the darkness in the basement, movements in the making. 4 horsemen took the HOK to the pavement. They say, yeah, Brian, he be on one. Drama NPC, I guess I beat my own drum. Used to hold it down for the Bible and dog to Moses. Now you run around with bones in your noses. It's phony, I can smell it in your nostril. Ain't nothing worse than to walk around with false apostle. Up shit creep without a paddle. Now I ain't never seen you niggas feel or raise a dead with the shadow. Is it JJ 7K or JJ Fad? Either way, we know we making JJ mad. Cosma came through and beat JJ bad. Crying and shit, somebody get JJ pads. Would do anything to get some views. Last I heard, he was debating trying to earn money to get some food. How in the hell on your own channel you getting booed? The higher like niggas you getting tripping. No lions in there, tell the truth, y'all niggas kittens.
This is Dreadful Yogi approved.
Hey, that Dreadful Yogi, boy. Hey, Dreadful Yogi. Hey, we're going to have to start having Dreadful do like the intros and the outros and shit like that. You know what I mean? We're going to have to start having Dreadful do that vocals, you know? You remember back in the day when Dog Pound used to have the album and they dropped that one dude dropping the pimp shit at the end, that pimp poetry and shit? That's going to be Dreadful Cosmo in a minute. I have to get this off my chest, you know what I mean? So before we get started, texting my homegirl, she's like, you're supposed to be chilling. You're supposed to be resting. Because, see, I don't get no rest, yo. You know what I mean? I be doing filming. I be doing brewing tea. And my peoples be like, yo, reality, man, you don't get no rest. See, like, you don't get no rest. My girls be like, baby, you don't get no rest. You need to chill out. But I'm feeling good today, so I'm back at it. I'll chill out tomorrow. Shout out to Bronze Yogi with the legendary music. You know what I mean? All right, so let's get to it now. Now that I got everything out the way, everything off my chest, let's get to the presentation. Now let's get to the first round. Let's get to where it all started right here. You know what I mean? So, Ethiopian Christianity is a product of Rome that is packed up and shipped out from headquarters. What is a product? A product is an object or system or service made available for consumer use. It is anything that can be offered to a domestic or an international market to satisfy the desire, need of a customer. Now, that is the definition of what a product is. See, this is what he failed to realize. He put in the word product. So I'm describing Ethiopian Christianity as a product. So right here it states, in this case, the product that is offered domestically in Ethiopia, and it's spread out through Ethiopia internationally, is what is the system of Greco-Roman Christianity. And Ethiopia is the consumer, meaning the buyer of this systematic product, packaged up and shipped out from Rome. The New Testament Gospels are written in Greek and are quoted by Roman church fathers. That's where the product starts from, because in order to be a Christian, you had to believe in the gospel or the followers of the works of Jesus Christ, and that is the New Testament. Now, right here, first, we're going to show Ethiopian Aksumite gods acknowledge and worship pre-Christianity, right? He was saying like, oh, they still worshiping the gods when they was still Christians. So now you're amalgamating, bringing polytheism to your concept of what's supposed to be monotheism, one God. So now this is the Azana stone, the Azana inscription. This is a source. This is an early 3rd century source. And in this scripture, King Izana is giving homage to the god Marim. Source, King Izana inscription, I, King Izana, son of Marim, king of Aksum. Through the power of Marim, my Lord. See that? You can't serve two masters. Don't the Bible say that? You can't serve two masters, right? So now, I sacrificed bulls, sheep, and goats to Ashtar, Bihar, and Maharim. Now, let me make, hold up, my screen showing? Good thing I caught that. Let me make sure, hold on. Let me make sure. Yeah, I caught that. Let me make sure my screen's showing, son. Because when I see nothing on my side. Peace to the family. Hey, let me know if y'all can see my screen. Because I got my phone up and it's not showing on there. I just want to make sure. Peace to the family. Hey, let me know if y'all can see my screen. Let me make sure if y'all can see this right here, you know. Let me make sure if y'all can see this right here, you know. All right, bet y'all can see it. All right, cool. Perfected. All right, bet. So let's keep it moving then. All right, y'all see it? Perfect, perfect. All right, I just want to make sure before I'm going to move forward and you'll be like, yo, I can't see it. I'm going to do 15 minutes in. All right. All right, so let's get it. So now keep in mind, they are sacrificing bulls, sheep, and goats to Ashar, Bihar, and Maharim. Now say sacrificed. Now, in order to sacrifice something, you got to be following that Leviticus priesthood, chopping off goat heads, offering up on the idol and all that. But nonetheless, this is to show that this stone I built for Ashtar and Maharim. So here's evidence that these Aksumite gods being worshipped pre-Christianity. So this is what the indigenous Ethiopians, the Aksumite people, was acknowledging prior to Christianity. Now, when Christianity comes on the scene, now here is a quote from the same inscription where Izana is now worshiping the Christian God Christ. The same inscription, it states, by the grace of God, I, King Izana, have conquered all in Christ our Lord. See that? So now, look how the Ethiopian Aksumites are looking now. Does that look indigenous? Does not that look like a product of Rome? So now we have King Izana and his production work clothes. You know, when you go to a job, certain jobs require to wear a uniform. So here is the uniform of Rome on the Ethiopian King Izana. It's just an example picture to convey the message. But I'm sure you get it clear. So now we have King Izana in his Roman production work clothes, being a consumer, a buyer, meaning he brought into it, of this new product called Christianity, no longer worshiping the traditional indigenous god Maharim. Now, they could have still been acknowledging Maharim during this time, but they put Christ in the forefront because the proof is in the whole Christianity movement after King Izana. Now, how did the product Christianity reach consumer land, Ethiopia, the buyers of this product? First wave, 4th century, Athanasius Commission Frumentius. This is where it all starts. This is where it all starts with Athanasius Commission Frumentius. Frumentius, carrying the product of Rome, was sent to Axum, consumer land, and ordained Athanasius in the 4th century. And then we have the date when these things took place. Source, Sozomeyer, Ecclesiastical Histories, states Athanasius consecrated Frumentius bishop. Now keep in mind, Athanasius is coming from the Church of Alexandria in Egypt. I just read to you the other day, headquarters is the Church of Jerusalem with James the Apostle. Hold on one second, family. All right, I'm back. I'm going to have to answer the door. Let's get back into it. All right, where we at with it? All right, so now, let me come back up. How did the product Christianity reach Ethiopia, consumer land? Here's the first wave, 4th century, Common Era. Athanasius commissions Frumentius. Frumentius, carrying the product of Rome, was sent to Axum, consumer land, and ordained Athanasius. Source, Zosemeyer. Athanasius consecrates Frumentius bishop. Source, Ecclesiastical Histories, Book 1, Chapter 9 and 10. It states, Athanasius, having examined Frumentius and finding him worthy, ordained him bishop and sent him back to preach the gospel, the product, to that nation, Ethiopia, consumer land. Now, again, like I stated, these brothers, Athanasius, came from St. Alexandria of Egypt. He did not come from the Church of Jerusalem getting orders from those who upheld the movement of James. So I just want to make that clear, because they want to say Ethiopia, the Ethiopia acknowledged the Church of James and all that. Nah, y'all acknowledge St. Alexandria of Egypt, because that's where y'all got your information, starting from Athanasius. Now, Frumentius was Greek educated. Source, Frumentius and Adasius, native of Tyre, were educated in Greek learning. So they learned Greek. Here's sources where they say they learned Greek. Don't talk to me about they spoke Syriac and all this. Until you can source up that they spoke Syriac, boom. And I ain't denying that they're not there, but you got to show it. Source, Zosemeyer, Ecclesiastical Histories, 224 states they were of Tyrrhenian origin and educated in Greek culture. Now, I showed you a picture of Athanasius right here. He don't look like no Bantu Negro from the Congo. Neither one of them look like Bantu Negroes from the Congo. See that? Athanasius don't look like he African, and Frumentius don't look like he African. These brothers look like they Greeks, Macedonians. So you can show me another picture or other source, or you have a detailed account of how they look, holler at me. Now, Frumentius was Greek, as we say. So here you have Frumentius, Greek educated. Y'all chill out. So here you have Frumentius, Greek educated, bringing the Greco-Roman mindset to Ethiopia. See that? You don't have Athanasius coming from Jerusalem, bringing the James theology from Jerusalem. No, he's bringing the Greco-Roman mindset. He's a Greek himself. And now you have Saint Lucifer of Cagliari, friends with Anastasia. And I quoted, which one of you brothers will be friends with a brother named Lucifer? You know damn well you niggas ain't gonna rock with a nigga named Lucifer. Salute to Malachi Maccabee for setting this alley hoop about Saint Lucifer of Cagliari. Yeah. Source, Athanasius. History of Arianism, 41. Lucifer and the others who were banished for truth endured the exile with patience for the sake of the gospel. This is Athanasius acknowledging Lucifer as a fellow confessor and loyal supporter. Source, Athanasius, Apologia de Fuga Sua 7. Many bishops, among them Lucifer, was driven into exile, and their constant strengthened the whole church. Here's Athanasius explicitly portraying Lucifer's exile as strengthening the church. Now, the funny thing that I found strange about this Lucifer is that he kind of follows the story that you hear about Lucifer in the biblical tradition. Lucifer was one with God. He got exiled. He got kicked out of heaven. And here you have a bishop named Lucifer that is exiled from the church in the same manner. That's crazy. Salute to Sadnetta. Peace to the righteous God. I see you, King. So look, so it's bad enough you're following a production headquartered in Rome, but the man responsible for bringing Christianity to Ethiopia is friends with the bishop named Lucifer. Now, come on, if I was creating gang and I was bringing the Owaspi and you found any association with a bishop named Lucifer attached to the Owaspi, you niggas would have a field day. But it's the other way around. We having a field day with you niggas because Anastasius is friends with a nigga named Lucifer. Here you have the Saint Church of Lucifer, and look at the year that is dedicated to Saint Lucifer of Cagliari, 1660. You got the mark of the beast, 666, or the 66, the number of the beast associated with Saint Lucifer and the dedication of Cagliari. Now, this Saint Lucifer is friends with Athanasius. So the Athanasius, who was friends with Lucifer, ordained Frumentius. Now, Frumentius is the one who brought it to Ethiopia. So Frumentius is lingering with the with the friend above his head named Lucifer, associated with Athanasius. Now, look, source, Ecclesiastical Histories, Book 1, Chapter 9-10. Athanasius, having examined Frumentius and finding him worthy, ordained him bishop. Now, how did Frumentius, the friend of Athanasius, who was the friend of Lucifer, get to Ethiopia? Source, Ecclesiastical Histories, Book 1, Chapter 9. Now look, the vessel in which they sailed was attacked by the people of that place. All on board were slain except the two youths, Athanasius and Frumentius. They were taken to the king of Ethiopia, who, seeing their abilities, placed them in charge of royal affairs. So, they done took some strangers in and put these niggas in high position. Where they do that at? They ain't take this. When the slaves came over here, did they take the slaves and put the slaves in high position? Or they put them niggas in the work field and pick cotton, nigga? That was the high position for the slaves, the cotton field. Now, King Izana becomes king of Axum under Frumentius, early 4th century Common Era. See, we giving you sources, dates, time period, maps. See that? This is the kingdom of Axum right here, right? So this is where Ethiopian Christianity is harvested at, but it's coming from up here, Egypt, Alexandria. Egypt is the mother, and here go the daughter down here. But the Alexandria, Egypt is compromised by Rome. We're gonna show that in the second round, in the second go round. Source, Ecclesiastical Histories 1:9, son of previous king, young ruler under the guidance of his mother Frumentius. Frumentius returns to Axum as bishop, early 4th century. Source, being instructed, King Izana and organizing begins instructing King Ezana in organizing Christian communities. Who's beginning to instruct King Ezana to build organized communities? Frumentius, who is friends with Ethiopian, the Luciferian brothers. Now, he's organizing the product. Remember, we're dealing with the product of Christianity in Ethiopia. Ethiopia is the consumers. They're the one who's buying into this product. See that? King Ezana converts to Christianity. King Ezana buys the product. You know what I mean? Early 4th century, it states, source, King Ezana inscription, by the grace of God, I, King Ezana, have conquered all in Christ our Lord. Now, you remember earlier, he said Maharim was his Lord. Let me show that real quick. Peace to the chat. Let me show that real quick. Watch this. Right here. You're going to slow cook this. What does it say right here? Huh? This is King Ezana. This is the same King Ezana inscription. And it says, through the power of Mahim, my Lord. But look what he's saying now. Huh? I, King Ezana, have conquered all in Christ, our Lord. So what happened to Maharim being my Lord? You can't serve two masters, right, according to the Bible. You can't serve two masters. So it's either Maharim, my Lord, or it's either Christ, our Lord. And obviously, he chose Christ, our Lord, because he established communities under Christ, Christianity, and not under Maharim. As stated in the source of Ezana inscription below, first Ethiopian king to embrace the faith. Christianity becomes the state religion. So if Christianity becomes the state religion, that means Christ is now the first deified figure of your country. Maharim is secondary now. So now that Christianity, the production facility, is established in Ethiopia, consumerland, the buyers are buying into this production facility for the first time by King Ezana, who is CEO of the production facility. See that? So what I'm showing you is that they have brought a production facility into your community, opened it up, and are accepting employment. And you niggas are felt for the employment because you got on the clothes that the Romans wear, so we know what job you come from. You know when somebody got a, depending on what job you work at, your clothing will determine, oh, he works at Amazon. Oh, nigga, you work at McDonald's. Oh, nigga, you work at Rome. Nigga, you are a product of the Roman Christian church. It's just that clear to see. Now let's examine how the Christian doctrine, which is the New Testament, was introduced to Ethiopia, right? So like I said, if you are a Christian, that means you follow Christ. And if you follow Christ, the New Testament is the teachings of Christ. So the Old Testaments don't even count in Ethiopian Christianity because the Old Testament is not Christianity. The Old Testament is Orthodox Torah study. It's the Torah, right? When you get to the New Testament, that's why they call it the New Testament. It's a new doctrine, starting with Christ. So now, the four Gospels is the makeup of the New Testament: Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, which were composed and written in Greek, not Ge'ez. Now look at this. The oldest evidence of the Gospel of Mark, Papyrus 137, dated to the 2nd century, originally anonymous, written in Greek, not Ge'ez. See how these consistent blows is just in their face? Now, if this was written in Ge'ez and translated into Greek, nigga, I'll be like, boom, nigga, look, the Greeks got it from the Ge'ez, or the Greeks got it from the Ethiopians. I'll be gladly to say that. But that's not the case, brother and sisters. First, Mark is first mentioned by Papias of Hierapolis, quoted by Eusebius. Now keep in mind, Mark is the head nigger in charge of the Church of St. Alexandria, in whom the Ethiopian church gives honor and praise to St. Mark, not James the Just. They follow St. Mark of Alexandria. The Miaphysites that came from to Ethiopia, they came from Alexandria, Egypt. They didn't come from the church. They didn't come from Jerusalem. So we're not going to play the act like now all of a sudden y'all want to slide y'all way over there by James in the Church of Jerusalem. Now we got that. We the true brothers of that. Y'all follow Paul. Y'all been exposed. Y'all follow Paul. Y'all say Jesus is the Trinity. Y'all say God is in the beginning with Jesus in the beginning with God. We don't preach none of that. We stand firm on what the bros teach. Yeshua through Yahoo, James, and then from James to Simeon, and then it got compromised and they got the real movement got canceled out by the Greco-Romans. And that's why you niggas are under Greco-Roman theology today, because they masqueraded and took over. Now, the oldest evidence of the Gospel of Matthew, Papyrus 104, dated to the 2nd century, originally written in Greek, not Ge'ez. Matthew's is first mentioned again by Papyrus of Hierapolis, quoted by Eusebian, and this is the 3rd, 4th century, right? Source, Ecclesiastical Histories, Book 3, Chapter 39, 15, and 16. Matthew composed the Logia sayings in the Hebrew language, and each one interpreted them as best he could. Now, here is some relevance for you Hebrews. At least you could say, like, with this source, that Matthew was saying that he was composing in the Hebrew language. See that? But although we know this is false too, because Matthew was a pen name, the original source was what? Anonymous. They added Matthew's name to the so-called Gospel of Mark. That's why I put Matthew's is first mentioned, then there 300 to 400 years later, sourced by Eusebian. And it states Matthew's composed the Logia saying in the Hebrew language, and each one interpreted them as best he could. But we have Matthew in Greek, not Latin. Not Hebrew. The oldest evidence of the Gospel of Luke, Papyrus 104, dates to the 2nd century, originally anonymous, written in Greek, not Ge'ez. See that? So you have 3 Gospels already that's written in Greek, not Ge'ez, and this is the foundation of the New Testament. This is the foundational teachings of Jesus Christ that you will be receiving. You're not receiving it in Aramaic, you're receiving it in Greek. Luke is first mentioned by Irenaeus. Why ain't none of these names, Mark, Matthew, Luke, why are they not coming from Ethiopian, the Abinus? Why are they not over here pen naming the Gospels? Why are the Roman church fathers pen naming the Gospels? Irenaeus of Lyons, 2nd century, source, Against Heresies, Book 3, Chapter 1. Luke, also the companion of Paul, recorded in the book of Gospels preached by him. Notice all these names appear in the 2nd and 3rd century. Now, the oldest evidence of John, now John is the worst of the Gospels. John is totally against the Synoptic Gospels. And plus, John is the last Gospel, and John has more Greco-Roman influence than anything. So whoever composed John is definitely Greco-Roman influence and not Hebraic at all. Now, the oldest evidence of John is Papyrus 52, dated to the 2nd century, originally anonymous, written in Greek, not Ge'ez. And look what it states. John is first mentioned by Irenaeus. Now, this is the same Irenaeus who the Ethiopian Abinu got on his head. This is the same Ethiopian Abinu. Let me go ahead and scroll down and go find him. You know what I mean? Because I ain't on the clock, so that's a beautiful thing. I can just dance around. Let me find him. Where that Bino at? Oh, he trying to slide out. Oh, where he at? There he is. There he is right here. I'm going to come down to it. It's in the same presentation, but let me just show the picture real quick. There he is. Look. That's Irenaeus. Now look at the picture of Irenaeus. See that? And look what's on the Abinu head. Look at the hand of Irenaeus. Look at his hand. Look at his right hand. Look at the hand of Irenaeus on here. See that? The same thing. He got the feminine touch on his hand, and he got the book in his hand. And he's doing the same thing on the head of the Abinu, the feminine touch with the book in his hand. So what's really going on in Ethiopia? How we get to the point, ain't no nigga in America that represents black conscious community is going to be walking around with this on his head. Soon as we see a Tazariak with this on his head, we're going to laugh. Soon as we see Zion Lex with this on his head, we're going to laugh. Soon as we see Zabak on his head, we're going to laugh. Even if Sanetta put this on his head, we're going to laugh. And he's going to laugh about it himself. So you got the Ethiopian Abinu with Irenaeus, a 2nd to 3rd century church father now. And he's the first one to mention John. Yes. Look at that. John is first mentioned by Irenaeus, 2nd to 3rd early century. Source, Against Heresies, 311. John, the disciple of the Lord, who also leaned upon his breast, himself published the gospel while residing at Ephesus in Asia. So Irenaeus is the first one to mention John, the disciple of the Lord. He first mentioned that 200 to 300 years after. Or 200 to 300 damn years after. Now look, as you can see, All of the New Testament Gospels were originally written in Greek, anonymously written in Greek. Let me get that correct. Anonymously written in Greek, meaning to say that Mark, Matthew, Luther, and John are not real people. They were created by early Roman church fathers. So first off, we don't know who wrote these Gospels. They damn sure wasn't the Bruz, because the Bruz was written in that, they would have been writing in Aramaic. Anybody writing in Greek would have been highly educated in that language. So now, as you can see, all the New Testament Gospels were originally written anonymously in Greek, not Ge'ez, and are cited by early Roman church fathers rather than Ethiopian Abinus. Now, to substantiate your argument, this is my argument to Rothschild. In order for him to substantiate his argument, he would have to shown the four Gospels. He would have had to source the four Gospels in Ge'ez originally rather than Greek, thereby demonstrating Ethiopian authority over the Greco-Romans. But of course, we don't see that. So now, the translation of the gospel from Greek to Ge'ez. This is really, it was really over at this point, because you cannot be an Ethiopian Christian without a doctrine. The doctrine is the New Testament. You can't know nothing about Jesus without knowing Matthew, Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John. And we already showed they composed in Greek. Now, we're going to show that the experts say it. So here's the Greek alphabet. Here's the Ethiopic alphabet. Now, Source, Britannica, St. Frumentius, it states in 347, Athanasius ordained Frumentius bishop and commissioned him to initiate the cultural adaptation of Greek Christianity biblical liturgical texts to Ethiopic symbols and languages. So there's the transversion going on right here in the source. Ethiopian traditions credit him with the first, not the second or the third, first Ge'ez translation of the New Testament. So now we have a direct product from the Roman Empire, from headquarters, because the earliest Gospels were in the hands of the Roman church fathers, not Ethiopian Abinus, not them. Remember, what is a product? A product is an object. In this case, the object is the New Testament or system or service. In this case, the system or service is the church made available for consumers. In this case, the consumers are the Ethiopians. You see how I'm laying down what a product is and how this production is operating in real time? See that? Now we're going to move into the Grec0-Roman Gospels, 4th century CE. Now keep in mind, this is the oldest Ethiopian text dealing with biblical scripture. This is the oldest you're going to get right here. The Grec0-Roman Gospels are 3 ancient Ge'ez manuscripts containing all what? 4 canonical Gospels. We just ran down the Gospels are in Greek originally. The oldest you have of the Gospels are in Greek. And here you have the Grec0-Roman Gospels, which are the 4 Testaments. I mean, the four Gospels: Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John. So for this to have any credence and relevance, it would have had to been written originally in Ge'ez and then translated from Ge'ez to Greek. But we don't have that. Now look at this. I already showed the 4 Gospels, Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John, was all composed in Greek, quoted by Roman church fathers, not quoted by Ethiopian Abinus, not quoted by them. Now here are experts in the field of Ge'ez. These are experts. My opponent was not an expert. Half of these niggas were not experts in the field of Ge'ez. And they say the Grec0-Roman Gospels were translated from the Greek. Here is Alessandro. We're going to start with Alessandro. Source: the Ethiopic version of the New Testament. Now look what it states about him. One of the world's leading experts on Ge'ez biblical studies. I bet you Zion ain't know about him. You got to go to the experts in the field. This is what you call sourcing up or shutting up. This is what you call the adjustment bureau. Right? Because I ain't coming off the top of my head with nothing. I'm giving you the source, and I'm talking shit based off the source. That's what hits home even harder. So now he's one of the world's leading experts on Ge'ez biblical text, direct quote, and look what he says. The Ethiopic gospel, as represented in the Grec0-Roman manuscripts, preserves a what? Translation made from a Greek verlage. Huh? A Greek verlage. So we was moving pretty quick. What is a verlage? Let's see what that is. Let me see if I can pull up the definition. A verlage is a prior version or manifestation of a text under consideration. So there you have it, right? So the Ethiopic translation comes from Greek, sourced by Alessandro. Now you have Grec0-Roman, this brother, the Ethiopic version of the Gospel of Mark. And look what he states. Direct quote. The Ethiopic gospel text is undoubtedly dependent on a Greek text type. Look at that. He said undoubtedly, nigga, without a shadow of a doubt. Come on, man. Y'all got the nerve to say the same as it is not Greco-Roman influence. You done lost your mind. Now we have another one. Dennis Nositsin. We don't say Dennis. Encyclopedia Ethiopia. This is another top expert on Ethiopic manuscripts. These are experts. These ain't niggas like us just sitting around researching a couple of days and come to a conclusion. No, these are niggas that study the field. And what does he say? Direct quote. The Ethiopic gospel text is based on a what? Greek original. What are we talking about here? This is clearly shown in the oldest witnesses, notable what? The Grec0-Roman Gospels. I told you the Grec0-Roman Gospels is the oldest Ethiopian text you got. So now I'm showing you the Greco-Roman influence and authority over the oldest Ethiopian biblical text you have today, backed by experts in the field. There's no way around that. We ain't dealing with Ge'ez and Ge'ez. We translating it from the Ge'ez and the Greek. No. The Ge'ez is being translated from the Greek. Now look. Here we have a depiction of St. Mark from the Grec0-Roman Gospels. This is in the Grec0-Roman Gospels. Now keep in mind, it's important to note that the name St. Mark first appears in Eusebian's book. Here you go, Eusebian right here. Church Histories 339. So for St. Mark to be in the Grec0-Roman Gospel proves Greco-Roman influence and authority, because we don't see no Ethiopian saints in any Roman books. You know what I mean? Show me some Romans that got Ethiopian saints in their Bible. Show me the King James Version with Ethiopian figures. Show me Erasmus with Ethiopian figures. Show me Origen and show me some of these early church fathers that decided to put Ethiopian figures. Now we see the black Russian icons of Russia that come late in the 14th century. But show it during a time when we see the earliest conception of Christianity coming about. You don't see it. Now let's go into the logos. This is where the split occurs. The logos is what you cats is following. This is who you think is Jesus Christ. The logos, the word. In the beginning was the word of God, word was made flesh. You think that's Jesus. The reason you think that because you're under Greco-Roman theology. Now let's get into that. The logos, now the oldest evidence of John 1:1, in the beginning was the word, and the word was with God, and the word was God. Now keep in mind, this is in Greek. So we got to put on our what? Greek thinking caps. Now, in the beginning was the logos, and the logos was with theos, because that's the Greek word for God, theos, And the Logos was Theos, right? That's John 1:1 in Greek. Now here's the papyrus 66, dated to the 2nd, 3rd century. Now in the Blue Letter Bible, John 1:1, the word for Logos is G3056, which is Greek, not Ge'ez. And then it says, look, Logos, when you go to traditional information from the outline of biblical usage, note a Greek philosopher named Heraclitus, not an Ethiopian Abinu, not him, but Heraclitus first used the term Logos around what? 600 BC. So even in the New Testament, in the Strong's Concordance, Blue Letter Bible, is sourcing and letting you know that the Logos comes from Greek. It don't come from Hebrew. It don't come from Kemet. Go ahead with the Shabbat stone. You can throw that in the trash. I dare you to try to use that. Now look, God, Theo, in Greek is also a title. So what Theo, God, in Greek, are the Greeks referring to in John 1:1. Now we can't say the Hebrew God Yahweh because it's not written in Hebrew. So who is this Logos that is one and the same, and that is God in Greek thought? Who is he? Let's get into it. As the biblical usage said on the Blue Letter, the oldest references we have of the Logos is from Heraclitus, 600 BC. 600 years before your Greco-Roman influence, your Christian influence, your Latin influence. First known person to speak of the Logos before John 1:1. Source Heraclitus, fragment B1. See, we source things up. Although this Logos is true always, yet men are unable to understand it. See that? This is 600 BC talking about the Logos. Now the real question is, who is the Theos, the God referenced? Remember, Theos is a title. Here is Clement. He lived on the 4th, 3rd century BC before Common Era. And look what he states. It's over. Source, Clemeth him to Zeus. For we too are your, meaning Zeus, offspring, bearing the Logos, the word within us. So it's over. Now we know who it is. So, in Greek thought, the Logos is the son of Zeus. So in John 1:1, from a Greek perspective, is giving homage to the god Theos Zeus, and the Logos being the son of Zeus, and the Logos being Zeus. So when we go back to John 1:1, where it states, and the word was God, and the word was Theos, now that we know who this God is, it is properly understood to read, and the word and the Logos was Zeus. So John 1:1 is giving homage to the Greco-Roman god Zeus, not Yahweh, not El Elyon, not El Shaddai, not Elohim, Zeus. Because remember, John 1:1 is in Greek. It's not in Aramaic first. It's not in Hebrew first. It's in Greek. So dealing with Greek, we got to deal with Greek thought. I don't care if you black, white, yellow, it don't matter. Greek thought ain't got nothing to do with your skin complexion. When you went to school and learned the Star Spangled Banner, you had black kids in there, you had white kids, you had Chinese kids. I remember we used to rebel. We ain't stand up. We used to turn against. But the fact is that we still was participating in it. That's the point here. Ain't no wiggle room around here. See that? And my brother Daryl Cosbon about to bring out something on this logo that's going to blow your mind. Oh, yeah, the gang ain't playing. So here you have John 1:1 stating that the Logos was Zeus. The Logos was Theos. Who was Theos? Zeus. See, we source these things up. Ain't nobody making nothing up. And being that the Greco-Roman theology was directly translated from Greek to Ge'ez in the Garima Gospels, which contains John 1:1, this proves Greco-Roman influence on the minds and hearts of the Ethiopians, as you see here. See that? They go to Greco-Roman Jesus right there. They go Zeus right there. Because we know Jesus, the white Jesus, wasn't a real person. He wasn't deified until Latin came around, until the Romans came around. But prior to the Romans, the deified figure was Zeus. That's why Zeus resembles Jesus so much. And you Hebrews thinking that John 1:1 is talking about Jesus being in the beginning with God. No, it is Zeus in the beginning with your God. And Zeus is your God, based off the Greco-Roman understanding. You niggas can't get around this, man. You could come up with your own conclusions. You could talk very good and talk, but I'm sourcing up what I'm talking about and talking about shit based off the source. So it's a difference over here. I'm not just running my mouth just to be running my mouth. I'm showing proven while running my mouth. Your God of the Bible of John 1:1 is Zeus. Huh? Before they translated that, huh? into your English, before the Hebrews translated Greek into Hebrew, oh yeah, your oldest codex and biblical text comes around the 10th century AD. Greek got a lot of influence in that too. Yeah. Them Greeks ran a number on us. So when you read John 1:1, don't think you're reading about Jesus Christ. In Greco-Roman thought, you're reading about Zeus. So you got Jesus Christ masquerading as Zeus. The only way to know that is to go through these sources. Mystery Babylon is what you niggas is under. Facts. Now, again, we see the Ethiopian with the white Jesus in the background. They got the Ethiopian icons as well. But why you got to associate the Ethiopian icons with goddamn the white Jesus if y'all a sovereign nation? Why y'all bound? See, you can't be sovereign and your spirituality is tied up with Greco-Roman theology. That means you're not sovereign. You allow the Greco-Roman theology in your culture, which dominates because they have a whole history prior to you even knowing. These Ethiopians probably don't even know what I'm talking about right here. Some of these niggas probably don't even know the depths of this. It's just like religion today. You just believe, but you don't study the history of what you believe. You're just a believer in what you believe in. So now, the real war is mental subjugation of foreign theology. Now here we have the African Abinu with the Roman patriot on his head, which I showed earlier, which is Saint Irenaeus, the first one to use the name John in the text. And it makes sense because the Gospel of John is the only gospel that they could use to justify Jesus being one with the Father. The Synoptic Gospels, Mark, Matthew, Luke, do not support Jesus being one with the Father. Only John supports that. And John is the last gospel that came later, and it got the most Greco-Roman influence out of all the gospels. And then to prove that, it's off James the Just. James the Just ain't never preached that his brother was one in the Father with God. When I did my presentation on James the Just, the Church of Jerusalem, not one time did he mention his brother was the Son of God. Now, once did he said his brother was in the beginning making the world with God. That's what Paul gave you, Greco-Roman theology. So now we got Rome won the war without stepping foot in Ethiopia. See that? Because it's a psychological war. Because the true battle is for the minds and souls of the Ethiopian people. And now we see the Greco-Roman mindset has taken root in the hearts and minds of the Ethiopian Orthodox people. Now, coming back to the logos, the Romans got the concept of the logos from the Greeks directly. But first, let's show the Greco-Roman connection. So I'm showing you how, first I'm showing you how Greek logos came about. Now I'm showing you how the Greco connection, the Roman connection come about, hence the Greco-Roman connection. Now the Greeks taught the Romans, Suetonius, source, D. Grammaticus, 4. Livius was the first to teach both Greek and Latin grammar in Rome. See that again? We have a first here. We're dealing with somebody who says they were the first to do it. We're not dealing with a second or a third. It says Livius was the first to teach both Greek and Latin grammar in Rome. See that? It wasn't the Ethiopian Abinu. It wasn't him. It wasn't the Egyptian Coptics that was teaching these niggas. It was Greeks teaching the Latins. Paturak, source. He placed about his children Greek teachers, men of best character and learning. See that? Cicero, source, the art of rhetoric, which the Greeks perfected. We Romans have adopted from them. Rhetoric is persuasive speaking. How to speak persuasively. That's why you under the Greco-Roman theology now. What does rhetoric mean? The art of effectively or persuasively speaking. That's why Paul was effective in his message across to the Gentiles, because he mastered the art of rhetoric. The Greeks were good philosophers and good speakers, and you're under the Greco-Roman theology today. You're following the rhetoric of the Greco-Roman theology today. Quartilian source, Quartilian 185 states, boys should first, not second or third, but first read the Greek, for Greek literature is the older. See that? Aulus, source, Aulus Gellius 13:11. Boys should first learn to speak Greek before Latin. So here it is clear to see that the Romans got their education directly from the Greeks, hence the Greco-Roman connection. Now, here are some Romans quoting the Greek logos. So I just showed you that the Latins learned from the Greeks. Now here are the Latins, the Romans, quoting the logos where they learned it from, the Greeks. Here's Seneca, 1st century. Source, Seneca Epistles 76:9 states, Heraclitus, coming back to Heraclitus, we showed who the head honcho of the logos is Heraclitus. And now the Romans are giving homage to Heraclitus. It states, Heraclitus said, all things come into being by strife, and the logos governs the world. The logos governs the world. According to Christianity, I say Jesus governs the world. See that? Plutarch, source, Plutarch Delphi 388e. Heraclitus taught that the logos is common and that all things happen according to this logos. So the Roman Stoics built their entire cosmology on the logos doctrine originally articulated by Heraclitus, not the Ethiopian Abinu, not them at all. And then coming down the line, you come to Philo of Alexandria, not Philo of Jerusalem. 20 BC to 50. Now keep in mind, Philo, according to the narrative, he would have lived the whole time Jesus Christ existed. Because they say Jesus Christ was born in whatever 436 BC, died in 30 AD. So Philo would have lived, he would have experienced the whole birth, ministry, and death of Jesus Christ, Philo of Alexandria. Now, he is the first Jewish Greek thinker to use the logos as a divine meditator foreshadowing John. Now, where did he learn the logos from? He's a Jewish Greek thinker. He learned it from the Latins and the Greeks. Source, Cambridge History of Judaism, Volume 3 states, Philo wrote in Greek, not Ge'ez, not Aramaic, not Hebrew, and addressed an audience thoroughly familiar with Greek. Now, during this time, you had the hard-bodied Hebrew zealots who wasn't rocking with the Greeks and the Romans, who tried to kill the niggas on sight anytime they probably seen them. So this Jewish thinker and Greek thinker is not one of the brothers. More likely, Philo would have been an Edomite, converted Roman with probably free Roman citizenship. Source, Philo on Dreams 1:215. The Logos is the firstborn son of God. Come on, this is Philo talking that. Before Paul, before the Gospels was written, you got Philo talking about the Logos, which is the Word. The Word is the firstborn son of God. So here we have Philo using the Logos in the same instance we see his influence on Paul in Colossians 1:15. Who is the image of the invisible God? The firstborn of every creature. Where do you think Paul got that from? You think Paul just thought that out of his mind? We're dealing with literature. We're dealing in contemporary times where Paul would have been aware of Philo's work during this time. Source, Philo on the creation, 25. The Logos is the image of God by which the whole world was created. Source, Philo on creation, 146. The Logos of God is the instrument by which the world was made. And we see this has direct influence on Paul when we read Colossians 1:16, where it states, for by him, the Logos, were all things created. All things were created by him, the Logos, and for him, the Logos. So here is Paul quoting directly from the works of Philo, just modified a little bit here and there. So what I'm showing you is that the idea of Jesus Christ being in the beginning in the Word is false. It's Greco-Roman theology, and that God is Zeus, not Yeshua. I just showed that. There's no way around this. Now remember, the Ethiopian Orthodox Church uses the Grec0-Roman Gospels, which is the New Testament, which is translated directly from the Greek. So in John 1:1, the Ge'ez script explicitly speaks of the Logos. Now here's a breakdown. There is, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. This is chapter 1. This is John 1:1 in Ge'ez. Now here's a breakdown of the Aramaic Ge'ez script from John 1:1. Here is in the beginning in Ge'ez, and then here it says the word right here. Now here is the word. Now this is your Logos. The Ge'ez word ka'al is a direct translation from the Greek word Logos. See that? They got it from the Greeks. Now, if you're going to say that they got, because some niggas will say, oh, the Shabaka stone say the word. Now, you would have to show the Shabaka stone. You would have to show the Greeks translating it from the Shabaka stone directly, as I'm showing you how it's being directly translated from the Grec0-Roman Gospels back to Greek. You have to show that connection in order for that to make sense. If you can't show that, you're just mumbling your mouth. I'm showing you a direct connection. The Ge'ez word ka'al is a direct translation from the Greek word Logos. And the Greek word Logos is rooted in Zeus, Theos, because we showed that already. We showed, and the word and the Logos was God, was Theos. So here is a time chart to show the Greco-Roman influence from Heraclitus to Philo to the anonymous John the Apostle to the Grec0-Roman Gospels, showing you the Greco-Roman influence. And here go the chart. Look at that. There you have it right there. You got Zeus, who was the god of Heraclitus. Then you have Heraclitus quoting, for we too are your, meaning Zeus, offsprings, bearing the word within us. So Heraclitus acknowledged Zeus as his god. So now when we come down to Philo, several hundred years later, Philo is quoting what Heraclitus is stating by stating the Logos of God, of Zeus, is the instrument by which the world was made. So Philo is indirectly quoting Heraclitus, and Heraclitus' God is Zeus. So Philo is referencing Zeus when he speaks of the Logos of God. And then we come down to John the Apostle. In the beginning was the Word, the Logos. Hold on. Now chill out. Sit down. And then it stays here, coming to John the Apostle. In the beginning was the Logos, and the Logos was with Theos, and the Logos was Theos, which was Zeus. Coming back to Zeus right here. We already showed that with John 1:1. And then now we got the Grec0-Roman Gospels, John 1:1 right here, showing you Greek influence, John 1:1, the word for Logos and Ge'ez is ka'al, referencing back to their god Zeus. So I'm showing you that the God of John 1:1 is Zeus. And I just proved it historically on a timeline and with sources. So what we talking about here? So when you open up your New Testament and read John 1:1, and the word was the beginning, and the word was made flesh, the word became flesh, you're talking about Zeus. You're not talking about Jesus. Jesus was modified and pen named after the fact. See that? That's right, y'all. Ray. Ain't no wiggle room from that. Ain't no wiggle. See, your boy ain't presenting it like this. That's why he lost. Because when you put things on a timeline and a time chart for people to see, you got to give people illustration. Because not everybody is subjected to thinking intellectually and you know what I mean, carrying what you're saying intellectually, because you got to paint a picture for people. People got to visually see what you're talking about, because not everybody has a great imagination. You may have a great imagination to subjectively speak on a subject and get the vision in your head about what you're talking about, but not everybody like that. You got to paint the picture. This is what you call painting the picture right here, to where a baby could understand this. I could bring a 7th grader in here and he'll understand and digest what I'm saying. A 7th grader. And then that 7th grader will combat what you're saying, and the 7th grader will start whooping your ass with the truth that I'm bringing. So now I'm showing you the God of John 1:1 is Zeus, and Heraclitus represented it, brought it to the forefront. Philo brought it to the forefront. John the Apostle brought it, and then you got the Greek Gospels. And look at the timeline. You got Heraclitus from the 6th century BC. You got Philo from the 1st century BC to the 1st century Common Era. You got John from the 1st century Common Era to the 2nd century Common Era. And then you got the Greek Gospels from the 4th and the 5th to the 6th century Common Era. So I'm showing you the timeline. If the authority was coming from Ethiopia, the influence would be what? The other way around. It'll be John 1:1 in the Grema scripts, and then it'll be translated from Ge'ez, and then from Ge'ez, it'll be translated into Greek going backwards. But we don't see that. Now, putting the Ethiopian Book of Enoch to bed, the oldest version of the Book of Enoch comes from the Dead Sea Scrolls found in Qumran, not Ethiopia. See that? Now, here's a map showing you the distance from where the Dead Sea Scrolls was found to Ethiopia. Because a lot of them like to boost about, oh, we got the Ethiopian Book of Enoch. Man, we better put that to bed. Now, look at this. Dated to the 2nd century BC, long before Christianity existed. Plus, the Book of Enoch is written in Aramaic, not Ge'ez. Now, look at the distance. Aramaic is way up here among the Qumran caves, and you got the Ge'ez way down here in Ethiopia. So the question that to be asked, how did the Book of Enoch, which is originally written in Aramaic, translate into Ge'ez? Now, that's the question. Now, the Book of Enoch is written in Ge'ez, but the oldest account of the Book of Enoch is written in Aramaic. So here you got the Ge'ez script, you got the Aramaic script. Y'all chill out. Right here, side by side. Right? Now the question is, how did the Ethiopian Book of Enoch get translated in Ge'ez? You have a source, R.H. Charles. Source, the Ethiopic manuscripts of the Book of Enoch. Look what it states. The Ethiopic manuscripts of Enoch are all late. None of them are earlier than what? The 14th century. But they preserve the text transmitted from what? Greek. See that? You got your translation of Enoch from Greek. You would fight and say, oh, you know, it came from the Aramaic. Let's clarify that. Michael A. Nib, source, the Ethiopic Book of Enoch, page 14 states, the Ethiopic text of 1 Enoch represents a translation from a Greek version of the what? Original Aramaic. Hold up. Okay. Now, again, Enoch, the Ethiopic text of 1 Enoch represents a translation from what? A Greek version of the original Aramaic. Now listen to this part. No direct Aramaic volage survives for the Ethiopic translation. No direct Aramaic volage survives for the Ethiopic translation. What does that mean? That means they do not have the original Aramaic that the Greeks copied it from, but they only have the Greek version. And it is the Greek version that was used to translate the Book of Enoch into Ge'ez. The oldest surviving Ge'ez manuscripts of the Book of Enoch, source MS9 of the Lake Tana collection, scholarly note, the oldest Ethiopic manuscripts known of the Book of Enoch was copied in the first half of the what? 15th century. J.C. Vanderkam, look what he states. Source, Enoch, a man of all generations, page 29, direct quote. The only complete text of 1 Enoch is preserved in Ethiopic manuscripts, all of which are medieval. Michael A. Nib, source, the Ethiopic Book of Enoch, volume 1, page 24, direct quote. The Ethiopic manuscripts which preserves 1 Enoch are relatively late. The earliest dating from about the 14th century. So you have all these sources, all these scholars are telling you that your Book of Enoch goes no further than the medieval timeline. Here's a timeline. We put everything on the timeline. So here's the oldest version of you have Enoch coming from the Dead Sea Scrolls, which is the 3rd century BC Common Era. Then in between that, you have the Roman Church Fathers, 3rd century era, where everything is in Greek now. Then after that, you have the Chester Beatty Papyrus 12, which contains Book of Enoch. And it's a 4th century CE in Greek. Huh? He ain't know that. Then you got the Ethiopian Book of Enoch from the 14th century in Ge'ez. So here is a timeline showing you how you got your Greek version of the Ethiopian Enoch in the 4th century. Way late. Way late. So here you have the truth about the Ethiopian Book of Enoch. It was translated directly from the Greek and not directly translated from the Aramaic, and is dated to the 14th century, once again showing you Greek influence even with the Book of Enoch. And then when we come to the Ethiopian Bible, everybody talk about the Ethiopian Bible. It's the oldest Bible and all this. They didn't do their homework properly, obviously. So the Ethiopian Bible in English, complete 88 books, the entire text with missing Deuterocanonical Apocrypha, Enoch, Jubilees, and the Lost Writings. So they got all this in the book, but guess what? None of this coming from the BC. Now here's the source, NGO Society, Ethiopian Biblical Canon, published in its entirety for the first time. It states, according to the new release titled Full Ethiopian Biblical Canon, published in its entirety for the first time, the 81-book canon was published on March 19th, 2022, like your boy Bally said 36 months ago. See that? But the Ethiopian Orthodox Tahuidu Yabadabadu Church in collaboration with the Bible Society of Ethiopia. So now, here you have another list. Frumentius translating Greek to Ge'ez, giving you the New Testament. Then you got the Grec0-Roman Gospels, the oldest Ethiopian Christian text, 43 years after Frumentius. You got the 9 saints. We're going to get into them in the next round, translating scripture to Ge'ez, 5th century. Then we got the second oldest Ethiopic script, 1270 CE. And then you got the complete Bible of the Ethiopian book, 2022. See that? So the Ethiopian Bible is a Johnny-come-lately. You want to talk about the Owaspi? Owaspi was 1881, 1880, but your Ethiopian Bible came in the year 2022. So be quiet. Stop it. Stop it. It's a Johnny-come-lately. So that's the first round. We're going to take a little break for a minute. Take a little quick 5 minutes before we go to this next round. You know what I mean? Give me a 1 in the chat. Y'all get this understanding if y'all still with the God. Give me a 1 if it's clear as day. We showing and proving that Ethiopian Christianity is definitely a product of Rome. Let's run the diss track right quick. You know what I mean? Let's go ahead and run.
I want to say that the brother won. Y'all can say what you want to. Y'all voted the way y'all voted. I ain't hurt.
King Selah Shalom, another victory. Hail me, the king, cause that's what it tend to be. War child got crushed, I took him out his misery. Swing swords cut his vocal cords quite sufficiently. Zion under my feet met his defeat instantly. Trying to compete, run a retreat before you mention me. In the Coliseum, I got eyes on my enemies. In mausoleums, I'ma leave them for coming centuries. Headshot fatal, couldn't recover from his injuries. Bloody gore, ligaments tore, did him vicious, gut him to the core. Give him some more, straight consistent, settle the score. Cause I'm for sure another victim. Cut through Zion like a knife, decapitate, take life. Put his head on the altar for the ultimate sacrifice. For years you've been living lies, following the myth in the sky. Greco-Roman theology through Ethiopian eyes. You just as blind as Christians who thinking Jesus is why. Truth in front your face and you seem they can't get it right. Jah Rastafari, not gonna save your life. Real killers moving silence in the shadow of night. The sleeping giant awoke, you know it's been a while. Coming out of hibernation, hungry, thirsty on the prowl. When the conquering lion growling, echoes about a mile. I'm the real God of war, this nigga just a war child. Sacrifice him to his God, now his soul's immortal. Walking through the valley of death on brimstone tiles. Zion wanted smoke, got suffocated by poison clouds. If you can't take the heat, get the hell out the kitchen now. Standing on my square and I'm here to retain the crown. This debate Coliseum, I'm bringing the building down. 2 years ago we told you a new sheriff was in town. Battle of the holy books, bitch, we back you niggas down.
Woo!
Man, it's hot up in this place, man.
Yeah. You know how we do around these parts. We're gonna get back into it. Part two. Let's get into it. You know how we do. All right. So now, part two, round two. Now, this round right here is basically showing the authority the Greco-Romans had over Alexandria, Egypt, and Ethiopia. That's what this round was specifically about, showing their authority. Now you got the Greco-Roman authority over Egypt, starting with Alexandria the Macedonian, who conquered Egypt in 3030 CE. See, we can't talk about Alexandria, Egypt, without talking about Alexander, because it was named after him. Source, Plutarch, Life of Alexandria, chapter 26, verse 1 and 2, it states, he took possession of Egypt, meaning Alexandria, where he was welcomed by the people who were eager to exchange Persian rule for Macedonians. Now, the way he's talking about the Egyptians is not too good here. They got the Egyptians looking like they kissing ass to Alexandria because they're happy for getting the Persians off their back. So it sounds like some old house nigga shit, to be honest. Source, Diodorus, Library of History, chapter 17, 49, 1 and 2, first century BCE. It states, the Egyptians, having long detested the cruelty of the Persians, welcomed the Alexander gladly, and he took over the government of Egypt without a struggle. The Egyptians welcomed Alexandria. See, we've been thinking all this time that Alexandria conquered Egypt through force and fighting. No, the Egyptians welcomed Alexander. Come on, that's like some house nigga shit. They brought in one slave master to get rid of another slave master while they playing slaves. That's what that sounds like to me. They kissing ass. So here we see the Egyptians welcoming Alexander as a hero for lifting the oppression of the Persians. Muffin, relax. Egypt named after Alexandria. Now this is where it all starts, because you got Alexandria, Egypt, and the Miaphysites, Athanasius, and Dioscorus is all in Alexandria, sitting on their episcopate. Source, Life of Alexander. For when he was master of Egypt, designing to settle a colony of Greeks there, he resolved to build a large and populous city and give it his own name, Alexandria. See that? Plutarch, source, Alexandria, 21. He founded a great and populous city and named it after himself, Alexandria. Source, he found a city in Egypt and called it Alexandria. So here you have Alexander names Egypt after himself, demonstrating complete Greek authority and dominion, a name that is still in existence today. See that? Now, look at the power of that. Greek authority is still echoing today. We still call Egypt Alexandria today. When St. Mark came into Egypt, why he didn't rename it to St. Mark of Egypt if they have the authority? Now, who was the architect for the city of Alexandria? You probably thought it was the Egyptians, right? You thought the Egyptians was calling the shots. You thought Alexander came into Egypt fighting the Egyptians gladly welcomed him. And after Alexander took over Egypt, he got his homeboy to build the city. Diocrates, 4th century BC. And who was he? Diocrates was a Greek, not an Ethiopian Abinu, not an Egyptian Coptic. He was a Greek architect and technical advisor for Alexander the Great. Source, Vitruvius, De Architecture 2 preferred 2. Diocrates relied on his skill and ingenuity, set out from Macedonia to Alexander and proposed the planning of a city in Egypt. So this brother was living in Macedonia. Oh, he got word, Alexander, took over Egypt? All right, let me holler at you. Let me go ahead and build that city up for you. It ain't like Alexandria is getting the Egyptian priests and Coptics to do this or to oversee the plan. It's a Greek. Source, Plutarch, Life of Alexandria, chapter 28, verse 3 states, Alexander chose Diocrates of Rhodes, who had planned many Hellenistic cities a layout of Alexandria. So here, this brother up here is Hellenistic. Does that look like a Jew to you? Well, you know, the Jews became Hellenized. Okay, well, there go your Hellenized Jew right there. Does that look like a Jew to you? Huh? The Jews became Hellenized. Does Alexandria look like a Jew to you? Source, Plutarch, Life of Alexander, chapter 26. Among them was Dinocrates of Rhodes. He set about measuring off and enclosing a site for it, and marking out the streets in regular plan, with a view to beauty and convenience, and with ports and harbors for trade. So here's a blueprint, the plan of Alexandria according to Plutarch, or Chustin right here. I barely see it. But here's a layout of the city of Alexandria right here. You got the Great Harbor. You got the layout right here with the streets and all that. It says Jewish quarter right here. They gave the Jews their little section right here. They don't box you niggas in like Alexandria. All right, we're going to put the Jews over here in this corner right here. See that right there? It says Jewish quarter. They gave you out a little small section in comparison to the whole. You got the theater right here. Yeah, they had it popping. Source, Strabo, Geography 17, 1 and 8. It states the city is well constructed and laid out with wide streets. So first we see who Alexandria is using to lay out the city, Theocrats. And here we have a source when the city is complete, how well it was constructed. So this shows Theocrats, a Greek, played a key role in laying out the city of Alexandria in Egypt. And I ain't hear Bantu Negro had anything to do with it. See that? Now, let's move on to 275 years later when the Romans take over. So here's a map. We put everything on the map. You got Alexander the Great, 305 BC. He rules for 275. His people rules for 275 years. We get to Octavian, who takes over rulership from the Greeks, right? And then from 30 BC onward, Rome rules Egypt. And here you have in 49 CE, this is St. Mark, the Church of Alexandria is supposed to be established in 49 CE under St. Mark. Now keep in mind, St. Mark is a pen name by Eusebius, so this is an anonymous character. This is made up. This didn't even exist in real time. That's why they call it traditional history. That's why they call it tradition and not history. You got traditional and historical. Those two things are clash because a lot of things that are traditional is not found in history. Rome takes over Egypt. Rome takes control over Egypt through Octavian, Augustus, 30 BC. Now, during Rome occupation of Alexandria, Egypt, it was ruled by a prefix. Now, what is a prefix? A prefect is one who is in charge. So the prefect answers directly to the Roman emperor, showing imperial authority over Alexandria, Egypt. So a prefix is like a governor. The governor answers to whoever the head nigga is in charge. You know what I mean? So the reason that this is important, being that Rome is in charge, now they have a prefect in Egypt, a governor to rule it, and here is the person. In 49 CE, Alexandria was ruled by the Roman prefect Gaius Caesar. Now, we don't have a picture of him. Under Claudius, this picture I have is of Claudius. And this is the same time that St. Mark supposed to be coming into Egypt, quoted by Eusebian. Now, Eusebian quotes Mark coming into Egypt. Source, Ecclesiastical Histories, chapter 216. They say that this Mark was the first to be sent to Egypt, and that he proclaimed the gospel which he had written, and first established church in Alexandria. This is the claim. This is tradition. And this is quoted by Eusebian. Now, however, there is no evidence for this, since the Roman prefect Gaius Caesar, who governed Alexandria at this time, makes no mention of either St. Mark or an Alexandrian church dedicated to him. You got the Alexandrian riots from 38 to 41 CE, then again in 66 CE. Now, according to tradition, Tradition and history don't they don't mix, because a tradition could be false and not true. Historical facts is what they are. Now, according to tradition and not historical fact, in 49 CE, Saint Mark traveled to Alexandria and founded the Church of Alexandria, the Coptic Orthodox Church, the Greek Orthodox Church of Alexandria, the Coptic Catholic Church, and the Ethiopian Orthodox Tehuidu Yabba Church, all trace their origins to this original community, stemming from St. Mark of Alexandria. Now, so the Church of Alexandria would be the mother church of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, would be the daughter to Alexandria. So if the mother church, Alexandria, is subjected to Roman authority, likewise would be the daughter of Alexandria, the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. Here's a map showing you the chain of command, starting from Rome, father, that's the father, the Roman Catholic Church is the father, the mother is the Church of Alexandria, the St. Mark Church of Alexandria is the mother, and mother and father came together and had a daughter, which is the Orthodox Ethiopian Church, the Tawidu Yabba Church. That is the daughter of the mother and father of the Catholic and Church of Alexandria. Nasty word. Now here is a chart of the time period of the Alexandrian riots. And St. Mark would have been right in the mix trying to establish a church during this time. Now here's a timeline of Alexandria riots. It started in 38 CE to 41 CE, and then again in 66 CE. So if Mark was established in a church in Alexandria, Egypt in 49 CE, he would have been right in the midst of the hostility. So from 31 CE to 66 CE, Alexandria, Egypt is at war. St. Mark would have been attempting to establish a church in Alexandria within a deep hostile environment at this time. Now, here are sources explaining the condition of Alexandria, Egypt during this time. Source Philo. It states, they drove the Jews entirely out of 4 quarters of the city and crowded them into a very small part of one. Now let's go back to that map. Let me go back to that map, because I showed you in that map there was a portion that said Jewish quarters. Let's show that real quick. See that? Watch this. Come on. Where we at? Right here. Let's get that map again. Let's blow it up. Right there. Look what it says right here. And it's right here where my mouse is doing. It says Jewish quarters. Look at that. Matter of fact, I'm going to do something better for you. Hold up. Let me get it so you can see it. See it. One second. Copy that joint, paste it. And now we're going to fine tune it so you can see what go on. We're going to get to these Jewish quarters that they was pushed into a corner. Boom. Right there. You see that? Now, Jewish quarters. So when you look at the bigger map right here, you see all the space right here, but they locked into the Jewish quarters. Now look what it states in the source that Philo brought out. It says, they drove the Jews entirely out of the 4 quarters of the city and crowded them into a very small part of one. Now this would be a good example of that right here. They drove them to a small port. This is the Jewish quarter. Drove the niggas in that corner right there. Showing you a little bit of relevance to what Philo was saying. Another source. Some were burned alive. Others were dragged through the middle of the marketplace. Look how hostile this environment is. So you think St. John's just walking through the jolly of the day, going to establish a church with this type of hostility when niggas getting burnt in the middle of the street? Nah. They would have wrapped up St. John's and burnt his ass with them niggas. Source, Philo, they set fire to their synagogues. So if they're setting fire to synagogues, what makes you think St. Mark is about to walk up in Alexandria and build a church while they setting fire to synagogues at this time? They set fires to their synagogues and burnt them to the ground. Source, Josephus against Apion, 2:8. The great number of Jews were destroyed, and that in manner were very barbarous. See? So again, I just gave you a description of how brutal the wars was. Here is a map. We put everything on the timeline, showing you the Alexandrian riots, and St. Mark would have been right in the midst of that, trying to build up a church. They would have burnt his synagogue down. them Greeks would have burnt their synagogue down. So it is impossible for St. Mark to set up a church, set up the first patriarch in 40 CE, establishing a church in Alexandria when such hostility is going on. So the idea of a patriarch being set up is not supported by any facts, nor does any of the sources reference a St. Mark, nor any of his influences, nor any of his followers, nor a church in honor of his name. Plus, St. Mark is a pen name and was added to the anonymous Papyrus 137. Here's the Papyrus 137 in the middle here. During the 2nd century, quoted by Eusebian. That dismantles everything for the Ethiopian Orthodox tradition as far as St. Mark. It's a false narrative. It didn't even happen. You put everything on the timeline. So here you have St. Mark of Church of Alexandria. Here you have Papyrus 137, which was found in the 2nd, 3rd century Common Era. So what they had to do, what Eusebian had to do was backtrack and figure out where to place this time period of St. Mark when they decided to put him in 149 CE. I got 142, but it's 149 CE. And there is no written account from the time of the 1st century all the way up to about the 2nd century. No written account. And that's, to me, due to the destruction that was going on during that time. We've seen how violent the Alexandrian war was. You think they wasn't destroying records books at that time? So there was a complete destruction that was going on between the fall of the Hasmonean dynasty to the rule of the Herodian and the Herodians and the Romans. They destroyed a lot of records at that time because we don't see nothing popping up until the 2nd, 3rd century with the Roman church fathers, and they're referencing things that took place in the 1st century. So the entire claim that a man named St. John's came to Alexandria, Egypt to establish a church rests on a false narrative. It should be also noted that the Ethiopian Orthodox Church continues to uphold this false narrative of St. Mark as shown here. Source, Ethiopian Orthodox Church. This is their shit. It's their own source, right? There you go right there. And look at the website. Look. They got the white goddamn Jesus right here in Mary. Look at that, boy. That like that little Debbie Snack boy. You know the little Debbie Snack girl on the Debbie Snacks that you buy in the store? They got the Debbie Snack version of Mary and Jesus. Look at the Aramaic. What are you talking about here? You trying to tell me this ain't Greco-Roman influence? Come on, bro. Look at, they got the white angels. Huh? Oh, man, that's nasty work. So here's the source, right, that the Ethiopian Orthodox Tahuidu Yabadabadu Church states that they are representing St. Mark. Now, here's the source. Now, here's what it states, direct quote. Ethiopia has remained faithful to her age-old ties with the apostolic church uninterrupted. The apostolic church that they're referring to that's uninterrupted is St. Alexandria. The Church of St. Alexandria. For this reason, she is universally renowned as the faithful what? Daughter of St. Mark of Alexandria. I told you the Ethiopians is the daughter. They admit that they're the daughter. And when we come back up to this map that I showed earlier, right here, boom, they admit that they the daughter. So if you the daughter, who the mother and the father? You can't be a daughter without having a father and mother. So the mother is the Church of Alexandria, and the father is the Roman Catholic Church. Because why we say that? They go the influence right there from the father. They go the father's influence on the daughter. Yo, this is nasty work, bro. So you got the father, the Roman Catholic Church, you got the mother, the Church of Alexandria, and those two combined gave birth to the daughter, the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. What we talking about here, son? What we really talking about here? See, when you slow it down and cook, it gets even better, right? So the Ethiopian source says, Ethiopia has remained faithful to her age-old ties with the apostolic church uninterrupted. For this reason, she is universally renowned as the faithful daughter of what? Saint Mark of Alexandria. She ain't the faithful daughter of this brother right here. Let's bring him to the forefront. She ain't the faithful brother of this. The Church of Jerusalem. Why they not giving homage to the Church of Jerusalem, where that was under the leadership of the brother of Jesus? Huh? What? Look at this. Look at this. The Lord, after his resurrection, appeared to James first. The other apostles, after the resurrection, were ordered to wait for James, that he may give them permission to preach the gospel. For to James, the Lord entrusted the government of the church after his ascension. So what are we talking about here? James was the head of the Church of Jerusalem. So if James is the head of the Church of Jerusalem, why are we wasting time with St. Mark in Alexandria, a fictional character and a false narrative, when we got James, the brother of Jesus, holding up the church over here? You've been bamboozled, family. This demonstrates that the Ethiopian Orthodox Church has been influenced by Roman propaganda, since Eusebian, a Roman church father, is the earliest source to mention St. Mark. It's over. It's over with, bro. It's over with, but the shouting. Now look, now we're going to go into the root of this Christology doctrine. Now keep in mind, James, the brother of Jesus, never taught that his brother was one with the Father. He never taught that his brother was the Son of God. He never taught a Trinitarian doctrine. He never taught that in the beginning was my brother. James never taught that. You know how foolish that sounds coming out the mouth of James? But Paul, on the road to Damascus, who never met him, created his own theology. Makes the perfect sense if you believe him. Now, to the anonymous Gospel of John, it is first mentioned, I and the Father are one. That quote is first mentioned in Papyrus 66, originally anonymous. So the Gospel of John, according to John, was added. John is a pen name too. It's not even real. Dated to the 2nd, 3rd century. The anonymous Gospel of John is the earliest source that introduces the idea of a union between the Father and Son. It is also the only gospel in which Jesus directly identifies himself as being one with the Father. None of the other gospels, the synoptic gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, express this Father-Son unity in such terms. This concept later influenced and gave rise to two important theological beliefs, the Miaphysite theology and the Deiphysite theology. Now, keep in mind, this theology cannot exist without the Gospel of John, because the Synoptic Gospels does not support this theology. Because in the Synoptic Gospels, Jesus does not reference himself as being one with the Father. I was there in the beginning. All that came from John. And the book of John, the Gospel of John, is the last text, the last gospel that was found. Mark is the first, then Matthew and Luke is fashioned after Mark, but John has his own complete narrative of Jesus Christ. John is more of a Greco-Roman understanding and has more Greco-Roman influence, because we see the Logos in John 1:1 starting it out. And then from that point on, Jesus is described as being before Abraham was I, me and the Father are one. You get that in John. John is highly influenced with Greco-Roman theology. You cannot have a Miaphysite and Deiphysite theology without John. If the book of John never existed, the Miaphysite and Deiphysite theology wouldn't exist. Now here is the Christology. Here is the bird, right? They go the bird with two wings. You got the left wing and you got the right wing. You got the left-wing Democrats, which would be the Miaphysite theology, the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, the Coptic Orthodox Church. And then on the right wing, you got the Republicans, the Diophysite theology, Western and the Eastern Roman Church or Empire, right? So here you have the left-wing Democrats, the Miaphysites and the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. Then you have the right-wing Republicans, the Diophysites, the Roman Catholic Church. This theology can only be explained with the Gospel of John. Matthew, Mark, and Luke does not support the Miaphysite and Diophysite theology. Now, what is the Miaphysite theology? These are the 9 saints. It is the 9 saints that is responsible for bringing this theology into Ethiopia, right? So what is the definition of Miaphysites? The term Miaphysite comes from the Greek, not Ge'ez, and Miaphysite means one united nature. The Miaphysites teach that Jesus Christ has one united nature, fully divine and fully human, upheld by the Coptic and Ethiopian church. Now, let me tell you something. James, the brother of Yeshua, never teach that. He never teach that God and his brother were fully divine in the same nation. James didn't teach that. What is Diophysite theology? The term Diophysite comes from the Greek, not Ge'ez. Diophysite meaning 2 natures. Diophysite teaches that Jesus Christ had 2 distinct natures, divine and human, in one person, upheld by Western and Eastern Roman theology. Catholic Church. Again, James, the brother of Jesus, did not teach this philosophy. If you go back and read anything about James, you will not hear him, one, say his brother was one with the Father. You will not hear him say that in the beginning his brother was there with God creating. How foolish that sounds. Just imagine somebody telling your brother, is preaching a doctrine about your brother that he was in the beginning with God. Your biological brother. You don't look at that person like they're crazy. Now here again is the Christology bird. You got the 2 wings on the same bird. So they're arguing the divinity of Jesus Christ. You got left wings arguing the divinity of Jesus Christ over here, and you got the right wing arguing the divinity of Jesus Christ over here. 2 wings on the same bird, right? Now here is a map showing the extent of the Roman Empire. Alexandria, Egypt is subjected to Roman authority. So the right wing right here has authority over the left wing. So the Republicans got authority over the Democrats. Because here is the map right here. And then the purple is the Republican authority, the expansion of the Republican Empire, right? So now, source. Alexandria, the chief city, is distinguished for its size, wealth, and for being under Roman administration. So there's a source admitting that Alexandria, Egypt, is under Roman administration. Source, and the name of the source is Aminius Marcellus Res Gestia 22:16-1-3. It states, Egypt long since subject to Roman power. So we're not going to sit here and play the game like Alexandria, Egypt was an independent sovereign nation. No, they were not. They were subjected to Roman Empire, Roman power. Now that's understood, we're going to move into the behavior of the Miaphysites, the Democrats, at the Council of Ephesus. Now, if Ethiopia was the authority, these council meetings will be taking place in Ethiopia instead of Rome and Mesopotamia and the Eastern Roman Empire and Asia and all these places. Now, the Council of Ephesus was under the watch of Dioscorus, a Miaphysite, a Democrat, right? Pope Leo I calls it a robber council. Now, the Pope is the head honcho in charge. He over everything. Now, here's the source. Pope Leo I, the Epistle 95 to the Empress Pulchra, it states, a council which ought never to have been called a council at all, for it was filled with violence, and it can only be called a robber meeting. This is how they're describing the Democrats. Source, Leo I, Epistle 95. The proceedings were carried out with such wickedness that they cannot be called a council. Source, Chaldean Acts. Armed men rushed in. We were beaten, and we signed under fear of death. These are the Democrats are acting in this council meeting. Flavian's death under the hands of a Miaphysite. Now, Flavian was a Republican. He died under the hand of the Democrats, the Miaphysites. Source, Leo I, Epistle 28, the tome. Preface, Flavian of holy memory was beaten and exiled, and shortly after died of his injuries he suffered. Source, Chaldean Acts, Session 1. They rushed upon Flavian. He was struck and beaten, and we fled in fear. We signed at the end only under threats and danger of death. Source, Marcion letter to Antinous. The disturbance at Ephesus was not a true synod, but a gathering of violence and confusion. So these are sources describing the actual physical environment in which the final minutes of the Council of Ephesus unfolded. Now keep in mind, these are the same men, the Democrats, the Miaphysites, who will be bringing this Greco-Roman Democrat Miaphysite theology into Ethiopia. How did the Democrats, Miaphysites, come to Ethiopia? Here is a map of the Byzantine emperor under Justin, under Emperor Justin I. He's the first nigga to start the Byzantine Empire. Now, the Byzantine Empire is nothing more than an extension of the Roman Empire, right? So now, at the top, you have Constantinople and you have Rome. Rome is headquarters. Rome extended their power to Constantinople. So Constantinople become an extended power of the Roman Empire. That's why it's hence called the Eastern Roman Empire under Justin. I sourced that in the other presentation when I did the presentation also about the Ethiopian part 2. So now here's how they ended up in Ethiopia. So I'm coming back up to the map real quick. I'm showing you the route. So up here, this is Chalcedon up here. This is where the meeting took place. Ephesus is right here. So these meetings took place up in here, not in Ethiopia. So the Miaphysites and all that, they're having their disputes up here. Their headquarters, the Miaphysites' headquarters is Alexandria, Egypt, which is right here. This is where the 9 saints fled into Ethiopia under persecution. And we're going to read the persecution and how they ended up in Ethiopia right now. The persecution of the Miaphysites, the Democrats, under the Roman Emperor Justinian during the 6th century. Marcion agrees with the Republicans, the Diophysites' theology, and banishes any opposing theology, which would be the Democrats. That was the basis of the meeting of the Council of Chalcedon, right? So there go Marcion, the Roman emperor. This is his extension. Justin. This is Justin. No, this is Marcion. I'm sorry, this is Marcion. But this is an expansion of the Byzantine Empire, the Roman Empire. Look how much control that they have. They go all the way into Egypt. They damn near in Ethiopia. If you look at it down here, they go Egypt. Look how far down the Nile they are. And they're headquartered out here in Rome and Constantinople. They calling the shots from out here, but look at the extension of their power coming into Egypt, coming into Africa. And this is 555 AD. Now, this map shows the extent of the Byzantine Empire under Justin. And as you can see, the Coptic Church of Alexandria is under the Byzantine Empire jurisdiction. Source, Zechariah, Chronicle Book 8. When Justin became emperor, all those who did not accept the Council of Chalcedon were deprived of their churches. So all those who did not accept what the Republicans, the Diophysites, were saying, they were deprived. So it shows you right here that the Republicans control the power. They control the power over the Democrats because the Democrats, the Miaphysites, are the one getting pushed around. Source, Imperial Edict of Justin I. It states, let no one who rejects the Holy Council of Chalcedon remain in the church. These are the Republicans calling the shots. Source, John of Ephesus, Ecclesiastical Histories, Part 2. Under Justin, the persecution arose, again with all violence, and many bishops were driven from their sees, their seat of authority, their episcopate. So here, Justin is calling the shot. He the top dog in charge. Regardless of how much fighting they did, they fighting against the imperial powers of Rome, the Democrats. See that? Source, Ecclesiastical Histories 2:5, Dioscorus was banished by the command of Emperor Marcion. So Dioscorus was a Democrat. Marcion is a Republican, pushing these niggas out, showing you the politics of this theological belief. Source, Council of Chalcedon, Session 1, Dioscorus is deposed from all priestly dignity for the crimes for which he is accused. Because you remember, Dioscorus, the Democrat, he was the one who was presiding over the Council of Ephesus. And it was under his watch that all this violence was going on. It was under his watch that Flavian of Constantinople, a Republican, died under his watch. That's why they stripped him of his priest. That's why Marcion stripped him of his priestly dignities, because of the crimes committed in the Council of Ephesus. Source, Ecclesiastical Histories 2:4, he ordered that the bishops who refused to accept the synod be deposed from their sees, seat of authority. So again, here you have the Republican, the Diophysites, calling shots over the Neophysite Democrats, pushing them out of their seat of authority. Source, Ecclesiastical Histories. The emperor established Proteus as bishop of Alexandria in place of Dioscorus. So here again, you have the Emperor Marcion, Republican, deposed Dioscorus, Democrat, and installed Proteus, a Republican, showing you the power and authority that Rome has over Alexandria, Egypt. They playing around with them like toys. We're gonna push you out and push them in. They have no authority. They have no sovereignty when it comes to being under the Eastern and Western Roman Empire under the Deiphysite theology. Now, this is how the Deiphysite Greco-Roman theology came into Ethiopia, because they were pushed out of Alexandria by Emperor Justin, Marcion, and Constantius. We're about to show Constantius too. This again demonstrates Roman authority, not only through political enforcement, but also through control over the Greco-Roman Christological doctrine, because this is what they're fighting about. This is what these council meetings are about, the Christological doctrine, the divinity of Jesus Christ. Is he one with the Father? Is he not? That's what these political fights are about, these religious political fights, right? Now, again, look, source, Socrates, Scholasticus 2:50-60, states, the Emperor Constantius sent Cyrenius, the general, with soldiers to Alexandria to depose Athanasius. Now, when the imperial troops entered the church at night, Athanasius escaped. Constantius then appointed George of Cappadocia as bishop. Now look at that. Constantius is doing the exact same thing that Marcion did to Dioscorus. He displaced Dioscorus and put Pope Proteus in there, and then Constantius did the same thing. He disposed Athanasius and put Cyrenius in there. So how can we have the nerve to say that Alexandria, Egypt has any authority? Rome is calling the shots. Rome is deposing these bishops. Rome is replacing them, got them, and Athanasius ran out the church at night. So where you think he going? So here you have it. Here is Constantius removes Athanasius and puts George in charge, the same way that Marcion deposed Dioscorus and put Pope Proteus in charge. See that? These are real men and real history that we bring out. Ain't nothing mythological that I'm talking. I'm showing you how your Ethiopian Bible, the Ethiopian Christianity is compromised by their mother. Because remember, Ethiopian Orthodox Church is the daughter. I'm showing you how the mother and the father intermingled to create what you got down there. So the father is showing dominance over the mother. Let me come back up. This is good. So you have Rome, the production facility, had authority to remove bishops, consumers, because they brought into this. So if you brought in, that means you're subjected to who is the founder of this, being Rome, from their episcopate in Alexandria. So Athanasius, a consumer of the product of Rome, was deposed by the Emperor Constantius II, the CEO of the production of Rome, in 335 CE. The Roman Emperor Constantius, Marcion, Justin I, appointing and removing bishops in Alexandria confirms Rome's authority over Egypt. It's just that simple. Now, even in modern times, Rome had their foot on the necks of the Ethiopians. And this is not a shot. This is not a disrespect. This is true history. Even Selassie got exiled by the Roman Mussolini. So the same way Constantius exiled Anastasius, the same way Marcion deposed Dioscorus and replaced him with another pope, is the same way we come to modern times, and Rome is still doing the same thing. Because Selassie went into exile when Mussolini was putting that pressure on him. Source: the American Ambassador.org. It states, the outnumbered and outgunned Ethiopians were decimated by the facet Italians. Those are the Romans. After much debate, it was decided that Haile Selassie should leave Ethiopia and go into exile with his family. Again, the same way the Romans was exiling these things and putting the pressure on them. They said, the best thing you should do is go into exile, because if you don't, these Romans may kill all y'all and wipe out your lineage, wipe out the whole government, and then where we going to go from there? So Selassie decides to go into exile and approach the League of Nations for supporting the conflict. So here's an article where it states, war begins in Ethiopia. Italy attacks tribesmen. Source: now keep in mind, these Italians came to Ethiopia and put their foot on the soil of Ethiopia. Now them tribesmen, I'm sure they was furious at this, right? Source: Mussolini on victory and empire, May 5th, 1936. Here's Mussolini claiming victory. It is our peace, Roman peace, which is expressed in this simple: Ethiopia is Italy. Ethiopia is Italian. Ethiopia is Italian. It is Italian in fact, because it is occupied by our victorious armies. It is Italian in law because of the law of Roman civilization. So here you have Mussolini talking smack that he done conquered y'all, and Ethiopia is now Italy. He's talking reckless. But the fact of the matter is he did it. He did it. He touched down and did what he did. Now here's Mussolini truth. Here's a map. We put everything on the map. So these niggas done flew from Rome, landed in Ethiopia. So now you have, look at this, Roman soldiers on the soil of Ethiopia, right there. Huh? Where are the Ethiopian soldiers on the soil of Rome, bringing the war to their front door? So why don't we see any Ethiopian troops on the soil of Rome? If Ethiopia truly held authority over Rome, they would have brought the war to their own front door, demonstrating power and authority. But what do we see? We see it the other way around. So if Ethiopia really had the balls, they would have flew their planes to Rome, dropped some soldiers on the ground, and started decimating Rome the same way they was decimating Ethiopia. Now, the only Ethiopian to touch close to the soil of Rome is Selassie, running to the League of Nations for help in Geneva, Switzerland. Here is the League of Nations, a bunch of Europeans, not a Bantu Ethiopian Negro in sight. They go to the League of Nations. And you're talking about this is a time during racism is at its highest, especially in America. You're talking about the 30s and shit like that. You know, segregation is high in the play. And Selassie is running to the segregators, slave master, for help. Why he ain't went to the Congo? Why he ain't went to South Africa? Why he ain't went to West Africa and got the African nations to unite and fight against these Roman imperials? So don't talk to me about Selassie and all this nonsense when he ran to Europeans for help. Centered in Geneva, Switzerland, above Rome. So this is where he went. He actually went above Rome to get to Geneva, Switzerland to speak at the League of Nations. Now, you right there. Go ahead and send some ops to some of your soldiers to go right up in Rome and start killing shit. The Romans came on your soil and started killing shit. Whoever, boom, they dropping bodies. Return the favor. You in Switzerland, Geneva, you flew above the ops territory instead of going directly to the ops and dealing with them face on. You got to die for yours, right? Them Israelites in antiquity was dying for theirs. David was on the battlefield fighting. If you look at the early Israelite wars, they were fighting. They fought the Canaanites, the Amalekites. Why you niggas ain't fighting? Why you niggas is pleading for help? And you a sovereign nation with soldiers on the ground. Now here's Selassie at the League of Nations. Source, Selassie's speech at the League of Nations. His appeal for justice. He states, direct quote, I asked the 50 nations who have given their promise to protect the integrity of Ethiopia, to give us the support they guarantee. So he kissing ass to get support from these Europeans right here. He really think these Europeans is going to side with him and say, okay, we're going to stop our brother Mussolini from bombing you. The Ethiopians ain't care. I mean, the League of Nations ain't care. Huh? But they go Selassie pleading. So, if Ethiopia was the authoritative power, why did Selassie have to seek assistance in Geneva from the League of Nations, rather than exercise authority over Rome itself? Ethiopia, Selassie is a sovereign ruler. Nothing is stopping him from going to war against the Roman Italians. Nonetheless, we see this pattern of Roman authority even till this day with Selassie. Now, coming back to history, going back in history, now we're going to show the spread of the Greco-Roman production facility, Christianity in Ethiopia, consumer land, the buyers. So here's another map, the same Byzantine map of under the Emperor Justin. So here above you have the production headquarters above, which is the Western Roman Empire, and here you have the Eastern Roman Empire. And the production facility decides, we're going to spread our headquarters down here in Africa and Ethiopia. First, we're going to spread it in Alexandria. We're going to make them a pawn. And then from there, we're going to send them down to Ethiopia to establish our base in Ethiopia, consumer land. So you have the production headquarters, and you got the consumers, the buyers, down here in Ethiopia. Now, the Byzantine era map makes this clear. Christian authority, institutional production were centered in the Western and Eastern Roman empires, with the Byzantine expansion reaching into North Africa and Alexandria. Well, show us the Ethiopian expansion going the opposite. If Ethiopia were the ruling authority, we would instead see the expansion moving from Ethiopia to Rome. Now, source. Then converted and baptized. Frumentius then converted and baptized King Izano, who built many churches, production facilities, and spread Christianity throughout Ethiopia. Frumentius established the first monastery of Ethiopia, the Daba Salima, and it's equal the oldest monastery of Ethiopia. The oldest monastery of Ethiopia was given to you by a Greek. The people called Frumentius the Greek, revealer of life and father of peace. He became the first Abinu CEO, a title given to the head of the Ethiopian church, the production facility. So now we have production facilities, churches, set up in Ethiopia, consumer land, the buyers. And now we have the first CEO of this Greco-Roman production facility, Frumentius, a Greek from Tyre, who was the first Abinu of Ethiopia. So there is the image of Frumentius. He was trying to say Frumentius was a Libyan and all that, but notice he ain't put up no pictures of Frumentius. They got several pictures. Pick one and show me that Frumentius is a Bantu Negro from the Congo looking type nigga, or he looked like one of us. This nigga look like a Roman church father right here. That's Frumentius. Source. Frumentius, first bishop of Axum, who brought Christianity, the production, to the kingdom of Axum. See that? He brought a foreign doctrine to your kingdom. They also began to teach Christianity in the region. Now the production facility is in operation because he's preaching Christianity in the region. See, once you got to set up the production facility, and then the production facility has to be operated. Now that he's teaching Christianity, that's the production facility in operation. So I'm showing you the nature of a production and the product being established. Later, Frumentius travels to Alexandria, Egypt, which is compromised by Rome, where he appealed to have a bishop appointed and missionary priests sent south to Axum. So he went to plead. Now, when he was pleading in Alexandria, now keep in mind, Alexandria is a part of Rome. So whatever he's pleading, Rome got to give them niggas permission to even send this nigga back to get it okay. So if he was pleading that, we want to wear blue hats in Ethiopia, and Alexandria and the Alexandrian bishops is like, all right, cool. And then say Roman headquarters, oh, wait a minute. No, we want you niggas to wear red hats. You're going to wear red hats. If Rome tell that to Alexandria, no, you're going to wear red hats. Then the Alexandrians are going to have to tell Frumentius, nah, brother, we can't wear the blue hats. We're going to have to wear the red hats because that came from headquarters. And then Frumentius is going to take his ass right back to Ethiopia with them goddamn red hats on, showing you who got the authority and the power. Now, right, so now, therefore, he was appointed bishop and established the church production facilities in Ethiopia, consumer land. Now, here's the catcher. Converting many locals. Converting many locals as well as the king. Right? So now, converting many locals and the king. Now, these are the locals before Frumentius brought Christianity. These are how the locals was looking. So Frumentius came to Ethiopia. They was in their indigenous apparel and their indigenous clothing, looking nothing like Rome. These niggas don't look nothing like Rome. Ain't nothing they got on that look like Rome. Right? Now, this is before Frumentius gave them niggas Christianity. Now, here is a picture after they converted the locals to Christianity. Now they look like a product of Rome. So here you have before Christianity and after Christianity. Stevie Wonder could see this. Stevie Wonder could see this. It's clear to see that Rome definitely got their foot on the necks of the sellout Ethiopians who took on the nature of Christianity. Why ain't they stay like these brothers on the left? Huh? Why when Frumentius came, these brothers couldn't stay like this? Why when Frumentius came, now they got to dress like this. They got to put on a production work clothing. Before and after. So we can't sit there and say that Ethiopian Christianity is not a product of Rome when we still got free indigenous Ethiopians that is not bound to the Roman doctrine. And that's round two. We're going to break for a minute. You know how we do. We do. Give me a one in the chat if y'all getting this understanding, man. I'm making this clear day for y'all to see. Give me a one in the chat if y'all getting this understanding. We're going to take a little break, run the risk.
Jehovah is as near this day as in the time of the ancients. Put yourself in order, becoming one with him. And no book is so easily read as his created universe. Inspiration comes less by books than by what Jehovah wrote. His worlds read him and his works. Frame your speech and your thoughts for him. He will answer you in your own behavior and in the happiness of your soul. Great wisdom cannot be attained in a day, nor purity and strength to overcome temptation, till the growth is from the foundation. The fool will say, the sacred books are no more than man of his own knowledge could write. Yet he has not wisely imitated the power of the words of your God. Let him do this well, and behold, he will also declare my words are from me. Yes, he will recognize them wherever found. It is the will and wish of your God that all men become constitutionally capable of receiving and comprehending the highest life, and that they shall no longer depend upon any priest, church, oracle, holy book, or upon consulting the spirits, and that their behavior may make the earth a place of peace, with long life to all people, for the glory of Ethiopian gods and goddesses. Jehovah said, as you have founded arcs of light in my Ethiopian heavens, to determine the travel of my corporeal worlds, so shall my God of the earth inspire mortals to build lighthouses for man's ships that travel on the oceans, and those who travel in the ships. And those on the land shall know when a ship nears the port, even as you see my traveling earth approaching the place of Casmen. For this shall be an illustration to mortals, that I have appointed cycles of times and dawns of times, with gods and goddesses to superintend my creations in tenderness and love, lest by chance man becomes despondent, saying, alas, Jehovah did not provide in wisdom commensurate with the magnificence of his creations. Behold, the time draws near when the nations of the earth shall cross around the whole earth in ships, crossing the seas and oceans to all the places I created.
Yo, you ain't lying, boy. That's the hardest shit in 2025, yo. Yo, Bronze, you be holding secrets, nigga. You still ain't telling me how you formulate that on Suno to get it like that. I did a couple on Suno, bro. They came out aight, but nigga, I'm trying to get one of them bangers like that, son. That shit was hard. Yeah. So we're gonna get into the third round now. So I just went to the first and second round. The first round was just showing you what is a product and how the earliest New Testament scripts was translated from Greek to Ge'ez, so there's nothing original about the Ge'ez manuscripts. They were translated from Greek. Showed the Book of Enoch, the Ethiopian Bible are late productions. None of it go back to the BC. The only thing that goes back to the BC is the Dead Sea Scrolls. Only thing you got. You know what I mean? So now we're going to get into this third round. Go ahead and knock this out right quickie. Let's get into it. The third round. Now this is the round. When I seen on the debate, when I look back, I'm like, nigga, the screen ain't showing, son. This was the point I wanted to drive home on that third round, opening it up. But they heard me say it, so that's good enough. And some people quote what I was saying, because I seen in the chat where they were like, yo, they celebrating Constantine's mother. I'm like, yeah, so we about to get into it. This would have been the death blow if the visuals would have showed during the debate, but it's all good. So when I started, this is what I opened up in my third round. It states, let's talk about the Feast of the Holy Cross celebrated by the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. So here's a picture of the Feast of the Holy Cross. See all these people, all these Ethiopian Orthodox, all these people. Now, the Ethiopian Orthodox Tawahidu Yabadabadu Church commemorates the finding of the true cross on September 7th of the Ethiopian calendar. And what does commemorate mean? Recall and show respect for someone or something. So who is this someone or something that these Ethiopians feel they got to commemorate? We're going to get into it. So here you have some Ethiopians about to set the bonfire to start the celebration. So here's the bonfire. I look like a pile of ganja in the blood clot, and I must set a bonfire with ganja in a king. No, man, this look like a Rastafari session. You had the speakers here. You know what I mean? Bust the rhythm them, and then burn down the bonfire of ganja. But nonetheless, here's the bonfire they're about to start for this Feast of the Holy Cross. Here you got the queen over here with the headpiece on, with the crown on. You got the chair. You got the chair, you know what I mean? With the cross right there and all that. So now, here is a photo of the Ethiopian Orthodox celebrating the Feast of the Holy Cross. And now you see the bonfire being lit. The smoke is in the air and it's going down. Now, the real question should be asked. What is the Feast of the Holy Cross? These visuals would have destroyed your boy Warchild even more if the screen was showing, but you're seeing it now. And I'm sure the word gonna get out. So what is the Holy Cross? Let's get it. Now, according to tradition, Flavia Julia Helen of the 3rd to 4th century Common Era. This is the mother of Constantine. Let's see what's going on with the mother of Constantine and its affiliation with the Feast of the Holy Cross. Let's read. Now look at this. The bonfire commemorates how the Empress Helena used the smoke of a bonfire to determine where to search for the true cross in Jerusalem, or how by a series of bonfires she signaled to her son Constantine in Constantinople, which is Eastern Roman Empire, her succession in finding it. So you're telling me the Feast of the Holy Cross is a commemoration to Constantine's mother creating a bonfire, blowing wind. Let me read how I put it right here. So this is the celebration of the Holy Cross is about. This is what it's about. You got the Ethiopian Orthodox Church right up here. There they go. They go to Ethiopian Orthodox Church. They are celebrating Constantine's mother, a woman burning wood to see which way the wind blows to smoke and hoping to find the cross of Jesus Christ. This is what the Ethiopian Orthodox Church celebrates every year, September 17th, as a reminder, showing Roman authority in the minds of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. So they over here celebrating Constantine and his mother. And you niggas got the nerve to say this ain't a product of Rome? Now let's go back up. Look at the people. Let me go back up to the let me catch you right here. Now look at the people. Look at all these people. You got all these Ethiopians celebrating Constantine's mother. All these Ethiopians is celebrating Constantine's mother, yo. There she go right there. Now look at this picture. Look at the lady. Look at the lady right here. Who's she trying to be? Huh? I wonder who she trying. Is she possibly trying to be Constantine's mother? In representing of the celebration? Because they got the throne right here for her to sit on there by the spark the bonfire. And remember, it's a commemoration to someone or something. The someone is Helena, Constantine's mother. The something is the burning of the bonfire, which these brothers are doing. And the purpose of it, one purpose of it, where it states right here was what? Or how by a series of bonfires, she signaled to her son Constantine in Constantinople her succession in finding it. So she said a series of bonfires. Constantine is in Constantinople. Let's pull up Constantinople. Yeah, it's nasty. It gets nasty over here. When you slow it down even further, it gets nasty. Let's go to Constantinople. Let's go to a quick map. Right here. There we go. Look. This is Constantinople. Right here. So you got his mother saying she's doing a series of bonfires so her son Constantine can see the smoke from Constantinople and letting him know, like, yeah, I think I found the cross. Because look what it states. By a series of bonfires, she signaled to her son Constantine in Constantinople her success in finding it. So she was successful in finding the cross of Jesus Christ, but nonetheless, this is what's going on with Ethiopia. They're celebrating this. They're celebrating this Feast of the Holy Cross, commemorating Constantine's mother by burning the bonfire. They go the bonfire in motion. Look at these, but look at the Yabinu. Look at the Yabinus. These niggas is over here burning the bonfire to start the feast, and it's all going back to Constantine's mother. And you niggas got the nerve to say you ain't compromised by Rome? Well, you better go sit down somewhere. Don't let me make change. You know what I mean? All roads lead back to Rome. Look at Constantine and his mother. I already told you that the Roman Empire, Eastern and Western, is the father. And Alexandria, Egypt, is the mother, and Ethiopia is the daughter. So you have the daughter church paying homage to the father and mother. Now, let's move. See, it gets even worse. Good night. Now, if those visuals would have been able to show during the debate, it would have drove the point home even harder. Hopefully, Sonetta will probably take a clip of that and just show that part that didn't show, just to drive a point home that, look, you had Ethiopia celebrating Constantine's mother. That's crazy. Now let's move into the Ethiopian tradition of the construction of the Church of St. George, right? If you thought that was even bad, this is even worse. If you thought the feast of the Holy Cross was bad, the construction of the Church of St. George is even worse. Now they go Lely Bella. That's the big homie. No, I can't even call him the big homie. That's whatever. That's him, right? And that's the church he built right there. That's the Church of St. George. Now, let's go ahead and read how did this church come about to be constructed in the first place. Now, you have Lely Bella was the king of the Zagwe dynasty, perhaps the best-known Zagwe monarch. He is credited as the patron of the namesake monolithic rock-hewn Church of Lely Bella. He is venerated. This is a house nigga. This house nigga is venerated as a saint by the Ethiopian Orthodox Tawahidu Yabadabadu Church. Now, not only has Rome got theological influence over Ethiopia, but Rome has divine godly inspiration over Ethiopia as well. Now let's prove it. Here is St. George. I don't have his born date, but we have his death date. There goes St. George. So more likely he would have been born twos. So according to Ethiopia, ecclesiastical tradition, it ain't like we read this from a third-party source. What I'm reading is coming from their own tradition. This is what they acknowledge. This is what they stand on. This is what they believe. Let's read what the Ethiopian Orthodox Tawahidi Church believe. It says, according to Ethiopian ecclesiastical tradition preserved in the Gala Lalibela, the Church of St. George was constructed after King Lalibela received a divine vision in which he was commanded to build a church in honor of St. George, this white boy here, this Roman here. The command is variously attributed to St. George himself. See that? Or to God. They associating God with St. George as far as who they represent in this church for, reflecting Ethiopian Orthodox understanding of saints as agents of divine will. So this St. George came masquerading as a saint. You know, the Ethiopians hold saints in high regard. So they're like, all right, what's up? Lalibela, like, what's good? So now, primary source, the Gila Lalibela, translated from Greece to English. So now we finally getting something that's translated from Greece to English, and look what we got. This is what it states, primary source. After the king had completed the church, St. George, after the king had completed the churches, let me put that, St. George appeared to him in a vision. Here goes St. George. He appeared to him in spirit and reproached him, saying that no house had been built in his name. Like, what's up? You ain't built me up? Yo, what's good? This is what he's saying to him. Look what the king did. The king fell in fear. What you scared of? The king fell the same way Paul fell on his face on the road to Damascus. It's the same way King Lalibela fell in repentance and was commanded to construct the Church of St. George. which then he did in obedience. Slaves, obey your master to this divine command. So here you have Lily Bella following the spirit of a Roman church father, whoever he was. The Roman spirit is telling him to build him a church. This nigga falls in fear, in obedience to do the will and the command that St. George is asking. St. George is commanding him. He said, the king fell in fear and repented and what? And was commanded. Commanded, like, you better do this. Again, showing Rome's authority, even in spirit. You got a ghost. You got a ghost coming to a living person, and the living person is scared of the ghost, and the ghost is commanding the living person to do this, and he does it. So here you have St. James. So here you have St. George, a Roman Christian, coming to Lilybella in spirit, commanding him to build a church. Where are the Ethiopian Abinus? Where they at? Where the Ethiopian Abinus at? Let me get an Abinu real quick. Let me get a picture of an Abinu. The Abinu. Let me get a picture of one of these Ethiopian Abinus. Quick, fast. Where that? Let me get one of them Ethiopian Abinus right quick. You see how it is when you slow it down? Yeah, wait, there he is. There he is right there. Look at that. Look at these Ethiopian Abinu brothers. Let's go to him. Let's use him for an example. Where he at? Why his spirit or his ancestral spirits ain't flowing to these Romans to build cities in Rome? Why do we got Romans, Roman Jesuses, Romans on the head of the Abinus? These Romans are coming in spirit to the Ethiopians and telling the Ethiopians to build them things in Ethiopia, build them churches in Ethiopia. Where are the Abinu spirits floating to the Romans, telling the Romans, build me an Orthodox Ethiopian church in Rome? We don't see that. So again, where are the Ethiopian Abinu spirits floating around in Rome, telling the Romans to build them an Ethiopian church in Rome? But what we have is Roman spirits floating around Ethiopia, commanding Lilybella to build a church, and he did it. Here is the Church of St. George. Huh? There it is. See that? You try to say Rome ain't touched headquarters in Ethiopia? Rome got authority. They done came to your territory and built the church in honor of St. George in your headquarters, in your backyard. Ethiopian traditionally summary statement. Source found in later homiletic and monastic teaching texts. English translation. Look, the Church of St. George was built by a heavenly command for the honor of St. George and for the protection of the land. So this Roman spirit is protecting the land based off their own tradition. This is their works and writings. Romans all over them. So again, the Ethiopian Orthodox Church is not only under the Roman authority physically, but the Ethiopian Orthodox Church is under Roman authority spiritually. So now you got the Virgin Mary, a Roman theology. Now they try to pull up that Black Madonna. That's irrelevant because it still falls under the category of falsehood. That Black Madonna is just as false as this white Madonna. Because y'all trying to deify Mary as the mother of God when James the Just never taught that. Or y'all up under the Grec0-Roman theology of these Romans. So here you got the Roman Catholic, Orthodox, Mary, and then you got the Ethiopian. If you want to goddamn put the black shrine on the Black Madonna, we can do that. It's the same falsehood. So the earliest Roman church father to mention it is Ignatius of Antioch, 2nd century. Source, letter to the Sumerians. 1, Jesus Christ was first born a virgin. Hold that. Now, early Roman church fathers, Irenaeus, 2nd century, source, against heresies. The Virgin Mary being obedience became the cause of salvation. Early Roman Church Father Origen, 2nd, 3rd century, common error. Source, Origen commentary on Matthew. The one who gave birth to the word, the Logos. Now look at that. The word, the Logos, the one who gave birth to the Logos became truly the mother of God, Zeus, since she bore him who is God, Zeus. Now, Cyrus, a Miaphysite, a Democrat of Alexandria. Now keep in mind, I told you the real church is with James in Jerusalem. Or the following should be with them. Ain't nobody coming out of Jerusalem. Everybody coming out of Alexandria, Egypt. So don't talk to me that, oh yeah, the Ethiopians, we follow James of Jerusalem. No, you don't. You follow the Alexandrians and you compromise. Source, 3rd letter to the Nestorius, 431. We do not hesitate to call Mary the mother of God. He said we don't even hesitate. We don't hesitate to call Mary the mother of God, the mother of Zeus. For she bore in her womb the Logos, who is from Zeus and truly Zeus. I'm putting things in Greek thinking because everything is in Greek. Source, Acts of the Council of Ephesus, 431. For the right faith, we confess the Holy Virgin Theotokos, not only as the mother of Christ according to the flesh, but also truly the mother of God. Now keep in mind, the act of the Council of Ephesus was upheld by the Democrats, which were the Miaphysites. The Miaphysites were in charge of the Council of Ephesus. The Council of Chalcedon, the Diophysites made the decree that all doctrine would be of the Diophysite philosophy. But the Acts of Ephesus, which was before that, these niggas is venerating the mother of God. So here you have these same Miaphysites in the council, because remember, Dioscorus presided over the Council of Ephesus. So Cyril and Severus, all these great people who was great in the eyes of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, they're telling you that they're following the mother of God, a Roman theology. I showed you the earliest church fathers who had it before the Ethiopians got it. Now, does the Ethiopian Orthodox Church celebrate the Virgin Mary as God rooted in the words of the Roman Church Fathers? Yes. Source, Ethiopian Orthodox Tawahudi Church, Yabadabadu, states, the Ethiopian Orthodox Church honors the Holy Virgin Mary as the Mother of God. Backdrop. She is invoked in prayers and is venerated in many feasts and hymns. The church believes that she intercedes on behalf of the faithful and protects them. This is a straight up Catholic belief. That's what the Catholics do. The Catholics believe that Mary is an interceder. According to Christianity, Jesus is the interceder between you and God. Now they tell you that Mary is an interceder. So the Ethiopians are taking on Roman, Greco-Roman ideology. They're compromised. Here's another source. The most blessed Virgin Mary of God has always had a very special place within the Ethiopian life. Look at that. Look at the influence coming from Rome. Source, Ethiopian Orthodox devotion describes, the church honors the blessed Virgin Mary, most of all the saints. She is full of grace. She is the mother of God, who happily gave birth to the Redeemer for us. So here it is clear to see that the Ethiopian Orthodox Church got the influence of the Virgin Mary, Mother of God concept from early Roman Church fathers, from Ignatius to Irenaeus to Origen. Now here is a map showing you the influence. I don't care if you put a Black Madonna on this or not, it's still falsehood because we don't have no connection to no Mother God. We don't deal with that. You don't see James and just talking about Mother Mary being the mother of God. James and just ain't preached none of that. So you have the Roman Virgin Mary, Mother of God, the Catholic Orthodox Virgin Mary, first mentioned by Ignatius in the 2nd century, then again by Irenaeus in the 2nd century, then again by Origen in the 2nd, 3rd century. Then you got Cyril in the 3rd century, and even you got present-day Ethiopia. They carried on the tradition. So So I'm showing you where they got it from, all coming out of Rome. All roads lead back to Rome. Even with the Trinitary, a product of Rome carried to Ethiopia, consumer land. We don't deal with no Trinity. We don't deal with no Father, Son, Holy Spirit. James just didn't preach nothing about his brother being Father, Son, Holy Spirit, or his brother being one and the same with God. James ain't never teach that. But your Greco-Romans did. Now look, who was the first to mention the Trinity? Tertullian, 2nd century Common Era. Source. Tertullian was the first theologian to write in Latin. And so he has been called the father of Latin Christianity. Look at that. As well as the founder of Western theology. He is perhaps most famous for being the first writer in Latin known to use the term Trinity. See that? So now we got the origin of the Greco-Roman Latin roots of Trinity. Source, Tertullian. Direct quote, the Trinity consists of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Now show me where James and Justice brother teaches this. Show me where the one who was in control of the Church of Jerusalem teaches this. James and Justice ain't teaching this. This is Greco-Roman theology. Source, the Father is God, the Son is God, the Holy Spirit is God. And yet there are not three gods, but one God. Look at the confusion they're trying to preach. A century later, we hear the influence of Tertullian Trinitarian theology at the Council of Nicaea. The Trinity became official doctrine backed by imperial authority. Source, Nicene Creed. We believe in one God, the Father Almighty, and in one Lord, Jesus Christ, the Son of God, and we believe in the Holy Spirit. Then we come to Athanasius after the Council of Nicaea, and he is source, Source Athanasius. It states direct quote from Tertullius. This is Athanasius saying a direct quote from Tertullius. The Father is God, the Son is God, and the Holy Spirit is God, and yet there are not three gods but one. That's the actual quote. So Athanasius directly quotes from Tertullian. And here is Tertullian state, the Father is God, the Son is God, the Holy Spirit is God, and yet there are not three gods but one. That's a Roman church father. And here you have Athanasius quoting it line for line. He plagiarized his words because he took it. The Father is God, the Son is God, and the Holy Spirit is God, and yet they are not three gods but one. So here you have Athanasius quoting Tertullius line for line. And here we see the Greco-Roman directly influencing the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. Because if Athanasius is quoting Tertullian, a Roman church father, who was responsible for bringing that into Ethiopia? Athanasius through Frumentius carried the Trinitarian Greco-Roman theology to Ethiopia. Now here is a direct quote from the Ethiopian Orthodox Church themselves, quoting source, Ethiopian Orthodox Liturgy, Nicene Creed. It states, Nicene Creed, we believe in one God, the Father Almighty, and in one Lord, Jesus Christ, the only begotten Son of the Father, and we believe in the Holy Spirit, the Lord and giver of life, quoting Cyril. So now, even the Ethiopian church bows to Rome, aligning itself with the Constantine Nicene Creed. Because look what it states is following. The Nicene Creed, the Ethiopic liturgical use. They quoting what Constantine quoting in the church. What are we talking about here? Rome is all over the face of Ethiopia. You got Severus, a Democrat, a Miaphysite of Antioch, 5th, 6th century Common Era. He is revered among the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. And look what he says. Source, Severus of Antioch. Direct quote. We confess one God in three hypostases. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. One essence, one nature, one power, one will. See that? That's Severus. Now you have Cyrus of Alexandria, 4th, 5th century. He is revered among the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. Cyrus explicitly teaches one God in the three. Source, we believe in one Godhead, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Not dividing the Holy Spirit into different natures, but knowing one nature of the Godhead. See the confusion? So here we have a direct line tracing the Trinity from Tertullian, who first articulated it, then to the Nicene Creed, then Athanasius, then King Exana, Cyril, and Severus. Now, here we see Rome's authority directly shaping the Ethiopian Orthodox Church doctrine or Christianity. Again, we put everything on the timeline. Here is the Roman Trinity influence, starting with Tertullian, 200 CE. And look, this is Latin influence. Now, keep in mind, I've been showing you a lot of Greek influence prior. Everything was translated from the Greek to Greek, but this is a Greco-Roman influence we're talking about. So now we're seeing the Latin influence to Ethiopia coming from the Trinitarian concept. We've seen the Greek influence to Ethiopia with the Grec0-Roman Gospels in the New Testament. Now we're seeing Latin influence in Ethiopia dealing with the Trinitarian doctrine. Starting from Tertullian, 2nd century, Latin influence. Then you got the Nicene Creed, 325, Latin influence. Then you got Athanasius, 330 CE, Latin influence, but Greek translated. King Izana, Latin influence, Greek translated into Ge'ez. Then you got Cyrus, Latin influence into Ge'ez, and you got Severus, Latin influence. All these came with a Latin influence translated to Ge'ez, and now the Ethiopians is taking on a Trinitarian mindset coming out of Rome. Now I'm going to show the Greco-Roman Christian cultural influence and architect that influenced the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. The link between the Egyptian Coptic and Ethiopian church have been thus established. Frumentius returned to Ethiopia to set up his episcopal seat and erect churches. Now keep in mind, Frumentius is coming back from Alexandria, Egypt to Ethiopia to set up the episcopal. Now, Alexandria, Egypt is already a pawn under the Eastern and Western Roman Empire. That's where the true episcopal seat is at, in Rome. That's where headquarters is at. So Frumentius is coming to Ethiopia to set up Roman constructs now. Infrastructures. Here is the episcopal seat, which means bishop's seat of authority. That's Roman, right? The word see is defined as the official seat or throne of a bishop. So the official seat of authority is with the Roman and Eastern headquarters. The Western and Roman headquarters is the official seat because they're telling the Alexandrians what to do. So if Frumentius is coming back to Ethiopia, being ordained by Athanasius, that shows the compromisation right there. Now, an episcopal see is the area of a bishop ecclesiastical jurisdiction. Now, ecclesiastical jurisdiction is jurisdiction by which church leaders over other church leaders and over the laity. So we see this jurisdiction being exercised by the Roman Emperor Marcion and Justin, pushing out the Miaphysites, the Democrats, from their seat of authority, showing you jurisdiction control. So ecclesiastical jurisdiction is a perfect example of that. Let me go back to round 2. A perfect example of ecclesiastical jurisdiction control is in round 2 when we see Marcion, Justin, and Constantinople pushing out Miaphysite priests from their seat. So a good example is this right here. Here's a good example of ecclesiastical jurisdiction control. Now, quick fast, right? So coming back to Marcion, this is Marcion. Marcion, being a Democrat, a Deophysite, or rocking with the Deophysites, look, he pushes them out. Here's an example of this. So we're talking about ecclesiastical jurisdiction is jurisdiction by which church leaders over other church leaders and over the laity. So let me show you an example of ecclesiastical jurisdiction being exercised by Rome. So here's an example of that right here. When we come to Marcion, we come to this source where it states, when Justin became emperor, all those who did not accept the Council of Chalcedon were deprived of their church. This is an example of ecclesiastical jurisdiction. Again, Justin states, let no one who rejects the Holy Council of Chalcedon remain in church. Again, this is an example of ecclesiastical jurisdiction. Again, under Justin, the persecution arose again with all violence, and many bishops were driven from their see. Again, here is Justin, the Roman emperor, showing ecclesiastical jurisdiction. So you got Source, Ecclesiastical Histories 2:5. Dioscorus was banished by the commandment of the Emperor Marcion. Here is Marcion. Here is Dioscorus being pushed out. So here we have Marcion deposing Dioscorus, installing Pope Proteus. This is a clear example of ecclesiastical jurisdiction being exercised by Rome. We don't see none of that coming out of Ethiopia. So it's all over but the shine. So now, again, we see this jurisdiction being exercised by the Roman emperors, Marcion, Justinian, and Constantius, pushing out the Miaphysites, the Democrats, from their see, showing jurisdiction control. So the Republican Miaphysites is running the show in this particular situation. So what is jurisdiction? The official power to make legal decisions and judgment. Here again, we see an example of jurisdiction. Emperor Marcion is deposing Dioscorus and installing a whole other person. That's power. That's official power to make legal decisions. So Marcion had to make a legal decision, right? Marcion had to make a legal decision in order to depose Dioscorus. He made the legal decision and judgment, and after that legal decision and judgment came official power. The power was removing Dioscorus from position and having the power to install a whole nother person. So with that, Rome is definitely exercising ecclesiastical jurisdiction over Alexandria, Egypt, which in return affects Ethiopia. Now, the episcopal see of the Pope, the Bishop of Rome, is known as the Holy See or Apostolic See, claiming papal supremacy. Now, if Ethiopia was the authority, the Apostolic See and the papal supremacy would be headquartered in Ethiopia and not Rome. Rome functioned as the chief episcopal authority and exercised jurisdiction over the Church of Alexandria in Egypt, as demonstrated in previous cited sources. Here is the papal throne, seat of authority. That's where the Pope sit. That's where the head nigga charge it. Marcion, Constantius, and goddamn Justin I. Them niggas are sitting at that throne calling the shots on what to do. Now here we see the Roman influence on the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. We see Ethiopians mimicking the papal throne. They go to papal throne. They go Rome, right? And they go to Ethiopians. That's the daughter. Remember, Rome is the father. Alexandria is the mother, and Ethiopia is the daughter. So look at the father. Look at the daughter mimicking the father. The daughter is Ethiopia mimicking the father, Rome. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church masquerading as Catholic popes. Now look at this. You don't see the Pope wearing indigenous Ethiopian clothing masquerading as Ethiopians. But what we do see is Ethiopians masquerading and dressing like Romans. They've got their production work clothes on. See that? Now here you have the Roman Episcopal consecration and the Ethiopian Episcopal consecration. Look at the Ethiopians, damn near dressed the same as the Romans. They got the gold and the white. The Ethiopians got on the gold and white, showing you where the authority is coming from. It is not the other way around. Here you have St. John Lateran, the highest ranking basilica, seat of the Bishop of Rome. If Ethiopia was the authority, they would have the highest ranking basilica, but it's in Rome. Look at the church. Look at the structure. Now look at the comparison. Who was copying who? You got the Orthodox Church. You got St. John Lateran. Right? Now let's move to St. Peter's Basilica in the Vatican, the largest Catholic church building in the world. Rome showing you their supremacy once again. Comparing it to the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. If the Ethiopian Orthodox Church was the big dogs, they'll have the biggest church showing their authority over the whole. And Rome would be a daughter to Ethiopia if that was the case. Now you got the Pope. The word Pope comes from the Greek word papias or papus, meaning father. Can also be associated with bishop. You know, the Byzantine Rite Catholic bishop. He's a Byzantine Rite. Keep in mind, the Byzantines was the one, Justin was the one who ran you into the Ethiopia, the Miaphysites out of Alexandria. So he's a Byzantine Rite Catholic bishop. The word bishop comes from the Greek word meaning overseer or guardian. Then you got the patriarch. The word derives from the Greek meaning chief or father or family. So hey, these are your Alexandrians right here. The niggas was looking like that today, and it was looking just like that back then too. Because when you look at Frumentius, matter of fact, let's get a picture of Frumentius. Where he at? Look at these guys. See, look at these faces. They look just like them. Ain't nothing changed. You know what I mean? This is Dioscorus. We're talking about the 5th, 6th, 4th century, and they still look the same today. So where's the blackity blacks? This is Dioscorus. He's a Miaphysite. Look at Athanasius. Athanasius look just like these guys. Huh? And let alone if we go back up to Frumentius, where he at? Don't let me pull up Frumentius now. What round is this? The first round? Let me go get Frumentius real quick. All these niggas look the same. Let me get Frumentius real quick. Frumentius is a Libyan. Man, get out of here with that nonsense. This is Frumentius and Athanasius now by side, man. That don't look like no Bantu Negro. Look, they look the same as these men. They go to ops right there. These are the ones running Alexandria, Egypt. These are your Greco-Roman Macedonian descendants still holding charge. And that's them back then. Them same Macedonians that came. These are the same niggas look like this that came into Ethiopia. You got these men trying to holler at niggas that look like this. They go to your Ethiopian indigenous tribes right there. So you got niggas like this coming into Ethiopia looking like this, Greco-Roman Macedonians trying to convince niggas like this. And the ones that was convinced ended up looking like goddamn this. It's all over but the shouting, baby. What we talking about here? So now, these are your Alexandrian Coptic Egyptian priests right here. These are the men that came into Ethiopia and gave and brought Christianity into Ethiopia. The word pope, bishop, and patriarch all comes from the Greek origin, meaning leader, father, head. You got the Abinu in Greek and Hebrew means father, a title given to the head of the Ethiopian church. They go Frumentius, and there was counterparts, all looking the same. Even the Ethiopian looks a little compromised. Now look, Frumentius, a cultural Greek Phoenician, was the first Abinu of Ethiopia, and he wasn't even from there. And then Abinu was equivalent to a pope. So you have this, I'm calling him a Greek. Yeah, he was Syriac, so what? He could be Syriac and still be a white boy. That don't mean nothing. That's the depiction of goddamn Frumentius, and he looked just like these cats up here. No different. He don't look like no Ben. He don't look like these brothers. He don't even look like this. This is a compromised brother. And Frumentius don't even look like that. You can this brother look, these brothers right here look like any brother you will see in America, right here, especially this brother. He look like somebody I know. All these brothers look like somebody you know that you can spot in America. But you can't spot this. Frumentius don't look like that. Get out of here. So now, in these pictures, you can clearly see behind the Abinu, the Roman influence within the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. So again, there you have it. They go to the Abinu. You know, this is a sovereign nation. There is no reason for you to have anything white in a sovereign nation because you're not under jurisdiction of nobody, right? You're not under the jurisdiction of Rome. You're independent from Rome. So what the hell is Rome doing all up in your church if you're not compromised by Rome? So here you have the brother. Salute to this brother. You know what I mean? Word got out, he passed away. Salute to the guard. But he's compromised by this. Again, we got the white Jesus. When I click that link right here, there you go, right there. This is an Ethiopian Orthodox link right here. Look what it states up here. EthiopianOrthodox.org. This is not even in English. This is not even in English, other than for you to know what to press to move. But this is, look at this. They got the same picture they got right here in the church. Who is that? Mary and Jesus. Who we have on the website? Mary and Jesus. Okay, Flodo, what they got over here? Huh? Trying to see what they got going on over here. All right, so they got some other shit going on over here, but we ain't gonna go through all that. So they on some. They got something. They compromise. No different. So here you got Mary, Mother Jesus, right? And then of course you have the Edomite Jesus right here to the left. Esau, the Esau Jesus behind the Abinu. Come on, man. Coming on down. You got the white Jesus on his head. See, at this point, it's all over but the shot. And this is when your boy Easy Band came in and said, oh, he's trying to draw smoke. No, nigga, you came in at the tail end of the conversation, trying to give you an opinion. Go back to the beginning and watch, and now you're going to see, leading up to this, how it's what I'm talking about. You're compromised. Y'all ain't got nothing to combat this. You got Irenaeus on his head. Now you got the man who first mentioned John. John, according to the Gospel of John, you wouldn't even have according to the Gospel of John if it wasn't for Irenaeus. Irenaeus is the first one to pen the name John during the 2nd century Common Era. The Gospel of John was originally anonymous. Irenaeus is the one responsible for giving John the name, right? And you have Irenaeus on the head of an Abinu. The Abinu, what is Cyrenius, a Roman church father, doing on the crown of the Abinu? The crown is the head. That's the top chakra. That's the authority. The head is the authority. The Ras. Rastafari is the head. Ras mean head. So on this Abinu, on his head, which is top authority, you got a Roman church father. It's all over but the shouting, brothers. So now, to summary it up. So here I'm showing you how the Ethiopian Orthodox Church shows significant Roman influence through its episcopal architecture structure, from Rome's authority over the Church of Alexandria to the ordination of bishops, to the removal of bishops such as Athanasius and Dioscorus. Greco-Roman biblical traditions, scriptural translations from Greek to Ge'ez reflect a direct connection to Roman ecclesiastical church fathers and theological authority over the minds and souls of the Ethiopian Orthodox Christians. Now, here's the question. Is Ethiopian Christianity a product of Greco-Roman influence? And the answer is absolutely yes. And to prove it even further, we have evidence of Ethiopian tribes who did not purchase the product of Christianity brought by Rome. Here we have the Oma tribe in Ethiopia, showing you they're not a product of Greco-Roman theology. We don't see nothing Roman about these brothers and sisters. Here we have the Marsi tribe in Ethiopia, showing you they're not a product of Greco-Roman theology. Ain't nothing Roman about these brothers. Huh? These are the same brothers that Apollo was fighting against the ops. I'm trying not to bring that in there. Here we have the Benin tribe in Ethiopia, the Bina tribe in Ethiopia, showing they're not a product of Greco-Roman theology. Ain't nothing Roman about them. See that? Y'all forgot about that part. Y'all forgot about those who did not accept Christianity in Ethiopia that are indigenous and making that cross comparison. Because if Ethiopia wasn't a product of Rome, Ethiopian Christianity would be looking like this. It'll show no semblance to Rome. But what do we have? Nothing but Rome. Here we have the Bodhi or Ma'in tribe in Ethiopia, showing they're not a product of the Greco-Roman theology. Look at that. Ain't nothing Roman about them. Now keep in mind, these are Ethiopian tribes. I'm not going to West Africa, South Africa, North Africa. I'm staying right in the melting pot, Ethiopia. Showing you indigenous tribes that has nothing to do with your Greco-Roman Christianity. Here we have the Abora tribe in Ethiopia, showing they're not a product of the Greco-Roman theology. Ain't nothing looking Roman about them. Ain't nothing on here shows a sign of Rome in their indigenous culture and their clothing. And here we have the Sanak tribe in Ethiopia, showing you they're not a product of the Greco-Roman theology. Look at them. Ain't nothing Roman about them. So here you have a side-by-side display of Ethiopians showing you who was influenced by Rome and who wasn't. Here you have the product of Rome, and here you have the non-product of Rome. So with that being said, for you to think that Ethiopian Christianity is not a product of Rome, you are greatly wrong. Because these indigenous Ethiopians to the right would have been looking like the Ethiopians to the left, compromised. See that? You got the production work. You know when you got a job, you got to wear the uniforms. So you know what UPS man, when you see the UPS uniform, you know what Amazon person, when you see the Amazon uniform, you know when somebody working at McDonald's and Burger King. Here you have the product of Rome. He got on the Roman clothing, so we know he's a product of Rome. Compared to the indigenous Ethiopian who have their indigenous clothing, and we know that they're a product of their indigenous land and not a product of a foreign theology. And what do we do with disposable products when we don't need them? We throw them in the trash. The Ethiopian Bible, you could throw it in the trash because it came from Rome. The Ethiopian Bible, a product of Rome. Pack them up, son. Get them out of here. Throw them in the trash because it came from Rome. The Abinu, a product of Rome. Pack them up, son. Get them out of here. Throw them in the trash because it came from Rome. You know what I mean? You may want to get this for your kids for Christmas or something like that. Go ahead and wrap this Abinu and send them on out. Christmas gift, nigga. Christ, black or white, definitely a product of Rome. Pack them up, son. Get them out of here. Throw them in the trash because it came from Rome. There he is. Go ahead and package that up and send it for Christmas. Hanukkah. There go your Hanukkah gifts, nigga. The Ethiopian Orthodox Tawahudi Yabba Church, a product of Rome. Pack them up, son. Get them out of here. Throw them in the trash because it came from Rome. You can pack them up. Christmas, your Hanukkah gift. They get your Hanukkah gifts right there. We talking about here. Huh? And then you got the Ethiopian Orthodox Christianity Starter Kit. It's all a product of Rome. Pack it all up, son. Get them out of here. Throw it all in the trash because it all came from Rome. And then you got your starter kit. Your Ethiopian Orthodox Tawahidu Yabba starter kit. All coming from Rome. That's what we talking about here. That's how we do that. Gang, gang. And with that being said, it's clear evidence to show that, Ethiopian Christianity is for sure a product of Rome. And there's no fighting that. You know what I mean? That's what we talking about right here. Pack it up, son. Throw it in the trash because it came from Rome. And let's go ahead and run the warrior rhythm after something like that. Run the rhythm. We run the rhythm. All tight, all tight. That starter kit, though. Yeah, we got that starter kit, son. Yeah.
King Selah Shalom, another victory.
Running from the top.
So y'all want to say that the brother won? Y'all can say what you want to. Y'all voted the way y'all voted. I ain't hurt.
King Selah Shalom, another victory. Hail meet the king, cause that's what it tend to be. War child got crushed, I took him out his misery. Swing swords cut his vocal cords quite sufficiently. Zion under my feet met his defeat instantly. Trying to compete, run a retreat before you mention me. In the Coliseum, I got eyes on my enemies. In mausoleums, I'ma leave them for coming centuries. Headshot fatal, couldn't recover from his injuries. Bloody gore, ligaments tore, did him vicious. Gut him to the core, give him some more. Straight consistent, settle the score. Cause I'm for sure another victor. Cut through Zion like a knife, decapitate, take life. Put his head on the altar for the ultimate sacrifice. For years you've been living lies, following the myth in the sky. Grec0-Roman theology through Ethiopian eyes. You just as blind as Christians who thinking Jesus is why. Truth in front your face and you seem they can't get it right. Jah Rastafari, not gonna save your life. Real killers moving silence in the shadow of night. The sleeping giant awoke, you know it's been a while. Coming out of hibernation, hungry, thirsty on the prowl. When the conquering lion growl, it echoes about a mile. I'm the real God of of war, this nigga just a war child. Sacrifice him to his God, now his soul's immortal. Walking through the valley of death on brimstone tile. Zion wanted smoke, got suffocated by poison clouds. If you can't take the heat, get the hell out the kitchen now. Standing on my square and I'm here to retain the crown. This debate Coliseum, I'm bringing the building down. 2 years ago we told you a new sheriff was in town. Battle of the holy books, bitch, we back you niggas down.
Woo! Man, it's hot up in this place, man.
Yeah, man, you know how the gang do, man. We put things to bed, you dig? So I've been on here for 3 hours. I wanted to come drop that presentation because I noticed when I was doing the debate, my screen was going in and out at some point. So I wanted y'all to see everything that I presented, which y'all got a chance to see. And then y'all could further examine and be like, damn, that boy got buried. Easy work. And with that, your boy Slosh Shlomo's out of here. Till next time, got some things to do. And we're going to talk. We're going to build. Salute to the Creator Gang. Salute to the whole family. And let's right out of here. We're going to give it to him one more time because that's how we do. We drive the point home. We out of here, son. Let's rock out.
So y'all want to say that the brother won? Y'all can say what you want to. Y'all voted the way y'all voted. I ain't hurt.
King Selah Shalom, another victory. Hail meet the king, cause that's what it tend to be. War child got crushed, I took him out his misery. Swing swords cut his vocal cords quite sufficiently. Zion under my feet met his defeat instantly. Trying to compete, run a retreat before you mention me. In the Coliseum, I got eyes on my enemies. In mausoleums, I'ma leave them for coming centuries. Headshot fatal, couldn't recover from his injuries. Bloody gore, ligaments tore, did him vicious, gut him to the core. Give him some more, straight consistent, settle the score. Cause I'm for sure another victor. Cut through Zion like a knife.
Yo, if anybody want to hop on for a quick minute, about a good 15, 20 minutes, let me know. If anybody want to hop on. I got the link open. We could talk about it for a hot minute after the rhythm play. Hop on. Let's run it back from the top again. Reel up select. Anybody want to hop on for a hot minute. Let's talk.
So y'all want to say that the brother won? Y'all can say what you want to. Y'all voted the way y'all voted. I ain't hurt.
King Selah Shalom, another victory. Hail meet the king, cause that's what it tend to be. War child got crushed, I took him out his misery. Swing swords cut his vocal cords quite sufficiently. Zion under my feet met his defeat instantly. Trying to compete, run a retreat before you mention me. In the Coliseum, I got eyes on my enemies. In mausoleums, I'ma leave them for coming centuries. Headshot fatal, couldn't recover from his injuries. Bloody gore, ligaments tore, did him vicious, gut him to the core. Give him some more, straight consistent, settle the score. Cause I'm for sure another victor. Cut through Zion like a knife, decapitate, take life. Put his head on the altar for the ultimate sacrifice. For years you've been living lies, following the myth in the sky. Grec0-Roman theology through Ethiopian eyes. You just as blind as Christians who thinking Jesus is why. Truth in front your face and you seem to can't get it right. Jah Rastafari, not gonna save your life. Real killers moving silence in the shadow of night. The sleeping giant awoke, you know it's been a while. Coming out of hibernation, hungry, thirsty on the prowl. When the conquering lion growling, echoes about a mile. I'm the real god of war, this nigga just a war child. Sacrifice him to his God, now his soul's immortal. Walking through the valley of death on brimstone tile. Zion wanted smoke, got suffocated by poison clouds. If you can't take the heat, get the hell out the kitchen now. Standing on my square and I'm here to retain the crown. This debate Coliseum, I'm bringing the building down. 2 years ago we told you a new sheriff was in town. Battle of the holy books, bitch, we back you niggas down.
Woo! Man, it's hot up in this place, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm going to leave the lines open. Anybody want to hop on? Malachi, you want to hop on? Cosmo, you want to hop on? Dreadful Cosmo, you want to hop on? Anybody want to hop on? Chop it up for about a good 10, 15 minutes. You know how the guards do. You know how the guards do, son. You know what I mean? I got to pull back out that video when they talking about the baby killers. I got to pull that up. Matter of fact, let me see if I can pull that up. Yeah, you know what I mean? We're going to stay on the necks of these false guys and remind them of their falsehood. There we go. I heard somebody pop. Prince, my brother, my comrade in crime. What's the word, King?
Peace, peace. Can you hear me, big bro?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can hear you. I can't see you, but I can hear you, but it's good enough.
Yeah, man. Great analyzation again of all of this source material, man. It's literally irrefutable at this point.
Big
Anybody clinging to the Ethiopian Bible or their religious hierarchy, they all in line with Rome, and if you can't accept that, it's just cognitive dissonance at this point.
right, facts.
Yeah, so you did an excellent job, big bro. I just want to come on and salute you, man. I'm talking about that was crystal clear information, man.
Yes,
3 hours of facts.
yes. It's interesting because when I do my research, I do try to find points where it's like what I mean. It's Ethiopia. You know what I mean. We got to they the oldest, and when you start doing research, you realize you got to come to the head like, damn, okay, Rome got these niggas too. But although Rome didn't have to go into Ethiopia to step foot in the ground to say like, here, I'm going to tell you what to do. No, they used Alexandria, Egypt as that pawn. They didn't have to go to Ethiopia because as long as Alexandria, Egypt was under their control, anything that goes down to Ethiopia will be compromised coming from them.
Right. They had it set up like that to control Ethiopia through Alexandrian rule.
Exactly. That's why I use Marcion, I use Constantius, and I use Justin the First. Those three men are responsible for pushing out the Miaphysites out of Alexandria and pushing them niggas on the fleet, making them niggas become fugitives. Because when Constantius pushed out Athanasius, they came to the church at night and said Athanasius escaped through the back door type shit. So where he go? He running for his life.
Right.
He got to get out of it. He can't stay in Egypt. So obviously this is how they came south into Ethiopia, because they fled there. Because if you're a fugitive and leave, don't nobody know where you went to. Ain't no possible way that he could have went north, south. Nobody. So they had no reason to run down to Ethiopia, because at that time they probably even know he was headed down that way. So they brought the whole Miaphysite theology into Ethiopia, which is a Greco-Roman theology, because they're arguing the divinity of Jesus Christ, and James and Justin never teach that.
Never. And he never taught that Mary was the mother of God, quote unquote, to worship her and venerate her. That was a diabolical point you brought out too, that they literally deified Mary too.
Exactly. That's all
Roman ideas.
So even if you want to bring up the Black Madonna and show, well, the Black Madonna was black, it's irrelevant because it's false doctrine.
The fact that they don't have nothing coming from James, the just, the brother of Messiah, who was the head of the actual church, you know what I'm saying? They don't have nothing coming from him.
Exactly.
Everything coming from New Testament, Roman, Greco, you know what I'm saying, ideologies. And that's obvious, man. You did a great job, bro. Again.
Yeah, because Tertullian, he was the nigga who got there first used the word Trinity. And then after he used it, the way he quoted it, Athanasius quoted it word for word about the Trinity. And Athanasius is the one who said Frumentius or Frumentius Kingis. So they're quoting Tertullian, a Roman church father, on the Trinity.
Wow. Yeah. And it's in their Coptic Bible.
It's in it, yeah.
That's God.
It's a direct line. It's not like we going like from China and just saying some shit. Nigga, we showing a lineage, a line of connection, a line of how it's connecting. You know what I mean?
And what Zion and what a lot of these cats are trying to say was that Ethiopia wasn't inspired, but you don't have no Roman memorabilia that came from Ethiopia originally. But you see the other way around. You see what I'm saying? Ethiopia never inspired Rome towards any type of religious ideologies ever.
Exactly. Case in point. So it's like y'all can't even win with that, because y'all don't got nothing. You got Saint George, a Roman who came to Lalibela in spirit and told him to build the Church of Saint George.
That's crazy. From the spiritual plane.
From the spiritual plane. And then you got the Holy Cross, the Feast of the Holy Cross, which is celebrated every year, September 17th. And that's commemorating the mother of Constantine.
The mama. Constantine mama. That's crazy.
So it's like, man.
Yeah, that shit is diabolically obvious, man.
That's deadly work, man. I ain't gonna hold.
And you dealing with the Ethiopian Coptic Church. You're not dealing with like the natives of Ethiopia, the Aboriginal people. You're dealing with those who went the Coptic way.
Yeah, and then I showed those indigenous to show, like, look, some of these niggas ain't take this goddamn Christianity with them. So why they not? They don't show no Roman influence at all. So you trying to tell me that what you got to say about them?
Why you not following what they following?
Exactly.
And if you wasn't inspired by Rome, you'd be following what James was teaching. James is just that part right there is very, very powerful. That your head leader of your church is Mark, who was a pen name, not James the Just, who was Jesus' literal brother or Yeshua's brother.
Exactly. Because all the activities is coming out of Alexandria, Egypt. So even if the Ethiopian church paid a little homage to James, probably mentioned him and bigged him up, but it's not on the level of Alexandria, Egypt at all, because all the episcopals and the bishops was in Alexandria, Egypt, not Jerusalem. And a matter of fact, to be honest, around this time, the Church of Jerusalem had been compromised because the authenticity of the movement of Yeshua was basically from Yeshua. Matter of fact, let me pull up the map real quick. It was basically from Yeshua to James to Simon. After Simon, that's when the Romans compromised and took over the church. So it's showing you that the authority that the Romans had is so the truth got suppressed and pushed out early. So by the time Constantine and them roll around, James is out the window. James is not even a thought. He's not even brought up in the Council of Nicaea. And he's the brother of Jesus. So how was that even possible?
Right. Because they in the 3rd century, 2nd, 3rd century, James is 1st century. Right,
exactly. James is right after his brother. You know what I mean? He right there. Paul and them right there. But they take Paul then over James. So here's the timeline. So you had the leadership of the Church of Jerusalem. And it's crazy because this is actually a dynastic time period. This is a time period where you actually have a dynasty. Although it's a short period of time, because Yeshua is executed in 30 CE. James takes over, which is the brother of Yeshua. So he leads the church from 30 CE to 62 CE. James is martyred. Then Simeon takes charge. Simeon is the cousin of Yeshua because Simeon's father is Cleopas. James and Jesus' brother is Joseph. Joseph and Cleophas are brothers, which would make Jesus, James, Simeon cousins. The family tree that we see in here, which in return is a dynasty.
Yeah, it's a family affair for sure.
Exactly. So from 62, when James is martyred, Simeon, a cousin, takes the church. He leaves Jerusalem. Jerusalem is destroyed. After Jerusalem is destroyed, they revamp on Mount Zion. And then 110, Simeon is martyred. And then that's when Roman occupation takes over. So the dynasty of the Mashiach, we could actually say that this is the dynasty of Yeshua is from 30, from his birth. And we can even go a little further back because they even say John the Baptist is his cousin. So we can even go a little further back. But from around this, from the 1st century to 110 CE, we can literally say that there was a
dynasty of Yeshua.
Exactly. A dynasty of the
family lineage that linked them to the faiths. Yeah.
Exactly. Big facts.
They wasn't teaching about Mary being the mother of God. It wasn't saying Yeshua was the son of the creator. None of that.
No.
Or the creator. No, they didn't worship him like that.
Right. Because when you read
they got no text from James speaking no Pauline Trinitarian ideologies.
Case in point. And it's interesting because it was a split. So I just showed how Rome exercised and had imperial authority in the Eastern and Western Roman Empire coming all down to Alexandria, right? So by the time Paul is the one who said he had the vision of the road to Damascus and came across Christ. Paul is the one who said in Colossians that Jesus was in the beginning creating with God, or he is the one that created. He was the Logos. Now, Paul and that concept of the Logos and that Jesus being pre-existent comes out of the Logos theology, which is rooted in Grec0-Roman theology. So you have John 1:1, which is an anonymous text, not written by John the prophet, but written by somebody anonymous, we don't know. But then prior to that text, you have Philo, and Philo is referencing the word in the
Right.
same way you see John 1:1. So here is the Greco connection coming from Philo to the anonymous Gospel of John, and then from there to Paul, and then Paul preaching that gospel into the Gentile nation. Now the Gentile nation is taking root of the idea of Christ being pre-existing, Christ being Trinitarian, Christ being one with the God, but that's coming from the Greco-Roman theology. Like you said, James the Just didn't preach that. When I did the video on James the Just in the Church of Jerusalem, we didn't see none of that. He was a strict observer of the Shabbat. My brother Malachi Maccabee, man, of the law. I mean,
Man, salute. Peace to the God. Peace to the gang.
Yeah,
Man. What's the word?
what's the word, Malachi Maccabee? Talk to me, my brother. What's the word?
I just emailed you. I just emailed you Peter's letter to James and then Clement's letter to James. I just emailed it to you. If you want to read the introduction to both of them letters, they in one email.
What email you sent to the Black Royal family?
What is that? Wasby 101. Yeah, I just sent it to you. If you ever wanted to read that,
I'm sitting up here right now for the email. I don't see it though. Let me see.
Sent it from on and you can refresh your page. Let me see.
Let me try it again.
My brother Prince, what's the word up?
Hey, big brother, man, feeling good, like I'm talking about, like a faith that should.
That's right, feeling good like a faith that should, baby.
That's right. That's right.
I used to say back in the day, I used to say feeling good like a Hebrew should. You dig what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, you know what it is, man. Foes up.
Just getting these lies, just getting this getting this information.
Is it hold on.
This is say something about church fathers in the title line. Church fathers. Let me see.
It ain't come through.
Hold on. Let me check my my sent messages and all that. If I drop off, I'm gonna pop it right back on.
Yeah. We
all right, one second.
All right, go ahead. So yeah, Prince, you know what I mean? So it's like they're not even talking about James the Just, because James the Just, first off, he was practical. He stuck to the laws of Moses. He ain't speak nothing about his brother being one with the Father, or his brother being pre-existence, or his brother even being a logos.
Right. He taught practical righteousness.
Right. So you have a split of theology. You have one theology where they're saying that his brother is one with God. He's pre-existent. He was in the beginning creating. And then you got James saying that his brother was practical and that he left me in charge to instruct. So whatever James is instructing is in accordance to what Yahshua wanted him to teach.
Right.
Yahshua didn't tell him, tell the people, I am one with the Father. I was in the beginning creating with Jesus. I'm the one who created the sun, moon, and stars. His brother wasn't teaching that.
No, when you get into that Clementine homilies and all of that, you're gonna find a way different layout of instructions.
I forgot I got somebody else on the line. Joseph Francis, what's good?
Good day. How are you, my brother?
Blessings, Wagwan.
Now, would you agree that when you deal with the transmission history of Christianity, it's a little complicated? Or would you say it's straightforward?
It's layered. That's what basically I went through. I went through the layers. I went through the complications to show how it affected Ethiopia, starting from these council meetings coming from the Council of Nicaea, from the Council of Chalcedon, from the Council of Ephesus, and then how these Roman emperors like Marcion, Constantius, and Justinian I, how they was the ones that pushed out the Miaphysites and brought that into Ethiopia. So I did show the layers and how complex.
But you didn't mention Kemet, did you?
Say it again.
Did you mention Kemet in that transmission?
We're dealing with the time period of Christianity. So we're dealing when Christianity came into Ethiopia. That's the topic, when Christianity came into Ethiopia. Now we talking about Kemet and Cushite. We talking we talking before Common Era times, but we're not speaking specifically of Ethiopian Cushite time period from the before Common Era times. We're speaking when Christianity first came into Ethiopia. That's what the narrative of this conversation is about.
Okay, but do you agree that there was any Kemetic influence on Christianity at all at any point in history?
What Kemetic influence would that be?
No. I'm asking you the question. Do you personally see any Kemetic influence on Christianity in terms of the characters?
All right, so I'll say this.
Taking characters from Kemet.
Yeah, like
using them by different names.
Let's go with Serapis. When Alexander conquered Egypt, when Alexander the Great conquered Egypt, I sourced that and showed that the Egyptians welcomed Alexander to Egypt. He didn't have to fight because the Persians was giving them Egyptians persecution, and they welcomed Alexander to Egypt with open arms when he got rid of the Persian. Mycenium, I think that's his name. Now after Alexandria conquered Egypt, Ptolemy the First, right? He's the one who gave you Serapis. He gave you Isoter, so Ptolemy the First, Isoter, Ptolemy the Savior.
Yeah.
And he took the Kemetic deity, Apis the bull, and he took the Kemetic deity, Asar, and then he created a deity called Serapis. So now Serapis is established. They created Serapeums, which are churches to Serapis. So now they're deifying this figure that they took out of Kemet, and they're worshiping, giving praise. They got churches and so forth and so on. Now, after Ptolemy leaves and his son takes place, Ptolemy II, he's the one that they say is responsible for translating the Hebrew text into Septuagint. So now you have the so-called Hebrew text in Greek, Old Testament, the Septuagint, and now you have a deified savior to go along with this concept. So, like you just said, it is layered. So it is a layered thing. But by the time you get to Christianity in the 3rd or 4th century, the Greek concept of what we would consider Kemet is fully compromised. There's no, like Ethiopia, when they think of Jesus, they're not thinking of Kemet.
Right.
They're not thinking of, you know what I mean? So it's been fully exiled and compromised by the time we get to the 4th century. So it does have Kemetic roots, but by the time you get to Christianity and its influence, it's all Greco-Roman theology coming from Heraclitus with the logos and so forth.
Okay, I'm not totally against what you're saying. I'm not totally against what you're saying. I hear what you're saying.
Yes,
but we still have to understand is what we're saying is this theology came from the Hebrew, went into the Greek, and apparently they think that the Ethiopians might have gotten it from Greek translations because that's what they think. I don't know if that's true or not, but I think
I don't know how much you've been watching, but I actually sourced that the oldest Ethiopian gospel we have is called the Garima Gospels, and they're dated to 390 CE, the late 4th century, right? And they were translated from Greek. The Ethiopian Book of Enoch, that goes back to the 14th, 15th century. That was translated from the Greek. But the Greeks originally got it from the Aramaic, but the original Aramaic that the Greeks got it from, they didn't have. So by the time they translated into Ethiopia, they're translated from the Greek and not the original Aramaic. I did all the homework on that earlier.
Yeah, because when I looked it up, it said the same thing.
Right,
it said it was Aramaic, then it went into the Greek, and then it started talking about how they found these Dead Sea Scrolls that were little scraps, and they couldn't really understand it. So they came to the conclusion that the Ethiopians probably got it from the Greek.
Right, but exactly. So it's like a. But it's
a lot of.
It's like the Septuagint, because it's like they translated for the Septuagint, but the original Greek that the Septuagint came from, they don't have that original Hebrew manuscript that the Septuagint was translated from. But your best bet, the best authenticity of Hebrew scripts would be the Dead Sea Scrolls in my eyes, because that's the only primary source that we have.
I mean, I've never looked at them, but apparently they're very fragmentary. And they different translations and all sorts of controversy as to mistranslations and other things.
But besides that, that's just people's opinion on the text. But as an individual, you got to examine it for yourself to see the differences of how these Aramaic scripts are talked about, or the Hebraic text. Keep in mind, these are primary sources we talk about. What we have today, the King James Version, all that came from the Greco-Roman European theology. So we're looking at some authentic Hebraic writings coming from a time period of the 3rd century BC. So we, like every Hebrew Israelite, should be examining those texts to the fullness.
I'm with you, Sila, but they're fragmentary, so there's only so much you can get from fragments.
Right.
They weren't stored properly. They found them where they were stored. They deteriorated, just like when you deal with those sort of texts usually.
That's true.
We can't just jump and make a full conclusion based on fragmentary text. We're saying this looks like this, this looks like that, and you agree with what you agree, disagree with what you agree, and you move on.
You're absolutely right, because that's the exact same thing that they did with the New Testament text. When you look at the New Testament text, Papyrus 137, Papyrus 52, Papyrus 66, when you look at these texts, they're fragmented texts. When the church fathers of the 2nd and 3rd century got these fragmented texts, and by the time you get to about 300 or 400 years later, they're damn near fully Kodak text. So they added to the fragmented they added to the parts that's missing, they added to that. You see what I'm saying? This is what the Roman church fathers did when discovering these biblical texts that was fragmented. So the Dead Sea Scrolls, you better off dealing with, creating your argument with the Dead Sea Scrolls being fragmented texts, because they are more authentic to the Hebraic tradition.
I'm definitely with you on that, but once again, it's a whole complicated history that deals with a lot of conjecture on experts' part to say, I put this here, I put this there. When you know the language, just like I study Medonet, you can say that don't look right.
Right.
That don't look right. That's definitely not correct. They definitely mistranslated. Right. But what's missing is what's missing, and you can't replace what's missing.
Right. But
so
but there is certain things that paint a picture where you could be like, okay, well, boom. All right, well, you got the Isaiah scrolls. You got certain scrolls that is enough to where you could be like, all right, I can see what they're saying. But if you look at some of these scrolls, like when you look at some of these New Testament scrolls, like Papyrus P52, man, that thing is like a little piece you could put on your finger. And from that, they created a whole narrative of a story. But the oldest evidence of the papyrus of Mark, the Gospel of Mark, the anonymous papyrus of Mark, it could probably fit on your finger. It could probably fit on your finger. That's how small it is. And then from there, they found other fragments, and then we get a story based off interjection, like you were saying.
But you do know sometimes when they deal with these texts, like Hermetic texts and other texts, they have texts that say the same thing, and they go to those other texts to fill in what the fragmentary texts say. So sometimes they have a full picture from other texts, especially in Kemet. They'll go to other texts and say, this text says this and this text says that, based on this text, because the stories are repeated several times in other places.
And not only
that's how they get some of these stories in Kemet.
Right. Not only that,
and fill it in.
Correct. And not only that, on top of that, some of these fragments, that may be the first peak of fragment of the Book of Mark they may find, and through more archaeological finds, they may find other fragments to the same Book of Mark, you know what I mean? And then they'll come to their conclusion. Kind of like with Matthew and Luke is fashioned after Mark, you know what I'm saying? So
yeah, and they also talk about and they also talk about like Psalms coming from Kemetic text too.
Right.
They show that.
Right.
And they're almost word for word representations.
Yeah, see,
of Kemetic text too.
We're not going to deny Kemetic. We're not going to deny Kemetic legacy. Now, if we talk about Kemetic history, then that's a whole other topic, because we could go back to Narmer and pre-dynastic Egypt and come on down from the Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, and New Kingdom, and show how Kemet laid out the foundation of civilization from the last 6,000 years.
So let me ask this question: do you really have a problem with ancient Kemet? What is your problem with ancient Kemet?
No. There is.
Because I want to understand what the argument really is.
There is no problem. There is no problem. It's like if you know Sonetta and Sonetta TV, he has debates and he has debate leagues. You know what I mean? So what we was dealing with was a debate. You see what I'm saying? So there is no problem with Kemet. The debate is Ethiopian Christianity a product of Greco-Roman influence?
No, I understand that.
Right.
But you guys had a debate about Kemet before.
Because we was talking about the cosmology of Kemet, the creation aspect, the science. So it's not a problem. We don't have a problem with Kemet. You know what I mean? The Kemet is a renowned history. It's like you can't deny Kemet. But some things, when it comes to creation, you know what I mean? How did creation come about? The Kemetic creation story is a false narrative. The same way the biblical creation is a false narrative. Hold on. Just because it's 6,000 years old doesn't make it correct. Falsehood exists today the same way it could exist 6,000 years ago. That's why it becomes sensitive, because we're basically saying that, yeah, that's our ancestors, but some things our ancestors didn't get it right. You could be a great architect. I know Mexicans who build great architecture in the city of Atlanta, but they may not know nothing about no creation and science as far as.
But how could you tell? But how could you tell a group of people that their creation story is wrong because it doesn't agree with you? That's not fair assessment.
No. It's not.
Their creation story is their story. And
right.
And it does not have anything to do with the biblical narrative.
Right.
They create this story based on their understanding of nature to say this is how things work. There's science in it based on their own spirituality, whatever you want to call it.
All right, well, let me say this.
It's not wrong.
Let me say this first.
Wrong. It just doesn't agree with the Bible. That doesn't make it wrong.
No. Let me say this. First off, we don't have no firsthand account of the explanation from these people how this system of creation that they laid out really works. What we have is the European Egyptologists of today from the 14th, 15th, and 16th century who gave us Geb, who gave us Nu, who gave us the creation story that we know today about Kemet. So the creation story that the Kemites built 4,000 years in the Middle Kingdom and Old Kingdom, that those people knew the layout. But what we have today is no different than what I'm talking about. We have a Greco-Roman Europeanized version of an understanding of Kemet, because all the Europeans, I did a video on that. I don't know if you've seen it, the European authorships of Egyptology, and I ran down a list of Europeans who was responsible for giving us what we know today as Egyptology. To say Hotep, the laws of Ma'at, Samuel Birch gave you that. He the one who gave you that. So I ran down a list of Europeans.
But that's unfair, though. That's a kind of unfair assessment.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Let me tell you what. Hold on.
It's not. I'm gonna give you the floor right after this. It's not an unfair assessment because you don't have no black scholars from the 14th to the 16th to the 17th to the 18th century giving us a layout from an African mind state. All the Europeans gave us the foundation, and by the time you get to the John Henry Clarks, by the time you get to the Dr. Ben, they're framing their works off these Europeans who put in the work a couple hundred years prior to that. Now,
that's not an entirely fair assessment, because there are a lot of black scholars now who are breaking into Egyptology.
But that's
who are giving their own translation.
Yeah, but that's based off the work of the Europeans that they laid out for the last 500 years.
Not entirely.
Yes.
Not
you
entirely.
Can't talk about you can't
not
talk
entirely,
about,
brother.
You can't talk about the decipherment of the Metal Netter if you don't go to Champollion. And then you got some of these others who was deciding like the old, when you say Old, Middle, and New Kingdom, that's coined by a European. I could pull up the docs and show it that the Europeans what coined the term that we use today.
Well, I'm not against what you're saying.
Right.
What I'm saying is we can now read and understand the Metal Netter for ourselves, where we as black people can look into it and say that's not right. This is right. We agree with this. We agree with that.
I agree.
That doesn't make it. That doesn't make it invalid because back in the day, Europeans was the one that had the resources. They were discovering every damn thing. So if that's the case, then we got to throw out Hebrew text, we got to throw out Christian text, we got to throw out Islamic text, we got to throw out them texts.
I agree.
If we go in there to say European translation in European,
right.
That means everything that we're talking about now, as far as these religions, we got to throw in the garbage can.
Yes.
We got to throw it away. Yes. You can't use none of them books. You got to throw it all in the dustbin.
Right. That's what he invested.
But look how many Europeans you just quoted.
You're right. You know how many? Let me tell you something. You know how many Europeans put their hands? Let me pull up the documentation real quick. Let me pull up.
No. You don't have to do that. I'm not arguing with you, but what I'm saying.
No. I know you're not arguing.
We can't make an argument to say that everything European and all European research should be thrown in the garbage, because despite what we think, they put in a lot of work to translate those texts. You know how much time it takes to hand draw a whole wall full of Medunetia to put in a book?
Right.
They took we got to give them some credit.
They need their credit from the inspiration. They need their credit from the inspiration that they received from the false deities, man, for real. All of that work they put in for them false gods, they need to be credited for that. Real talk.
There's no such thing. There's no such thing as a god in ancient Kemet. The word didn't exist. Nature is not a god at all.
Well, that's just terminology used. Just basically.
No, it's a wrong terminology.
Right, I get you.
They don't have that word. They don't have that word.
Your ancestors. When your ancestors pass on, and you communicate with your ancestors after they pass on. You from the Caribbean, I'm from the Caribbean, so we know the order as far as spiritual communion dealing with the ancestors. And this is ancient indigenous African culture we talking about as Caribbean people. My people from Trinidad and Tobago, and I know about indigenous voodoo, the Obeah, and all that comes out of West Africa, and we could drive it right back to Kemet. So our people was dealing with ancestral worship.
So what is wrong with ancestor worship now? What's the problem with it now? What?
Ain't no problem. I'm just saying we was dealing with it. Ain't nothing wrong with it. That's
yeah, but you don't practice it though, so clearly you see a problem with it.
No. I don't see no problem. I ain't say it was a problem. You said
but you don't pour libation.
You said that there wasn't gods. They didn't exist. What you said? They didn't exist. Our ancestors didn't have gods, but
no, they didn't. The word God, the word God doesn't exist.
But what does the word God? Hold on, Prince. What does the word God mean, though?
I've had this discussion already.
All right, so let me explain. The word God being the word God is a Germanic word, means to invoke, to call upon. Did our ancestors invoke and call upon our ancestors? Did we invoke and call upon our ancestors? Yes or no?
I don't like the word. I just don't.
But do you agree? Do you agree to the definition of the word? I agree with you with the word. I understand, because that word has.
I understand the definition, but when you're looking at things like nature, it's more than just that.
But do you agree that our ancestors invoked and called upon higher entities, or their ancestors?
You could use the word invoke. Yes, you could use that word.
All right, no, we don't have to use the word God. I agree. We can kick out the word God, and we can just get to the root of what the word is trying to convey, because we're dealing with action. Because everything in Hebraic thought, Eastern thought, Kemetic thought is verb action. It has to be demonstrated outside of just saying it. So we can throw away God, and we can demonstrate what the word means.
Right, but the word nature means more than just that, because they call everything in ancient Kemet nature. They call man nature. They call animals nature. They call nature nature.
Nature is the creation.
Say it again.
I said netter is the creation, but not the creator.
It's actually both. It's both.
I can agree with that. I can agree with that in a sense, because the creator is all in all that was, is, and ever shall be.
Exactly what I'm saying. They refer to everything in existence as a nature. They said you are nature. The ruler was a nature.
Here's
my thing, man. I mean,
Bronze Yogi, you in the background. What up, Bronze Yogi? Talk to me,
Bronze.
Yeah, man. It's like this, bro. We rock with Kemet too, but my thing is, for me personally, is when Kemet come in and act like they the end all be all. Like, you can't learn nothing, no other kind of knowledge, but it got to come through Kemet.
No, we're not saying that.
You can learn something in everything, bro.
No, but we're not saying that. But what we're saying is, when you're looking at modern, quote unquote, Western society, everything that they deal with does go back to Kemet. That's a fact. I didn't make it up. We see it every day when you read the primary text.
We wouldn't argue that. We wouldn't argue that.
Right. So Kemet is very important.
Nah, I can't, because I say some of them Indian civilizations, they
who am I even talking to? I don't even know who am I talking to, Sila?
That's my brother Bronze Yogi.
Because some of the practices in India you do not see in Kemet.
Say it again, King.
Some of the practices in India you do not see in Kemet.
Right.
Okay.
That's what you think until you realize that nature worship.
You realize that nature worship. You act like we don't study Kemet though. You act like we ain't never studied Kemet though. That's what I'm talking about.
I never said that. I never said you didn't study Kemet. What I'm telling you is, when you look at the idea of what the Native Americans did, it's an African concept.
No, I'm not saying that there isn't parallels to some of them things, but certain civilizations do have their own thing that they came up with.
I am not against what you're saying, but I'm saying when you're dealing with the Western world, Kemet is very important. Kemet is very important. You can't throw Kemet away because you don't. You can't throw Kemet away because you don't like the idea of seeing gods in a certain way.
No, we're not throwing it away at all.
We're not throwing it away.
But hold on, that is people's personal insecurity, because when you see men, they got a problem with what's going on. There's a problem with that. There's a problem with Geb, but that is not literal. That is showing you something. Men is a fertility god, so how would you expect him to appear? How would you expect him to appear? That's how he looks. There's nothing sexual about it. There's nothing that we should be ashamed and get all upset about. That's how he looked. He was a fertility god. That's how he looked.
Yeah, because
he wasn't a man. So if you're gonna take it to that level in your mind, something is wrong with you. If you making it homosexual, has nothing to do with that. That's what he looked like. Geb looked the way he looked. What you gonna do? That's the way Geb looked. That's the way Geb looked.
Hey,
that's the way Geb looked.
Your mind plays.
Especially with
what I'm gonna do about that?
Especially with as much commissions, so to speak, that's over on side. We done heard every perspective that came out of Kemet.
Facts.
Every angle of Kemet.
Yeah, we come from Kemet. Shit, I started out with Kemet before anything else.
Well, then, then Celestial, maybe you should go back and reinvest.
I ain't never left. That's the thing. Ain't nobody leave nothing. I'm still there.
But you seem like you left because you seem a little anti-Kemet to me. I don't know if I'm tripping.
Well, what happened is a higher light.
Yeah, we speak against the Creator. We stand on the Creator. You know what I mean? It's a different dispensation of time right now. It's it's somebody new on the block called a Creator, and all things lead back to the Creator. So we stand on the Creator, and we expose all falsehood. Now, you may not like it, just the same way I expose Ethiopian Christianity. I got some Rastas that's upset, but they can't deny what I brought out. Actual facts.
But you can't call the people's culture falsehood because you disagree with it. That's being hypocritical.
In your eyes.
But if a people is...
My brother right here ain't thinking it's hypocritical, but as far as your opinion, that's fine.
No, but it is.
My brother Prince right here, is that hypocritical to you, Prince?
Not at all, bro. You just brought out the facts.
So that's a matter of opinion. So we don't want to get caught up in opinion. So if we want to have the discussion about Kemetic science, and you want to talk about Geb, we don't stand on Geb. Our science shows us that creation, all things come into force, but vortexian currents, vortexian energy, which is an objectable thing that we can see that has no identity or a deity. It's not attributed to a deity. If you ever see any of our creation concepts that we bring to the table, it's all objective. You can see it in nature, it's demonstrated in nature. We don't have to use a man laying on his belly calling himself Geb. We don't have to use Shu, a deified person, describe the wind, because that's not natural, that's false. So we got to identify what is in nature in real time that is observed objectively. And that's what we deal with.
Are you aware that when you look into the primary text and you look at a word like Tefnut and moisture, they're the same thing? Have you looked into the primary text to know that? The primary text says,
did you see
the primary text says Tefnut is moisture. It literally says that. It says that in the text.
Right. But they have
they're basically the same word.
How did moisture come to be?
Right.
Did you not read the story?
Who created the moisture?
Did you read what the story said?
How was the sun created according to Kemet?
How are all suns, moons, and stars?
The story says that Ra, who represents the sun, came out of the noon, and the noon is the watery.
How is that displayed in real nature? How can we see a description of this story in nature in real time?
We're not
debating you too, right? We're not debating
what the story is saying is the sun, which represents Ra, came from the universe.
But how was the sun created?
You don't say that.
Yeah,
according to the text, it said Ra created it.
We're not negating the fact that the ancients expressed themselves in symbology. We're not negating that. We're just saying it doesn't have to be a deity associated with that. That's all we're saying. We're not saying that. Well, I'll put it this way: we're not saying negating the fact that they use symbology to get their point across. That's all good and dandy. But in this day and age, we say we don't need that. We gonna tell it how it is and how to see it.
Right. We don't need a 6,000-year-old narrative that is not even conveyed properly, because the narrative that you just described coming from Ra, because I know Atum is the first deity. Atum is the very first deity. He is the first principal god, but he is a deity. Yes. This concept, like I said, is coming from the Europeans. They the one who gave you that.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you. Yes. Because I'm about to show you.
Atum is definitely an indigenous Kemetic word. Definitely.
Yeah, but you wouldn't know that. All right, let me show you something.
I'm telling you it is.
No. I hear you, but I source things up. That's what changed the game, when you actually source and give names. I'm gonna give you a person named Athanasius Kircher. I'm gonna pull the screen up real quick. I just want to share something with you. This is how we do it. So I'm showing the screen right here. You have Athanasius Kircher, right? Look what he's responsible for. This is a European. Kircher was the most famous of the decipherers between ancient and modern times, and most famous for Egyptology of his day. right? Kircher helped pioneer Egyptology as a field of serious study. He learned Coptic in 1633, published his first grammar in 1636. Kircher argued that the Coptic preserved the last development of ancient Egyptian, for the Kircher has been considered the true founder of Egyptology. So what I'm showing you is that these Europeans were the ones who started deciphering the text. Here's another one. Gene, right? First person to decipher an extinct language. See that? He deciphered the Phoenician alphabet. The signs of an Egyptian cartouches probably represent royal names acknowledged by Champollion. These Europeans is the one who gave you your idea. This brother right here, Joseph, look what he's responsible for. He is recognized for proving that cartouche rings in Egyptian texts contain royal names. He gave you that. So you wouldn't even be knowing about the cartouches and royal names within them if he didn't give you that. And look at the time period. This is 1721. So I'm showing you a group of Europeans who's responsible for giving you what you know today as modern day Egyptology. You wouldn't even be saying Hotep. Now look at the glyphs here. Joe Zogar, you know what he's responsible for? The directions of reading depending on the direction in which the glyphs were facing. So according to how you read the hieroglyphs, depending on how the glyphs are facing, you would read from that way coming to. George Zogar gave you that in 1755. So what I'm showing you.
No, hold on. Let me ask you a question.
Oh, but hold on. This is the last one right here. I want to show you right here. This is Samuel Birch, right? In 1867, Samuel Birch, the British Museum, published the first extensive English translation of the Papyrus of Nebseni. Now, keep in mind, this is the work W.H. Wallace Birch's successor at the British Museum is still in circulation, including both his hieroglyphic edition and his English translation of the Papyrus of Ena. Now, the Papyrus of Ena is where you get the 42 laws of Ma'at, but you wouldn't have that understanding if it wasn't for Samuel Birch. He's the first one to translate it in English. So what I'm trying
and do you know we have since realized that Budge is an individual who made a lot of mistakes, and they're now correcting his text?
But you don't know that because you can't really say that because you're still basing it off all European scholars. Yeah, you can say it now, but it's still based. It's still based off of their narrative.
Yeah,
so even the corrections are still incorrect.
The whole curriculum
you don't have a first-hand source of those people who created those texts. First off, they're coming from thousands of years later, giving you an interpretation of what they think.
We know who wrote the text. We know who wrote the text. We know who wrote the text.
Read it.
We know who wrote the text.
But you couldn't decipher it before
we definitely have sources on. We definitely have sources on the writers of these texts.
We wrote
There's definitely sources to say so.
We wrote the text, but the interpretation of the text is incorrect because we don't have the original people who said this is what this means, this is what that means. We got people thousands of years later giving their interpretation. Started with the Champollion. That's not even the BC time.
I'm going to disagree with you because I think we have enough evidence to say
he just showed it.
We have enough evidence to say that we know what the glyphs definitely mean.
Yeah, that's based off of false narrative. That's still based off. That's like hold up. That's like they saying Jesus Christ didn't exist, right? So, but you have black Hebrew Israelites saying, but Jesus was black. So you're still building a correction off a false narrative.
Right.
I'm not with that. I'm not.
It's all good. It's all good. We can agree to disagree. It's all good.
I'm definitely not going to agree with that.
I enjoy it. Until you can show me a black man who could identify the glyphs prior to the Europeans doing it in the early 1400s, 1500s, 1600s, 1700s. If you
don't know that they have, so you don't know they have writings of people in the 1700s talking about Kemet.
I just showed that. I just showed you three. I just showed
they have black people. They have black people who spoke.
But you have to source that. You would have to source that.
Black people who spoke about. Look it up.
But see,
look it up.
No. I already did the homework.
And Kush.
I did the homework.
It
ain't there. I did the homework.
it might be some, but it's the damn sure ain't many.
Yeah, because
first of all, Europeans had the monopoly on all producing text. Writing materials. It wasn't no niggas that had printing presses.
Yeah, exactly. It was the Europeans that was going in doing the hard research. Now, keep in mind, brother, you had Africans that was right there in Africa that still wasn't doing the work the Europeans was doing, deciphering the text. You know what I'm saying? So you got to consider if you got these Europeans like Samuel Birch. Let me share my screen again. You got Samuel Birch, this guy, right? Samuel Birch. He is the first he gave you the first extensive English translation. We speak English now. Where's the brother giving us the extensive English translation back then, prior to him? See that? And he's the one responsible for the 42 laws of Ma'at. All that talk about the laws of Ma'at, prosperity, and the balance of Ma'at, he gave you that. He gave you that concept.
See, I'll tell you what they told me when I first came into the community.
Go ahead, Ken.
You can learn Medu Necha and go over the text for yourself and see.
I did. I did that in the 90s, brother. I did that when I was a teenager. I read the papyrus. I knew that's why the majority of the papyrus gives homage to Osiris. The Osiris. You got the field of Rish. I understand the overall objective. That's the point.
Have you taken a Medu Necha course?
I don't want to take a course because it's all built in falsehood.
You should, because trust me, when you take a Medu Necha course,
I studied the papyrus since my teenage years. You got Osiris. The whole point, the Judgment Hall of Ma'at. You know what I mean? We could pull up the Judgment Hall of Ma'at and show that this is the proceedings you take in the afterlife to reach Osiris, to be one with
Osiris. But if you can't read the text, then you can't say what it says. You're
Hmm?
making up something. But if you can't read the text, then you're making up your own narrative.
I'm not making
The
up my
text
narrative.
have words on them.
I'm not making up my
But they
narrative.
have words on
This
the
is the
text.
same narrative.
I mean, sorry.
This is the same narrative the Europeans
The
paint. So you going off of their narrative.
The papyruses have words on them. So you can't just look at a picture and say this is what it is. You can't do that. That's unfair.
No, it's not unfair because
That's very unfair.
That's exactly what they say the narrative of the Judgment Hall of Ma'at is. Show me one person who don't say the Judgment Hall of Ma'at is other than this right here. So hold on, let me share my screen again. Right? This is the Judgment Hall of Ma'at, right?
What
This is Hanifa. Hold up. This is Hanifa coming in to be judged by Osiris. So he comes in, Hanifa, and he comes in with Ampu. Hold up, that's Ampu. And then at the top, you got the judges that's judging Hanifa, and then you have
Hu Nefer.
Right, exactly. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about. They go Ampu. Then you got Tahuti taking note and weighing the heart of Hanefer. Then you have the Amit, because if the Amit realized that his heart is not balanced on the scale of Ma'at, he's going to get devoured by the Amit. And the Amit is a mythological creature. That's why we say it's false.
How do you know that?
Because the Amit is the combination of the crocodile, the hippopotamus, and the lion. That's what the Amit is. Let me continue. Let me finish. I'll give you the floor. I'll give you the floor when it's finished because I read this in the book of the dead.
I'm
from the book of the dead, right here. The book of the dead.
Right.
I read this when I was
Where did you get that from, though?
The book of the dead. I read this when I was a teenager. So let me tell you something.
Right,
hold up. Let me finish.
Hold on.
Hold up. You got Hanifa.
Hold on.
No.
Whose book did you read to understand that?
Regardless of who book it is, the narrative of the story don't change. So let me continue. You got Tahuti.
I'm going to say it again.
You got Tahuti. Hold up. You got Tahuti judging the heart of Hanifa. He passes, and you got Haru allowing him to enter to be one with Osiris in the field of Reach. I've been studying this when I was a teenager. You're not telling me nothing I don't know, brother.
Okay, and didn't you read those same European texts to come up to come up with
that? You would have known the Judgment Hall of Ma'at if it wasn't for them. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. Because they're the one who translated the hieroglyphs first in modern times. That's why it's called modern day. That's why it's called modern day Egyptology.
But hold on, Sila. Didn't you read those same people to come up with what you just said?
I don't follow the narrative, though. It's falsehood. Yes, I read it to get the understanding in order to combat it like I'm doing now. The same way I combat Christianity, Ethiopian Christianity. We deal with the creator and the creator.
Well, then you're being a hypocrite then, Sila, because you read the same people. And you are stating all from your chest that this is what it is. You're not. You're saying that from all up in your solar plexus that this is what it is.
This is what is.
Translations that you just read come from.
Didn't I just prove it though?
I read. Yes.
Okay. So what's the problem?
Right, but you didn't translate that yourself. You didn't translate that yourself. You didn't.
Yes,
translate that yourself.
Yes, sir. It's all good, King, man. It's all good.
No, but you didn't translate that yourself. You read the same people everybody else read.
When I was a teenager, I read that when I was a teenager. I read that over 30 years ago, brother.
And you read the same people who you're discounting, right?
Just think about it, man.
And you read the same people who you're discounting, just like you. And you read the same people who you're discounting. But you didn't do it on your own.
And this say, if you study near-death experiences, even out of all the near-death experiences, I ain't never heard nobody say when they crossed over, they went through the halls behind.
Not never, bro. That's real talk.
Y'all crazy, man. Let me, you know what?
Hey, that shit funny, bro.
Hey, but he's bringing out a point, though. I seen you right. There's videos where they've got people talking about they got near-death experiences and they see Jesus. They see some people say the little white boy, so they see the black Jesus. But he got a point. So if the Kemetic spiritual world is dominant, then these Europeans have these near-death experiences.
I've never heard nobody say they died in Peace Hootie.
But if they believe in Jesus, that's what they're gonna see when they die. That's exactly what they're gonna see. Because that's what they believe in.
I'm not looking for
that's
Hootie,
exactly
man.
what they're gonna see.
I'm not
But that's
looking
what they're
for
gonna see
Hootie.
because that's what they believe in.
That's right.
That's exactly what they're gonna see.
Absolutely right. Peace to my brother. Come back and be back in the building. What's the word, Malachi?
Peace to the CGG. What's the word, my brothers? How y'all be?
Hey man, we
Malachi,
we enjoying this good bill with our Caribbean brother right now.
You see, they try to jump me in the alley, right? They try to jump me in the alley.
No, we're not jumping. Hey, okay, we're not jumping
They try to jump me. They try to jump me in the alley, man.
Yo, King. Yo, King.
We rock with Kimmy.
We're not jumping you. We jumping the sources. We jumping the Europeans who gave us a false narrative of what we think took place 6,000 years ago. That's what we jumping. Not you, brother.
Nah, that's not. Nah, I ain't gonna call it a false narrative, man. You're going too far. It's not.
You're going too far in the big. You're going too far.
The cognitive dissonance going with salt on top.
What you say, Malachi?
I didn't say anything. I was just listening. That was Young Prince that had said something. When you done, I was gonna say something.
Go ahead, Malachi. Talk to us.
No, I was see live that source I was sending you about the introductory letters.
I see it.
I emailed it to you, but it's also in that group chat that we got on Facebook.
No, I got it up right here.
Yeah. And then also just to speak on the yeah, that's it. But look, just to speak on the whole Kemet, like we had a debate with Kemet, like supposedly these guys supposed to have been like the top commissions, you know. Asarim Ka, he's one of them, and then everybody knows Jabari, he's another one, and then Sanetta's wife jumped on there for some reason. We still ain't even figured that out. Why the hell she was even there? But see, this is what it was, bro. It was a scientific debate. All right, it was over 3 branches of science: cosmogony, right? Not cosmology, cosmogony, creation, and time. Okay. They agreed that these individuals agreed to the title. You understand? And the point was for them to be going into ancient Kemet and proving cosmogony, creation, and time.
Right.
It's a scientific debate. My brothers brought 2 working experiments to the debate. Shout out to Duro Cosmon and Cosmon Cal. Them brothers brought out 2 experiments. We the whole time we shot from the sources that we was coming from. We stand on creator, so we shooting out of a wasp. Being a wasp is new around, and Kemet is you're supposed to be the father of everything. Surely you can go into ancient Kemet and show us cosmogony, which is the branch of science that deals with the origin of our universe, in particular our solar system. Surely you can go and show us creation.
But cosmogony.
Let me finish. So surely they can show us. They were supposed to show us cosmogony, creation, and time in ancient Kemet, bro, on every topic. When it came down to the cosmogony, your boy Asarim Ka went to the Big Bang. He went to the Big Bang, and then he admitted that his gods were made out of plastic, and that the stratosphere births humans. And he was supposed to have been showing this out of ancient Kemet. You understand? So we rebut, we double back. You know what I mean? Because we got a habit of checking niggas with their sources. So we double back real quick.
But
and we show where the not the cosmogony, but the so-called Big Bang was coined and invented by George Lemaitre. You know what I mean? In the 1930s, He didn't go into ancient Kemet and show nothing about no cosmogony. He brought out George Lemaitre.
You are aware You are aware.
Hold on. I'm about to land my plane. Okay. We also went over time. Okay. Specifically, my round was about time. And we went into the cycles of that time and how every 11, 33, 66, 99 years, 100 years, 400 years, how everything is on a cycle and it repeats. And we showing sources, right? We even went into the Commission calendar. Jabari and them didn't do none of that. When it came down to creation, they didn't do none of that, bro. They totally dropped the ball. You know what Jabari said he was going to do in that debate? He said, we're coming to vet your book. We said, Jabari, this ain't about vetting a book. Right. This is about cosmogony, creation and time, and you better be able to go into ancient Kemet, since you a priest in Kemet, and show us these things. Did he do that? No.
Of course he did.
He was totally off topic.
They always do that.
You know what I mean? Nepal spent her entire round talking about thermodynamics, and her screen wasn't working. And then she brought up slavery. Bro, come on. So it ain't like we got a problem with Kemet, but if you can't ball, don't play. You shouldn't be out here on this field playing if you can't ball. No, you know what I mean? And they got outside and got totally embarrassed.
I saw that debate, and I think they represent themselves very well.
Yeah, no doubt. It was a massacre. So, but what I'm saying is this. So it may be perceived that you brothers are anti everything, this and that. No, that ain't what it is. But if we gonna play ball, if we gonna compete against each other, look, think about it. They calling this the debate coliseum. Man, so heads pose a roll around her. We not heard of the exchange fancy soliloquies.
Be friends.
Sounds politically correct and conjugate verbs. We not heard to do none of that. Let's get to the topic. You feel me?
I'll say this. I saw a debate, and I don't have a problem with the way my Kemetic brothers represented themselves.
So you agree with the Big Bang Theory then, being cosmology of Kemet.
Cosmogony.
I mean, cosmogony of Kemet, right?
Cosmogony is subjective to the culture in which you talk about it.
Yeah, but
no, it's objective in reality.
Of course it is.
Go ahead. My bad, go ahead.
Cosmogony is a culture's worldview of creation and the things around it. So I can't tell someone from Kemet that they're wrong. That's their view, and that's what cosmogony
is.
In the Sanskrit, hold up. In the Sanskrit, it said that the earth was created when they cracked the egg. And the top of the egg became the earth, and the top of the egg became the heaven.
Well, that's their cosmogony. How am I going to argue with their cosmogony?
How was that observable?
That's their story. Nobody on the planet Earth can tell me how the Earth was created.
Hey, my Caribbean brother, come on, man.
Nobody knows how the Earth was created.
Hey, bro.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
But come on
now. But listen to me.
I thought Kemet knew.
Come on. And we over talking some cracking some damn eggs. And what about the God best that nutted on some lettuce?
Come on,
man. That, bro. You said that. I ain't never seen no God nut on no lettuce.
Bro, you ain't never read none of this stuff, man.
That's coming from your European translators. That's coming from the European translators. That's coming from the European translators. Your brother Cosmo.
I'm not addressing.
Bad for these commissions.
Come on now. You know you wouldn't show your children none of this.
Bro,
you wouldn't show your babies and grandbabies the best, or the nigga got an erect rod about to give himself catch a snowball to the face. You wouldn't show your children none of this freaky stuff.
Y'all crazy. Y'all crazy. Something wrong with all of you.
Freaky ass Kemet, they got 69 guys.
Listen, that's your that's your problem. I ain't mentioned nothing.
I'm saying, bro, if what we reading is wrong, I'm saying like this.
What does that got to do with creation when a man?
Hey, true about this. If what Sela is wrong, bro, if what Sela said is wrong about the judgment hall, my eye, can you please break it down? Reading everything up there and show us that it don't mean what he just said.
Here's what I'm saying. It's not me saying Sela is wrong. I didn't use the word wrong. I said it's hypocritical to use the same sources that other people use. Read a text and then tell me and then say they're wrong for doing that.
But no, it's not hypocritical.
The breakdown I gave
use the same sources everybody else used.
The breakdown I just gave with the whole of my Jabari would agree with me if I and heard that.
Say that again?
I said the breakdown I just gave with the whole of my if Jabari was here and heard me say that, he would probably more likely 95% would agree with that breakdown as far as the
issue
order
is
of how
not.
it goes.
I'm not telling you you're wrong. I didn't say that, but I said if you're using the same sources I am using, then according to your own, according to what you just said, you shouldn't be quoting that.
That's
You
the
shouldn't be quoting
point.
it, not me. You shouldn't be quoting it.
Look, no, you can't get off with that. There ain't no unwritten rule nowhere. That ain't no unwritten rule that I can't quote the nigga I'm exposing.
Malachi, it's not what I said.
No, we can't let you skate with that one.
He said that. But he just quoted it back to me.
Because look,
Nah.
when you're done talking,
me, though,
there ain't a spiritual text you holding that a white man ain't touched. And that's been our whole point. Our whole point is later for the white man talk, let's open up these books and see what a higher light is. That's all we've been saying. Everybody want to hide behind language. What does it say? What does the ketchup stain on the wall mean? What does the mustard mean? What is no, we're not doing that. What we gonna do? Look, creation is objective. Creation is not subjective, it's objective. Right. If you know what you're looking at, creation is under the same order it was when it started. It's under the same exact order. It functioned the same way. So it's objective. So if we look on the walls of Kemet and see Bess ejaculating on some damn lettuce and he got something to do with some creation, and all we got to do is look in the galaxies right now and see swirling galaxies with balls of fire.
I don't know what you guys are
with balls of fire, man. We can objectively see this. Creation is still being created.
Crazy.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's the same way with the biblical creation story, where the sun and the moon made on the 4th day, but you got the fruit trees on the 3rd day. It's like that objectively you can't see that. So we stand on what the creator created. We can always refer to creation, which is everything from the sun down to us, down to quantum us, atoms and all that. You can study creation and understand the methodology and the character of your maker. You dig? And just because we objectively can do that in 2025, looking back, we can see where our forefathers made mistakes at. Right. Even if you were trying to anthropomorphize things, even if you did the best you could, you still was off on that one because that don't line with creation.
But I don't agree that they made a mistake. That is
they did because it don't line with creation.
If they're not mentioning the creation, listen. If your spiritual text ain't mentioning the vortex when it comes to dealing with cosmogony, then they already off because we objectively see every galaxy in the cosmos spinning in a vortex. That's everybody's view. That's all of humanity.
That is your view. That's not a fact.
Brother, that's everybody's. What do you mean that's not a fact?
Hold up, Prince.
Oh, go ahead, Taylor.
Prince, read that on the screen. Read that on the screen, Prince.
For each and every corporeal world, I created a vortex first, and by its rotation, and from the place in the firmament where it traveled, I caused the vortices to conceive the corporeal world. Oh my God. But the cosmogony and prophecy 1 and 1. The same principles apply to all the stars, suns, planets, and moons, but differing in manifestation on account of size, motion, density, and relative place.
Now let's look. Let's look through a telescope and look. What do we see?
This is hold up. This is how we demonstrate creation. So right here, these are galaxies, so in one universal order, a spiraling vortex in the central sun. Now let's move forward. Hold up. Just sit tight. Go ahead, Prince.
What is a vortex? In fluid dynamics, a vortex, vortices, is a region in a region in a fluid in which the flow revolves around an axis line, which may be straight or curved. Fluid dynamics and physical chemistry and engineering. Fluid dynamics is a subdiscipline of fluid mechanics that describes the flow of fluids, liquids, and gases.
Now here's an example of a vortex. Here's an example of an atom cell, and here's an example of the cosmos, the universe, the central sun, and the spiraling planets, showing you one universal order. Once again, keep reading, Prince.
How power works. Book of Jehovah 3:4. By the power of rotation, swift driving at the periphery, I condense the atmospheric worlds that float in the firmament, and these become my corporeal worlds.
Here's an example. As above, so below. So above in the galaxy, you see the spiraling vortex, you see the peripheral. That's where the force is generated. And the minerals are generated to the center of the vortex, creating a central sun. And here you have the same below on the earth, the same force and power you see in a hurricane or tornado, showing you that the creator used the same force and power in nature. Keep reading.
This is what they couldn't go into Kemet and show us.
Right. They can never do this.
Keep reading, Prince.
All right, Book of Jehovah 3, 2, and 4. The whirlwind I made as a sign to man of the way of my created worlds.
So here's an example in the chapter, something we can see in nature, how the creator let us know how he created worlds. Keep reading.
Netta. As you see the power of the whirlwind gathering up the dust of the earth and driving it together, know that likewise I bring together the Agi, the Ji, and the nebula in the firmament of heaven. By the power of the whirlwind, I create the corporeal suns, moons, and stars. Cosmogony.
So again, we objectively see how creation is being manifested from the start. And then we got creation of the sun. How was the creation of the sun? Read, Prince.
Book of Jehovah, chapter 3, verse 7. To make the sun, I created a great vortex. And within this vortex, and subject to it, I made the vortices of many of the corporeal worlds. The sun vortex I created to rotate, and I gave it power to carry other vortices within it. According to their density and position, they are thus carried forth around the sun and around the sun.
Right.
Book of Safar.
Go ahead.
Book of Safar 158. Jehovah said, the sun I made as the head of a serpent, and his phalanx I made as the body of a serpent. Thus I made the great corporeal serpent.
Ooh, is that our solar system?
Solar system described as a serpent, right? So basically, let's go into objective truth. Why would he say a serpent? Go ahead, read, friend.
Man, this is cold. Why does a waspy reference the solar system? The great serpent is because of its motion. 12 stunning pictures of the sun clicked over 12 months at the same place, same time, go viral.
So there goes the sun, and shows you how it moves throughout the air, winding like a serpent. Side by side, winding in the sky like a serpent. We're not making none of this up.
Man, that deal.
How does mechanical like waves and light waves work? This is how mechanical and light waves work. Winding in the sky like a serpent, like you see here.
Man,
you know,
science we talk about.
You know, it's
high science.
You know, it's interesting to me how a lot of these things you say are reminiscent of ancient Kemet. A lot of the imagery is reminiscent of ancient Kemet.
We just want people to go show.
We wouldn't deny it's ancient Kemet, but you have to demonstrate it like how we just demonstrated with ancient Kemet sources and back it. What we showing you is that we got a source today that's backing it, and it's coming from a creator saying like, this is how I create a world. So it supersedes the Genesis creation account because we objectively showing you, well, how was the sun created? By vortexium power that generates heat in the center that produces a fire, and that's how
what you're doing is, but what you're doing is you're taking a book that is a religious book, and you're reading the book and interpreting the book.
But
it's not religious; it's spiritual.
It's the same thing. But put it this way.
Well, spiritual and science go together, brother.
Hold on. Let me be fair. You could use the word spiritual. I'm okay with using the word spiritual. But at the same time, you're doing the same thing. You're accusing the Hebrews and the Muslims and everyone else of doing. They use it. You're doing the exact same thing.
Look, that's the point.
Taking your spiritual
bro. That's the point.
That's the whole point.
That's our point.
That's our point.
That's our point. Eventually, we got to get. Bro, that's our point. Eventually, you got to get past the whole the European. You said it earlier. The European done touched. No, you did say it earlier. The European done touched everything. So if that's the case, throw everything away. That we ain't saying throw nothing away. We saying put it all on the table and let's see what a higher light at.
Easy work.
That's all we saying. Battle of the holy book.
I said, see, that's what I'm saying. The European touched everything. We should throw everything in the garbage can, according to him.
So no, we should. We not saying throw it in the garbage can. We saying get it outside. Get it outside, put it on the table. If you a Bible thumper, Quran thumper, you stand on Kemet, you stand on the Bhagavad Gita, the Owaspi, whatever it is you stand on, get on stage. Get on stage and let's see what a higher light at. That's all we say. Pick a topic. Say so for instance, say the topic was like salvation or something, or life after death or something like that, right? Say, okay, well, my brother on here, he gonna go strictly Medu Neter. He gonna translate it. He gonna let the English speaking people know what it means, and he gonna show from this ancient source right here for 3 rounds straight. You dig what this mean about life after death? We gonna do the same thing and shoot from Owaspi.
Yeah,
or the brother can do the same thing and shoot from Bible.
But if I show you that, the argument is gonna be, according to you, it comes from a European source, and it's not.
That's the point. It all comes from a European source.
That's what you're saying.
No, we're not saying. We saying put it all on the table.
We saying put it on the table. It don't matter because it all comes from these Europeans. They done touch everything. So the only thing we can do, because ain't nobody funding us with no pickaxes, they drop us off in the middle of the desert and start digging nothing and translating fragments. We're not doing that. The best thing we're doing is going back over this research that they searched out. We're researching. We're searching again what has already been searched out before us. And then we don't got the funding, nor the, the funding or the backing to go over into the Mojave Desert and start digging something. You dig? All we can do is go off the information that's already been searched out before us. So we don't care if a white man touched it because he touched it all. We saying get all the information out here on the table and let the people decide. Let the people decide what a higher light is. And what I'm telling you, brother, is the reason people don't really want to rock with Battle of the Holy Books, because they know that them brothers and what them brothers are saying with that Owaspi is true. That's why don't nobody want to bang.
Just look at the example I just displayed on the screen. You can't go wrong with that. We showed you.
Man, did you see that?
That ain't nothing you got to believe.
I'll say this. Let me say this before I get myself in trouble. You have the right to say what you want to say, and I can't argue with you. And I'm going to say what I'm going to say, and you argue with me is not going to change my mind.
No doubt, no doubt.
We're just showing them sources. Who we think is the better person or the better information. And if you're rocking with Owaspi, I can't tell you nothing different. You're probably gonna be that till the day you die.
Man, look, bro. Not necessarily. If it's a higher light that comes.
Let me tell you what worked for me. Let me tell you what worked for me as a person who was interested in chemistry. Sit down with people who knew more than I knew to study the language, and I came to the conclusion that I came to my honest study of the language and the culture. And I'm not changing that for anybody.
No doubt.
Anybody who wants to study.
No doubt. But look, all I'm saying is this.
What you doing now is what I did as a teenager in the 90s. That's why I went through that committed judgment all of my life.
Well, bro, I'm glad you did it, but I'm sad you didn't stay with it.
Hey, but look,
I advise you, Malachi, go back,
re-examine it. That's your problem. So now you being the hypocrite now because you thinking we left. Like Malachi said, we put it all on the table, and whichever one is making more sense, that's what we come to.
I think you left. It sounded like you left a little bit.
Hey, bro. So
we went to a higher light.
Hey, bro. So this is what I'm asking. This is what I'm saying, man. Like, see, that's what get these debates cracking with us. Because I'm like, all right, so you ready to get punched on? Like, let's pick a topic and get in that ring. Like, what's up?
He ain't good for it. He ain't ready for that.
I'll say this. At this point, it ain't making no sense for me to debate because what is the ultimate point of me debating?
I mean, it's the people. So it ain't even us. Because look, as men, we already set in our ways. Unless you a free thinker and free student like myself, you know what I mean? We already be setting our ways as men. So the point would be for somebody that's listening to be like, dang, I ain't never tripped off that. Dang, that's okay. Let me go look that up. The whole point is just to spark the minds of those that are still, searching and looking and ain't settled on their leads.
Well, I realize in ancient Kemet, you're born with that particular practice. African spirituality is something you're born with. I can't convert to being a Kemite or Europe. I can't convert.
Yeah, but that's a broad African spirituality.
You don't get to convert.
But African spirituality is that's a broad term. Come on now. What do you mean Africa?
Right. You're born into
It's
all
so
of them.
many. It's so many countries in Africa
them.
that got so many different spiritual systems and
you know,
modes of operandi on how they deal with the deities and the gods and the ancestors, bro.
There's only one system then, expressed in different ways. There's only one system.
Yeah, but look, that's what we just read. There's one rule that applies. It's the same system in order.
It's a million cultures in Africa right now today. They don't all believe the same spiritual shit. That's not even true what you just said.
They all say the same thing. There's only one culture.
That's not true, bro.
There's no differentiation in
Ethiopians and Kenyans don't have the same shit.
The Falasha Ethiopian Jews and the Ethiopian Muslims do not come under the same spiritual system.
Yeah, those niggas that's in the Boko Haram.
Come on,
but chopping heads off right
now. You trying to say all Africa believes the same spiritual
doctrine? That's not an ancient system.
That don't count. That's Islam.
How you gonna judge them? How you know
that? They only had one.
Okay. You saying none of the Abrahamic faiths?
That's what you saying? For what I'm talking about. That's not.
You're not talking about no Abrahamic faiths.
You just said
I'm talking about when you go into the ancient world, they had one idea: ancestral veneration and veneration of nature. They express that in several different ways. But if I am a Yoruba and I go into any other land, the people who speak a variation of my language or a different language or dialect, and I perform that ritual, everybody will understand what I'm doing.
Okay, then why were all the Africans? Then why was Norma chopping niggas' heads off?
Right. Come on.
Was Norma chopping niggas' heads off?
Yes.
Because they disagreed about spiritual.
Was Norma doing that?
Pull up the fire. Let me pull it up. Pull it up. Yes, you don't open a can of worms.
That's a good question, man.
I need a good laugh. What Cosmon Krug at, man?
You sure? What has he been working lately?
Okay, I thought you popped on for a second.
Nah, you sure?
Now, yeah, we about to show you the palette right now, sir. Yes, sir.
We don't play over here, son.
Yeah,
You know sometimes when you see those are symbolic. And that doesn't mean it
better be symbolic.
You know that doesn't mean it happened, right?
You know where we going.
This is symbolic. This right here, this is symbolic. But this right here, we about to show. This ain't symbolic.
Boy, lopping heads off.
Huh? This is the oldest document of a pharaoh coming out of Egypt. This is the first pharaoh, Narmer, 3100 BC, 3rd millennium BC, and he got his brother holding by the head, hit him with a club, and on the right, you got 10 brothers with their heads chopped off between their legs.
Heads rolling. And he got that boy in a loincloth. That boy got a loincloth on. Right? Head chopped off. Man.
Now look, hold up. Look at this, brethren. These are the laws of Ma'at broken by Narmer. These are the laws of Ma'at. I have not slain a man or woman. That's in the laws of Ma'at. Look at Narmer. He got niggas slain. I have not terrorized anyone. That's the 23rd law of Ma'at. Narmer is terrorizing his brother. Verse 27, law 27, I have not behaved with violence. Here you have Narmer behaving with violence. I have not caused disruption of peace. Here you have Narmer causing disruption of peace. I have not worked evil. Here you have Narmer working evil. And what happens? What happens when you are not balanced on the walls of Ma'at? We read that, brother. What happens when we're not balanced?
The Amit.
Yeah, let's go to the Amit. Hold on.
Let's go to the crocodile hideous thing.
What it states, Amit is a hybrid of 3 first-now creatures with a crocodile, the lion, and the hippopotamus. The Amit devoured the hearts that are heavier than the feather of Ma'at. So
you asked, and you said, how do we know if that's mythological?
Right.
What that thing made of? A crocodile? Or what? A damn what?
A crocodile, a hippopotamus, and a lion torso. A lion's body, I mean. So, but even in their worlds, Narmer would have been in the hands of the Amit because his heart wouldn't have weighed against Ma'at. His heart would have been balanced. Because they're going to balance. They're the laws against him right there.
Absolutely wrong.
So that scale would have been weighing heavy on your boy Narmer. Ain't no absolutely wrong. Explain it then. Explain it.
Explain it. Or the pharaoh definitely would not have been considered unjust and unrighteous.
According to who?
Symbol.
According to who?
He was literally the moral authority in the kingdom.
So he could break the laws of Ma'at then.
No, what I'm saying is he was the highest moral authority.
So he could break the law then.
No.
So he's not breaking the law. What he's doing with his actions right now is not breaking the law.
No.
Dang.
It's war.
Good
What do you expect people to do in war?
Good Lord.
Wash your mind. Not break the laws of my eye. But it's a war, period. You're supposed to stand the law. You're not bigger than the law.
Hey,
you
break
the law.
Hey, C-Lie. So those that came over here on the Santa Maria and the good ship of Jesus and was slain in the name of King Ferdinand, they ain't break no law.
Right.
They divinely got the right to kill niggas and take their money.
I didn't say that. Right. No, I didn't say that, bro. I never said that.
You said it's war.
I didn't say
war.
that.
That was war.
Didn't God say thou shalt not kill? Ain't that the law of thou shalt not slay? You got in the Bible, you have thou shalt not murder and kill. And right here in the laws of my eye, it says, I have not slain my brother. You ain't supposed to be killing nothing.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Doesn't the Bible and other books make exceptions when you can kill?
We're not talking about the Bible. We're talking about my eye right now.
I'm going to say it again.
It does. And then that's why you got to question that too.
Hold on. All systems make exceptions.
No, not all systems.
When you yes, they do. All exceptions.
No. The exception comes from man bending the law because the law is firm. You cannot go higher than the law. So if you bend the law, regardless of what your excuse is, you still subjected to that punishment.
Yes, because the American military jackboot thug say he got a right to go kill some Afghanis because Donald Trump told him to.
Exactly.
No. Thou shall not kill is thou shall not kill. You can't dress that up and call it patriotism.
You can't
dress it up and say you killing in the name of God, so it's a righteous kill.
Right. You can't go higher than the law.
But hold on. The ancient people said thou shalt not kill. But they still said if you commit a certain crime, you could be killed.
Yeah, but that's why that's off. That's off.
Is it off?
Yes, it's off. Because what do you trip off this? You didn't kill somebody that did a particular crime. What happens to that spirit? You just released a chaotic spirit into the atmosphere.
Law, they said.
How do you correct the behavior? If what they're doing is wrong, we need to come up with systems to correct the behavior.
Right.
Do you know in some cases you can't correct that behavior?
Who told you that? Look, I teach my children ain't no such thing as can't.
Science tells us there are people who have no moral compass whatsoever, and they don't understand the difference.
Yeah, but the truth about this, that's not your business. That's the creator's business.
Exactly. You ain't the judge.
You ain't get that person right.
You can say that now, but if somebody coming at me looking to kill me, they getting it. I ain't playing none of that.
I seen videos where
I had to defend myself.
I seen videos. It's a video
of them. What?
Hey, defending yourself. That's not what Normer's doing. Normer's not defending himself. See, we can't change the argument.
Is he not?
Normer is not defending himself.
Yes, he is. He's defending himself.
No, he's killing to become king.
Hold up. If
how is he
defending himself with a man that is not armed?
In his loincloth.
That's not defense. That man is probably not even a warrior.
You don't know that.
Look at all the heads, bro. Look at all the heads to the right that's been lopped off.
And then look, those yellow things are ropes. They got their ropes tied. That's execution.
Come on, bro.
Ropes tied around their arms and waist. That's execute. That'll be considered today.
I'll leave you alone,
bro. Has to get capital punishment for that.
I'm done with you, bro. I'm done.
I know it's too much.
Hey, but that's that pressure though. Creator gang, no, that's that pressure.
I'll say this, man.
That's that same pressure.
Hey, look, ain't no white man out there.
It was a good talk, and I enjoyed the talk, but this ain't gonna go nowhere. This ain't really gonna go nowhere. Nobody's gonna move from.
Oh no, you're not supposed to.
This is not going.
Yeah, you stand on it. You ain't supposed to.
This is not. This is
what you call fucking up in handicap because you try to go back to ancient Kemet and we show that your oldest pharaoh got blood on his hands before any European or Arab came into the scene.
Black on black crime.
Have a nice day, my brother.
I'm not with that.
Have a nice day.
Peace.
Hey.
Nice talking to you though, for real.
Nice talking to you, bro. Hey, look. Everybody can't take that pressure, boy.
Now he ain't breaking the laws of my eye. Now when I show that Nama have a possibility of his ass being in that goddamn
in the belly of the Amit. In the belly of the Amit, and eventually boom.
come on, let's go back to that Ammon. They went up, yo, come on, son. No, and this ain't no shot at the brother. He don't know better.
No, he good.
We taking shots at Kemet. He don't know what's going on. He don't know the depth. He's still new to this. Now look at this. Let's go back to the judgment hall of Ma'at, right? This is the judgment hall of Ma'at. Now look, this is spell 125. He's talking about don't read the text. This is spell 125 coming out the book of the dead. It states, this spell describes the weighing of the heart, the judgment ritual. The deceased is led by Anpu, Anubis, into the presence of Osiris. Like niggas don't know the original terms for these shit. They're making a negative confession. These are the 42 laws of Ma'at, saying that he is innocent of a list of 42 crimes. Hold up, we're talking about crimes, right?
Wow.
In front of the 42 judges. His heart is then weighed against a feather, representing what? Truth, justice, and the goodness of Ma'at. If he is innocent, he is led to Asar, a demon called the Amit. The devourer stands by to eat the heart of the guilty. Huh?
See?
Now look.
So then look, now trip off this. Mm-hmm. That's what I be talking about when men be hiding behind language, y'all. Mm-hmm. Niggas do it with the Hebrew too. They do it with the Medunetta. What does it say? Did you translate it yourself?
Yeah,
No, hold on. If Bess didn't ejaculate on some damn lettuce and whatever the hell we was reading about, or what C-Lot just broke down with this ain't right, show us the real breakdown. Read only the symbols on the wall.
He couldn't.
You can't do it. So what do you mean? So the whole argument that what does it say? Did you translate it yourself? You ain't did it. Exactly. And the fact that you can or supposedly can read some Medunetta, it wouldn't be possible without these white researchers and forefathers of Egyptology that C-Lot brought out earlier. Because you're about this, you got to have something to reference when you looking at. Say it's a ketchup stain on the wall in Kemet.
Right.
You got to go look at some type of lexicon, some type of reference. You say, okay, the ketchup stain means raw. Okay, that's mustard right there. Let me go. Just flip through the lexicon, just like we do with the concordance. Right? It's the same way, bro. It's the same thing. So you still, if it hadn't been for these men right here, you wouldn't even have no Commission identity or none of that. And that's true.
Exactly.
And that brother know that. That's true.
Look, what we read, Mally, is his words. This is Carl Richards. This is the nigga who translated the Book of the Dead. Look, here's the what? What did it say? First translation of a complete Book of the Dead by Carl Richards. So what we reading right here, this breakdown, all comes from these brothers, these Europeans.
Come on, man.
Now, you mentioned earlier about, nigga, we can have a debate on the afterlife. Look, this is the field of Rish. The Aru, the field of reeds, was the Egyptian afterlife, an idealized vision of one's life on earth, also known as, how do we pronounce that? Translated as the fields of Rush.
Come on, man.
That's where they got to go to, led by Asar. So they go Hanifa and Anpu. They go to 42 judges. That's him up there getting two judges. Then we come to Anpu and the Amit. They judging. Now, if this was Norma, that feather gonna be goddamn. That heart gonna be.
If that was Norma, he finna be belly food for the Amit.
That's where Norma is, right there in the bosom of the Amit. The Amit is a hybrid 3 first-now creature, crocodile, lion, and hippo. The Amit devour the hearts that are heavier than the feather of Ma'at. Now, if you want to put this in Christian terms, this would be equivalent to Satan. You ain't follow God, you ain't balancing with God, you're going to go in the lake of fire.
Yeah, right.
That would be that equivalent. Now, they go, your God right there, Saul. Now, niggas, he's not a deity, he's just, look at this. This is the utterance 213. See, we bring out the text. Utterance 134 states, "Oh, Unas, you have not gone dead. You have gone alive to sit on the throne of Asar." If Asar is an aspect of nature, what aspect of nature sits on the throne?
And he's green.
Yeah, what aspect of nature sits on the throne? Hegel the glyph of the throne. This is the throne Osiris sitting on, the Jed, look. And it says what? Seat, throne. And then what it says over here? Osiris.
Wow.
Throne.
You have not gone dead, you have gone alive to sit on the throne of Osiris. Dang.
Osiris sitting on his throne. What aspect of nature? can we objectively see in nature? You say these are aspects of nature. You say Osiris is an aspect of nature. What aspect of nature can we look objectively in nature right now and see this man sitting on the throne?
With spandex. He's in mummy. He's in grave clothes.
Exactly. And here we have, you see, Ampu weighing the heart on the scale of Ma'at, while Tahuti writes the deed of the individual.
He recorded, right.
Recorded. So every time Narmer is breaking the law, he like, damn, he fucking up. God
hey,
damn.
bro, you messed him up the way you just freestyled it off the top when you broke down the judgment all of my on him. You did, and then he was like, "Well, what?" His only thing was, "Who told you that?
Right?
Where are you reading it from?"
You know who told me that? This nigga right here told me that.
There you go. He's like, well, it's the same white people that you are discounting. That's our point.
Exactly. See,
the white man touched everything you done licked your fingers and read through.
Look what he states, Mally. He is widely known for his opus magnimus, meaning marvelous works, the momentum from Egypt and Ethiopia. Carl Richards, first translator of a complete, not a half, but not a fragment, a complete copy of the Book of the Dead manuscript. Published a translation of a manuscript dated to the Ptolemaic era and coined the name Book of the Dead. He has also introduced the spell numbering system, which is still in use. Identifying 165 spells. He led an expedition to Egypt and the Sudan to explore the record and remains of the ancient civilization. First scientific study of the Pyramid of Giza. Kircher published widely in the field of Egyptology. Father of this modern scientific discipline. Kircher even coined the phrase "Book of the Dead." The book of, that's why they had to change it. Book of coming forth by coming date, because you're still following a false narrative. You're correcting a false narrative. So even your correction is still false.
It's still false because the beginning of it was false, right?
Exactly. Right. Here is so basically, look, he was also a pioneer in the field of African linguistics. White boy ain't no game. He ain't playing with y'all. Based off his work in the ancient Egyptian language and his field work in the Sudan, Kircher developed a standard alphabet for transliterating African languages. He is the first. Kircher's list of pyramids is the first attempt at systematically listing all the Egyptian pyramids. And there goes some of his works right there. You know what I mean? So what we talk about here, the Abydos King List, he did that. Documented the Abydos King List and published it in 1858. You niggas wouldn't be talking about the King List if it wasn't for Kircher. You wouldn't be talking about the Book of the Dead. You wouldn't know the Judgment Hall of Ma'at if it wasn't for him. Show me the black man that gave you that prior to our ancestors who did it on the wall. What you got on the wall may not even be that. He gave you that. Between him and Samuel Kircher. You know what I mean? Yeah. You know what I mean? So that's easy work, bro. That's
easy work, man.
Hey, now we can get back to what we needed to talk about with this church father with the epistles of James real quick.
Yeah. Before you so look right there, you got an introduction, I think. And then I'm gonna do a class over Peter's whole letter to James, because it's like a Nazarene initiation going on. And Peter talking about how there's a man out there claiming that he lived lawless. You know what I mean? So he was like, look, he wrote to James and was like, let's go ahead and put him through some type of vetting system, basically. You know what I mean? It's like 5 or 6 chapters. It's deep. It's deep. You know what I mean? And they talk about who is worthy to straight teach to join the movement type shit. You dig? And it was like, and they did that to keep everything uniform, to keep everything on one accord. You feel me? But look at the introduction though, right there.
Right there, what I got highlighted.
Yeah, right there. And then we're gonna go down and show Clement's ones too. So it say right there. Look how Peter's announced himself or speak to James. He say, Peter to James, the Lord mean master, the master and bishop of the holy church under the Father of all, through Yahshua, wishes peace always. So James held some very high authority for Peter, who was high up there in rank too, to straight acknowledge that he's the master and bishop of the Holy Church.
Facts.
You know what I mean? That's what we was talking about on Sonetta the other day. Like these niggas was running that Paul shit, and then Selah bringing out the Christology, dealing with Mark and John. It's like, look, all that's irrelevant because all the churches today are supposed to be under the Pope. All the churches part of the movement, the communities that's part of Yahshua's original movement. After he died, he passed that authority to James.
Exactly.
So no matter where you living at, if you say you part of that messianic movement coming out of first century Palestine, that means you rocking with James in there.
Exactly.
You're not rocking with nobody else. Now scroll down, Selah. Go down to the end of this letter. I think it's like chapter 4, chapter 5, right there. Now, because you see Epistle of Peter to James, that's the end of it. Now, right there. Now, this is Clement. Clement write to James too. Now, this finna kill Apostle and all them. You know, Paul was in Ephesus, and Mark was down in Egypt, and James was only over Jerusalem. No, y'all don't know how authority works. Look at this. Look what Clement say. Clement to James, the master, just like Peter said, the master and bishop of bishops, who rules Jerusalem, the holy church of who? The Hebrews.
Wow.
And the churches were everywhere. Everywhere. Come on, come on. So if you rocking with Bible and you rolling with Messiah, you know what I mean, the real one, then you supposed to be following James, which is his little brother. And then anybody like his apostles, Peter and all them, they went and checked in with James, and then they went out and started teaching. They all taught the same thing. Paul comes in and start teaching his own thing. Start dissing the vegetarians, or James a vegetarian. Right. Peter a vegetarian. Start dissing the niggas with long locks and all that. Well, hold on. These niggas never had a razor touch their head.
Facts.
They was taking Nazarite vows. Doesn't nature teach you that for a man to have long hair is a shame? No, nature don't teach that.
Facts.
A lion has a mane, and a lioness don't got a mane. That's a male that has longer hair than the female. Nature don't teach that if a man got long hair, it's a shame. What do you mean? Or he only eat the vegetables is weak in faith. Where are you getting this stuff from?
Right.
You see? So no, James is the one. And you'll see, y'all, if you when Peter and them got let out of jail in Acts 12, the angel told Peter, go report him to James. Acts 15, Paul come up to Jerusalem. They all there.
You talking about Acts 12? Acts 12 what?
Acts 12. Go to Acts 12. Go to Acts 12. No, Acts 12.
Man, nigga, we don't talk, man. We just don't give you a conversation. We give you
go to Acts 12, go down to like it's like in the teens. Go down to I think it's like 19 or something. Zoom in, we'll find it. I'll show you real quick. Now here I saw and found that.
There you go. That's right here.
Yeah, it's up in her. It's up in her. When he got out, when he ended up getting out of there, he told him go holler at Joe, check in with James. Peter continued, and when they had opened the door, go over a little more, because he already out at 16. Hold on. You see right there, bang, 11. What did it say? No, that's Jules. I'm saying when he had considered the thing, he came to the house. My phone number not through it was. Sandals. Okay, yep. Right up in her somewhere. Cause he about to get let out of jail now. Start around there 5. And so read down. You're gonna run right into it.
All right. Peter therefore was kept in prison. But prayer was made without ceasing of the church unto God for him. That was the church of Jerusalem, I wonder.
Yeah, exactly.
And when Herod brought him forth the same night, Peter was sleeping between 2 soldiers, bound with 2 chains, and the keepers before the door kept the prison. Behold, the angel of the Lord came upon him, and a light shined in the prison. And he smote Peter on the side and raised him up, saying, Rise up quickly. and his chains fell off.
Peter done got Peter done broke Peter out of jail type shit. Slapped him on the side. Get up, nigga.
That's deep. And the angel said unto him, gird thyself and bind thy sandals. And so he did. And he said unto him, cast thy garment about thee and follow me. And he went out and followed him, and wist not that it was true which was done by the angel, but thought he saw a vision. He think he dreaming. When they were past the first and second ward, they came upon the iron gate that leadeth unto the city, which opened to them of his own accord. And they went out and passed on through one street, and forthwith the angel departed from him. And when Peter was come to himself, he said, now I will of a surety that the Lord hath sent his angel, and he hath delivered me out of the hand of Herod, all the expectation of the people of the Jews.
That's them damn Herodians. Jump down, man.
Exactly.
That motherfucker.
This shit painting a damn good picture in your head right now. This shit paint like, you said jump down? Jump down.
Yeah, jump down, because I want to get right to it. Let me see, man. Okay, right there is, what is that, 16?
So that's the one that said James. Hold up. There you go, right here.
Yep, right there. Yep, so read that 16, because Peter was still knocking at the door, because it was a Legale that was like, man, that's Peter. And they was like, that nigga locked up. Yeah, that can't be him.
Yeah, some nigga shit. Let me go to 15. They said unto her, though I'm mad, but she constantly affirmed that it was even so. They said it is his angel.
Like, that must be his guardian angel or something. There ain't no way he out of jail if Herod and them got this nigga locked up. He finna get murdered.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Continued knocking. And when they had opened the door and saw him, they were astonished.
Yeah. Now look at this, 17.
He, beaconing unto them with the hand to hold their peace, declared unto them how the Lord had brought him out of the prison. And he said, go shew these things unto James and to the brothers. And he departed and went into another place.
Now, why is he saying go let James, go show this to James? Why is he telling them after this miracle done went down, hey, go let James know and the brothers? You know what I mean? What just went down?
It makes sense.
Why is James mentioned?
Right.
Now, you know, somebody might say, well, no, that's James, the son of Zebedee. Go back up to verse 1. Go up to verse 1.
We're not even playing those games no more.
Yeah, but the very same chapter killed that thought too, because some niggas be like, that's James, the son of Zebedee. Go back to verse 1. Look at this. Know what verse 1 say?
And now about that time, Herod the king stretched forth his hands to vex certain of the church.
Them Herodians are our enemies.
Now, you got me thinking, O'Malley. You just read they had numerous churches everywhere.
Yeah.
What churches they talking about?
Nigga, they're certain of the church, man. That's Jerusalem church.
That's what I'm saying.
These niggas in Jerusalem.
And he killed James, the brother of John, with the sword.
So we're not talking about, so that niggas be trying, well, the James down in Acts 12 that Peter said, go show to James. That's not the Lord's brother. That's James, the brother of John. No, he just got killed in verse 2. Okay, so now we know there's no other James left but James, the brother of Yahshua.
And then what's that verse? This verse right here, when it states, Peter therefore was kept in prison, but prayer was made without ceasing of the church unto God for him.
That's
of
right.
The church of God. Who we talking about?
That gotta
be the brothers. That gotta be James and them.
Come on, man. Easy work.
To goddamn Mark and you know what? Oh, he sent his prayers to Alexandria, Egypt at this time. Nah, the church in Jerusalem with the brothers, them niggas was deep.
Yep. And you see Herod killing niggas. Like
Right.
he ain't even playing no games. That's why they thought, like, shit, man, that can't be Peter. Shit, if Herod got him locked, he good as dead.
Right,
you know what I mean? But Peter told him, hey, go show these things to James. Well, it can't be James, the brother of John. Then.
Oh man, look how we breaking the code of this shit.
Nigga, that's the James in Acts 15 and Acts 21 and Galatians 1:19 that done told Paul what time it is. Nigga, like, hey, this is what you teach.
Yeah, that Acts 15, bro. That man, it's everything what you're saying coming clear.
Acts 15 and 13.
Nobody is talking about how James had a church in Jerusalem and had a great following. He the only nigga that went to the holy place. What's really going on?
Bro, he that dude. Nah, so if Paul got a problem with him, then you got to question where Paul is getting his inspiration and authority from. Like, man, what you mean? Like, what is you? You know what I mean? And then if you get into that Nazarene Acts, bro, man, it talk about how the nigga Paul tried to kill James one time, threw him off like a roof type. Like, yeah, on some enemy. Like right before he went on his road to Damascus, he got into it with the Nazarene apostles and all them. And one of the cats he damn near killed was James. Broke his legs. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because James and them was up on the Temple Mount spitting. Like, hey, look, this is what it is.
I was looking for that one too, yo.
Yeah, it was in the Nazarene Acts. You know what I mean? I sent it to you.
I was missing something, okay?
You said what?
I said I knew I was missing something because I remember it was another one you had about James and his death. With that
yeah, bro.
A couple other stuff I had that was missing, but I was like, yo, this is enough for now. And shit. I was like,
yeah. Shit. You got it's a lot, man. Robert Eisenman, y'all get him, James, the brother of Jesus. And then he got a section in there called Paul the Enemy. I'm like, boy, he's James, the brother of Jesus, and the Dead Sea Scrolls, bro. That deal go hard, man. Like, for real. It's you know.
Hold up. He said James, the brother of Jesus, in the Dead Sea Scrolls?
Yeah, James, the brother of Jesus. Robert Eisenman. Just type in Robert Eisenman, James, the brother of Jesus. Man, he wrote a 1,000-page book. They be trying to kill this white boy. What? He damn near 80 now. I be straight watching his videos like, man, this cat wasn't playing. He wasn't playing at all, bro.
But look like at it. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
He is very well documented. Like, in order for you to write a 1,000-page book on the matter, come on, man.
Come on, exactly. Bro. I'm like, shit, yeah. Nigga got to see what the fuck. Yeah, he done reconstructed that joke.
Yeah, that deal go hard.
This is what the Israelites is not talking about outside of motherfucking Malachi Maccabee bringing this shit to the forefront. Now the gang talking about this shit. So basically, James was the leader of the Jerusalem church after Jesus. Nobody, I don't hear Zabak talking about that. I don't hear Nathaniel talking about that. I don't hear the Ricard nigga talking about that. I don't hear General Yohana talking about this right here.
Right.
James leading the church and he having a gang of brothers with him. They got churches established everywhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they don't know nothing about it, bro. You dig? And then all the churches that's established is under the dictates and order. It's just like what the Vatican try to pull off today. It's the same thing. It's the same exact thing, bro. You know what I mean? It's just more, but more of an insane type of, you know what I'm saying? Because them brothers wasn't spilling blood and sacrificing, and the brother was a peaceful bro, but he was a Nazi dreadhead, bro. You know what I mean? Razor never touched his head.
That's crazy.
Like, never ate no flesh, no none of that. Like,
if that's the case, if all these niggas is following that vow or that concept, yo, them niggas would have been looking crazy among them Herodians, yo.
Man, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, we the real ones, y'all not.
Exactly.
Yeah, bro. That shit.
You know what the crazy thing is, Hyrcanus, you know what I mean? When he allowed them niggas to get circumcised, them niggas started masquerading like Jews. Then them niggas started taking over, man. When they sided with the Romans, now they have political power. Now they're looking at the niggas like, oh, y'all niggas ain't nothing, although we the original bloodline. You know what I mean? They wipe niggas out, like you were saying, bro.
They wiped them out. Shit, the nigga Herod married Miriam, a Hasmonean princess, and then he had children with it, and murked his children. What the fuck? Oh, this nigga crazy.
Yeah, them niggas wilding for that, yo.
No, man, them cats were very much in league with that whole Roman get up, man. Like, so what you doing is very powerful, because shit, it's putting everything back in its proper perspective.
No, that's real. I mean? That's what we're doing, yo. We putting that shit back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, ain't nobody talking about it amongst our, you know what I mean, persuasion. You'll see the white folks digging deep into it, like, yeah, James. Did you know James and Paul was beefing?
Yeah,
I never knew that until I slowed down.
Yeah, facts.
I seen old boy. I said, man, let me go read. We talking about Galatians, and I slowed down and got to read, and was like, damn, that shit right there. Hold on, let me backtrack. Hold on.
And see, this is another thing, bro. I'm starting to believe that road to Damascus is setting up with that, because James would have mentioned that. Ain't no way in hell James would have not mentioned that motherfucking just that period.
Right.
My brother, that's like you, my brother. You were sent to the heavens, and then a nigga who was beefing with us, who can't stand us, come to me talking about something. Your brother came to me in spirit, and we don't have that conversation.
Hey, look, the conversation, bro. It's absolutely something up with that because all three times that the story is told about Paul's conversion, all the stories don't match up. The details is different, so it's definitely something up with that.
Yeah,
I'm almost thinking that's some shit Paul told the churches he was trying to convince. I don't think the nigga told. I don't think that's the.
Because think about it on his first encounter of meeting James. His first encounter, the first thing the nigga should have been like, yeah, man, you know, your brother came to me in spirit and he told me this is what to do. That should have been the first thing come out of his mouth. This is the brother.
Man, bro, you see.
James should have been like, yo, what my brother tell you, nigga? You know what I mean?
You see, just like Peter getting let out of jail, and he said, go show these things to James. Well, Paul, if you really was visited by, you know who we calling Yahshua, then nigga, naturally you got to go report to this man. And look, you know it because eventually you bring your ass up there.
Exactly.
Everything you doing is invalid unless you get stabbed by him. Exactly. If you ain't getting stabbed by him, then nigga, whatever you doing don't even mean that.
Yeah, and so for your, you know, because we always got to start at the beginning of things. So your whole point of this ministry is saying you had a vision of this nigga brother on the road to Damascus so your whole duty is to clarify that road to Damascus to his brother.
Exactly.
So validate your authenticity. We can't go further than that.
Yo, his brother would have told you go holler at my little bro. Just like Peter when he was let out of jail was told,
exactly.
Hey, your bro would have been like, hey, nigga, go check in.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Get on your face and tell him you sorry.
Exactly.
You down there killed my little bro. You been persecuting those that's been at me. Nigga, you look, tell him this, because only he'll know this. We've been saying this since we've been little jokers. Tell him this and he gonna know you real.
We kick against the goals. You know what I mean? What the fuck? Come on,
right.
Bro.
Not Roman Greek poets.
Right. That's why I concluded after I did that presentation on James, I said, yo, James probably wasn't even aware of that. It's either I know James wasn't aware of it. Just from what I read, no, there's no possible way he could have been aware of that experience. So like you said, Melly, that got to be something he told to them Gentiles.
Got to be.
Because how many times does he bring up that experience outside of the actual experience to the road to Damascus?
3 times. And all the details are different. And this is his claim to being what you call an apostle. He met Jesus in the earth.
Now, when he makes these claims, is he talking to somebody on these claims, or is it firsthand account with the claim?
Well, in Acts 20,
let's go to it real quick. Let me go to it.
Fuck 22. You got Acts 9, you got Luke telling the story, and then you got Acts 22.
Which one came first? Which is the first one?
Acts 9, I think it is.
All right, I'm at Acts 9 right here.
Yep, around you beginning of it, 1 through like 7 or something. Then you got Acts 22, and then you got Acts 26. You know what I mean? And in Acts 22, he's talking to like Agrippa and them. Like, man, look, this what happened. I was on my way to Damascus and shit.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, do we give that account like that?
Yeah, like he give it like that in chapter 22 and in chapter 26. But in Acts 9, it's more of like a nigga reporting what he was told about the situation.
All right, hold up. I'm about to put on all 3 accounts real quick.
Yeah.
So you said
yeah.
Acts 9, Acts 22, and what's the other one?
Acts 26. Acts 26, Acts 26, 12 through 14, Acts 9, 6 and 7. And I think it's like Acts 22 and 7, something like that. It's up in there. You're gonna see that the details is different.
You cold with knowing them dates. All right, so I'm starting with Acts 9.
Mm-hmm.
So let me see.
Like we'll Acts 9 and 7. And the men which journey with him. See,
okay,
so
right there. Okay.
It's somebody reporting about what Paul going through. So which is Luke.
So this is Luke reporting, writing this right here. Basically.
It's Luke writing obviously what somebody told him, either Paul or somebody. Because look, and the men which journey with him, the him is Paul, and the men which journey with him stood speechless, hearing a voice, but seeing no man. So when Jesus appeared to Paul, according to Acts 9 and 7, right, there were people that were with Paul who stood speechless. They didn't fall. They were standing. They heard the voice that said, you know, Paul, Paul, you know what I mean? But they didn't see no man. They heard a voice, but didn't see a man.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't that what it say?
Right, correct.
And then in verse 8 saying Saul arose from the earth. So Saul, according to Acts 9, he fall to the earth. The men with him didn't fall. They heard a voice, but they didn't see nobody.
Right.
Okay, let's go to Acts 22. Tell it again. Acts 22, I think, Acts 22, I think it's like 7 or something. Look, his defense before the Jews. I think it's like verse 7, I think, bro. Yep, right there. 6 and 7. Look what it say. It say, go to 6. Go to 6. We read 6 and 7. And it came to pass that as I made my journey, now Paul is talking first hand now.
Okay.
See, Acts 9 was somebody writing about what they was told about the situation. Now this is Paul saying, you see?
Now, hold on, before you read that, wouldn't it make sense for this come before the nigga writing about him?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, go ahead.
And it came to pass that as I made my journey, I and mine, and was come nigh to Damascus about noon, suddenly there shone from heaven a great light round about me. And I fell into the ground and heard a voice saying unto me, Saul, Saul, why persecutest thou me? Verse 8. What's this? And I answered, who art thou, Lord? He said unto me, I am Jesus of Nazareth, whom you persecute. Verse 9. And they that were with me saw indeed the light and were afraid, but they heard not the voice. But they heard not the voice of him that spake to me. Acts 9 say they heard the voice.
All right, let's go back to Acts 9. They go Acts 9 and 7. And the men which journeyed with them stood speechless, hearing a voice, but seeing no man. And they that were with me saw the light and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spoke to me.
We got a contradiction here. It's not the same thing. They stood speechless in Acts 9. They heard a voice, but they didn't see nothing. Saw no man. In Acts 22 and 9, they saw indeed the light and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spake. Which one is it? Did they hear the voice or didn't they hear the voice? Did they all fall to the ground? Only Paul fell to the ground. Did they see the man or the light, or didn't they see the man or the light? What the fuck is it, bro? This is his only claim to being an apostle. Is this right here? His vision on the way to Damascus and so forth, based off Acts, it ain't lining up. You feel me? Now, when you go to Acts 26 and 14, he finna say, we all fell to the ground. Nigga, I ain't the only one that fell. We all fell.
Right here, I got it. All right. So
start at 13. Start at 13. What does it say? It say, at midday, O king, talking to Agrippa. Herod Agrippa. At midday, O king, I saw on the way a light from heaven above the brightness of the sun. Shining.
Hold on, what you said about Agrippa? You said?
Agrippa is Herod the Great's grand. That's Agrippa the second right there. So that's the king is still an Herodian king. It's just Herod's grandson, Herod Agrippa the second.
Okay, when it says a midday, O king, it's talking about Agrippa.
That's who Paul talking to. Paul talking to a Herodian king.
I'm following
At midday, O king, I saw on the way a light from heaven above the brightness of the sun shining round about me, and them was journeying with me. 14. And when we were all fallen to the earth, well, dang, bro, Acts 9 and 7 said they didn't fall, you fell. Acts 22, 7 through 9 say you fell. They all didn't fall.
Right.
But now in 26 and 14, y'all all fell to the ground. Acts 9 say they didn't hear a voice. Acts 22 and 9 say they did hear the voice. Which
all right, so on this one, this is Paul speaking directly, right?
Directly.
All right, so we could cancel 9 because that ain't him talking. So 22 and 26 is him, and he still contradict himself. That's crazy. Go ahead, though.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So, but look, y'all, this is only which you can't be an apostle just because you had a vision. You feel me? Like, it's a certain criteria according to Acts that you got to fulfill. And that's why I told Apostle the other day on Sinetta, you a so-called apostle. You're not no real apostle according to the Bible you hold. You know what I mean? So, bro, Paul's whole vision is what supposedly catapults him up to being who he is today. He met Jesus in the earth and had a vision. But the 3 times the story is told, you dig? The details are contradicting each other. You feel me?
That's what I'm saying. So how can Agrippa, he told this to Agrippa, he's goddamn experiencing it. Another nigga named Luke talking about it, but James don't know what the fuck going on.
Nobody know what I'm saying. You ain't told that what I'm saying.
So that nigga had to be lying, yo.
Shit don't make sense.
And Agrippa's a Herodian, so he probably would have felt safe telling the Herodian a story like that.
Yeah.
In comparison to going to the Bruise, where they probably would have killed him for lying.
Man, probably a distant relative of his.
Right.
You know, he already said, salute Herodian, my kinsman, in the book of Romans.
Exactly. Don't tell nobody that shit because I was lying and shit. That's what the niggas, you know what I mean?
You know what I mean? So yeah, bro. Yeah, bro, get deep, man. We get deep. So yeah, man, we on the right path. Anybody that's a Bible thumper, you get into James, the brother of Jesus, because that's who he left his instructions with.
Facts. So.
He left his instructions with his it's a caliphate. It's the right to rule through bloodline. You know what I mean? And you'll see you gonna keep running back into the same enemies, them Herodians, them Flavians, you know what I mean? Them Alexander, them Romans. You gonna keep running right back into the niggas, and they all were conspiring to wipe these bros out. All of them. Man, you know what I mean? And in the end, when the dust settled, man, Rome went with his boy. What you mean?
Yeah.
3rd, 4th century, they the ones determining what's canon and what's not.
Oh, man.
What we gonna keep around and what we not.
Yeah.
You dig?
So
and they like shit. Look, this don't serve us. This don't suit us as rulers of this whole world. So we gonna go ahead and do our own thing, and that's what you got. Yes. You got a Greco-Roman Hellenized. You got Paul's cosmic Christ, which is Philo's logos.
That's right.
That's what you got.
That's right.
That's what you got. They ain't got nothing to do with the real Yahshua, his brothers and them. You know what I mean? The faiths of the time, nothing. What you got is Rome's boy.
That's crazy, bro.
And 2,000 years later, the only brothers talking about it is right here.
The 2 olive stones, the 2 olive trees and shit. You know what I mean?
Dude, that's crazy,
man. The power to stop the thunder and lightning to control the weather type shit. And see, look, even with dude who came on here, it was like he tried. It's like, but we started sourcing and showing. So it's like cognitive dissonance. You know, I know my Caribbean people, they can be stubborn too. You know what I mean? So everything he was saying, it's like, yo, if you would have had a source for what you were saying, it's cool. You're just saying like, well, that's what they no. Everything we saw.
And that's the type of debating and scholarship we can't respect, because that's all Zion Ward crybaby did. He just got on there and boy, did you see that presentation he called himself doing? Man, bro, I ain't never in my life heard a nigga just talk.
Yeah.
Bro, he didn't have a source up on the screen. This nigga had words on a slide. This nigga had websites up there, no book titles, page numbers. This nigga had words that he typed up on a slide. Come on, bro. Come on, man. We got to be real with ourselves, man. You know what I mean?
Even with dude, you know, he was coming on Ethiopian. We showed him. We saw some stuff. Told him like, nigga, you know, the Romans had control over that. Then not only that, we showed the goddamn. We went to the science and showed them the Owaspy. They hate the Owaspy, but then you couldn't argue the fact that we was bringing up from the Owaspy how it was objective.
Yeah, man.
Say it again. Your phone.
They can't take that pressure. That pressure is something else.
Yeah, big fact.
And that's what happened real quick. He got pressure put on him, and it was like, "Hey, I gotta go." I know.
Yeah, because you can't. You ran out of ammunition.
But it's the same thing dealing with Jabari and them. That's why I was telling them, bro. I'm highly disappointed in that shit, because it's like, and look, y'all don't even say nothing. You dig? Like, y'all get on Richard Carrier for debating Jabari and showing up with no sources, but Jabari didn't even stick to the topic with us.
Yeah.
Jabari, Nepal, or Asor Mkad, none of them did. And guess what? It ain't a whisper about it out there. Fuck out of here, man. I ain't dealing with that bullshit. Y'all over here playing, man. But man, excellent debate and presentation. You got to slow it down today, bro. Man, it's clear. I learned something even more today. I said, "Yep, let me go ahead and lock that right on in." And next time somebody skip around me talking about this Ethiopian Bible, you know what I mean?
It's a wrap, bro.
Yeah, man. So excellent.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna send you the rounds. I'll send you the rounds.
Yeah, send it to me. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna archive it, read through it, and you know that's how we get sharper, man.
Exactly.
So I'm about to get up out of here, though, bro. Hey, man, salute once again. Okay. All praises to the ever-present Creator. Always was, is, and never shall be. Shout out to the CGG Creator Gang, though. Y'all know what time it is, man. My brother Cosmon Cal, the Cloud Kicker. Daryl Cosmon, Sila Shalom, your little bro Malachi Maccabee, Bronjo, Dreadful Cosmon, Prince Cosmon. Hey, it's shooters out here in these streets.
That's right.
We got shooters in the streets. You know what I mean? So salute you, brothers, man. Shout out to the haters, jaw jackers, and naysayers. Yeah. We love y'all too. Creator Gang, no. I'll catch you later, King.
All right, son. Salute, bro.
Salute.
Yes, sir. Yeah, family. You know, we got our brother Malachi Maccabee hopped on board. You know how we do. But yeah, nonetheless, you know what I mean? I wanted to represent the debate. My first, second, and third round, due to the fact that we had some technical difficulties with the screen going out. So, as you can clearly see, Ethiopian Christianity is definitely a product of Grec0-Roman influence. You know what I mean? So, with that, your boy Salah Shalom is out of here. Till next time, we're going to sign out with You Know What? You know what? Let's rock out.
So y'all want to say that the brother won? Y'all can say what you want to. Y'all voted the way y'all voted. I ain't hurt.
King Sila Shalom, another victory. Hail meet the king, cause that's what it tend to be. War child got crushed, I took him out his misery. Swing swords cut his vocal cords quite sufficiently. Zion under my feet, met his defeat instantly. Trying to compete, run a retreat before you mention me. In the Coliseum, I got eyes on my enemies. In mausoleums, I'ma leave them for coming centuries. Headshot fatal, couldn't recover from his injuries. Bloody gore, ligaments tore, did him viciously. Cut him to the core, give him some more. Straight consistent, settle the score. Cause I'm for sure another victim. Cut through Zion like a knife, decapitate, take life. Put his head on the altar for the ultimate sacrifice. For years you've been living lies, following the myth in the sky. Greco-Roman theology through Ethiopian eyes. You just as blind as Christians who thinking Jesus is why. Truth in front your face and you seem they can't get it right. Jah Rastafari, not gonna save your life. Real killers moving silence in the shadow of night. The sleeping giant awoke, you know it's been a while. Coming out of hibernation, hungry, thirsty on the prowl. When the conquering lion growling, echoes about a mile. I'm the real god of war, this nigga just a war child. Sacrifice him to his god, now his soul's immortal. Walking through the valley of death on brimstone tiles. Zion wanted smoke, got suffocated by poison clouds. If you can't take the heat, get the hell out the kitchen now. Standing on my square and I'm here to retain the crown. This debate Coliseum, I'm bringing the building down. 2 years ago we told you a new sheriff was in town. Battle of the holy books, bitch, we backed you niggas down.
Man, it's hot up in this place, man.